Magical Lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Penance Diary, 3 years, deterioriting. I never knew there were still people hidden in this room. Ronan paused as he looked at the smoke figures in Arian's hand, not knowing what to call them. Dust elves. Arian continued, saying lightly, when you live here for a long time, you will naturally come into contact with them. They are very shy. It was only after I stayed here for 15 years that I was able to slowly interact and communicate with them. 15 years. Ronan pursed his lips. Sure enough, there are no geniuses in this world for no reason. Arian was able to be promoted to 3rd level wizard before the age of 50 and was awarded the resounding title of 4-color medal. In addition to his own outstanding talent, it is also inseparable from the strong irrigation of various top resources of the Silver Magic Ring. Ronan survived the crisis of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society because of the coordinates of a world stone, and was given the right to enter the ascetic room and use part of the inheritance mark space as an exception. After staying here for this period of time, Ronan has felt that his abilities in all aspects have grown rapidly. This is an absolute treasure land for wizards to practice. But Arian has lived in this place for at least 15 years. Ronan felt a little emotional, thought for a while and said, whatever you want. Arian lowered his head slightly, and made a sound as thin as a mosquito's buzz. He was talking to several dust elves in his hand, using a language that Ronan could not understand, like a strange whisper. Soon, the dust elves received Arian's instructions and disappeared like smoke. If you want to communicate with them, remember to speak as low as possible, otherwise they will be scared. Dust elves can understand our language, but it will be much smoother to talk to them in the language of the elves. On the bookshelf on the 53rd floor on the left side behind you, there is an introduction to the elven language of the dust elves. If you are interested, you can flip through it. It won't take much time to learn it. Arian raised his head and spoke to Ronan in the tone of a person who had experienced it. He was clearly teaching Ronan something, but he didn't make people feel annoying. He showed an extremely excellent self-restraint that Ronan had never felt in another person. At this time, the dust elves who had left earlier came back and brought more dust elves with them. Several winged little people stacked together, holding teapots, teacups, and trays that were many times larger than them, swaying and making people worry that they would fall down in the next second. Arian whispered to Ronan, don't try to help them, otherwise they will get angry and ignore you for a long time. The dust elves are the housekeepers of the attic. They are keen to serve us. You just need to carefully tell them what you need and then wait patiently. If you have a good relationship with them, they may share with you many unknown secrets that happened in this attic. Ronan watched the large group of dust elves put everything on a long table. They brought steaming hot tea, as well as sugar cubes, cream, honey, salt, and snacks such as muffins and tarts. Soon, a very rich afternoon tea was arranged. He listened to Orian's words, his expression slightly changed, and he couldn't help but say, you really know them well. Orian quietly watched a gray-winged dust elf clumsily pour water into the cup in front of him, and said lightly, of course, I have been with them for more time than anyone else in the circle of magic. Ronan felt a deep sense of loneliness from Orion's words. It seems that being highly expected by the Lord-level figures of the Circle of Magic is not entirely good. Ronan seemed to be able to imagine that the lonely wizard boy stayed in this narrow and silent room day after day, year after year. All day long, except for meditation and practice, he could only talk to the dust people hiding in the gaps between the floor and the bookshelf. What's the situation outside now? Ronan asked Orion casually, stirring the snow-white sugar cubes in the red tea with a small silver spoon. In fact, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Although he was confined here and could not go out for the time being, the communication props were still on him, and he would occasionally contact Binig, Clemens and others. Just sitting face to face with Orion, he wondered if he should take the initiative to find some topics to break the quiet and slightly awkward atmosphere. What do you mean? The Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Orion paused, and then replied, after the list of wizards of the Resurrection Society was announced, the pursuit missions have been issued. There are also some wizards from other forces who have mixed in, and bloodshed and fighting incidents are happening every day. Through Orion's simple description, Ronan heard a word chaos. The development of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society has gradually become out of control. The forces that have been damaged by the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society, their resources have become hotcakes in the eyes of many people. Many forces have taken the excuse of eliminating the remaining forces of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society and began to plunder other people's territories. Some even directly disguised themselves as the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society and killed people and robbed treasures openly. The 6 major, oh no, now it should be said that it is the 5 major. According to Orion, the Thorn Palace was completely announced to be disbanded last month. Even the Silver Circle has absorbed the small number of wizards from the Thorn Palace to join. The areas around the 5 major wizard forces are almost in chaos, and this turmoil is still spreading to more distant places. In the turmoil, powerful wizards rise up and win respect and fame, while famous wizards fall and their souls go to the land of peace. Before coming here, I met Rufus. Arian suddenly spoke and looked at Ronan. Ronan was slightly startled, and a hideous body covered with naked flesh and blood subconsciously appeared in his mind. I fought with him. He also mentioned you to me. What did he mention about me? Ronan picked up the teacup in his hand, took a sip, and asked calmly. He was curious about your life and death. Arian said lightly. What was the result of your battle with him? Ronan asked, although he knew that such a direct question was not polite. Arian was silent for a moment, then he said, Rufus is practicing the ancient blood secrets passed down in the Scarlet Tower, and he is very powerful. This turmoil is the hotbed for his rapid growth. In this battle, neither he nor I used our full strength. The victory or defeat at this stage is meaningless. The real competition will have to wait for 3 years. Ronan's eyes flickered. Are you competing for the wizard seed of Hermus? No one will miss this event. Arian looked into Ronan's eyes and said lightly, you are the same, right? Ronan shook his head and said nothing. Although he was indeed eager to go, it was still unknown for him whether he could successfully advance to the 3rd level in 3 years. Are you interested in a competition? Arian suddenly asked, and Ronan's hand holding the teacup froze. There seemed to be a faint fluctuation between the two, and the scattered fighting spirit made the busy dust elves on the long table run around in panic. A moment later, the flame of the battle was extinguished by Ronan. Sorry. Ronan shook his head and put down the teacup in his hand. Something is wrong with my body. I am not suitable for casting spells and fighting now. Ronan knew very well that what Orion was interested in him was his spell of fusion of 3 domains, killing Ignatius in 1 second, and the power of the Frost Hydra bloodline. This is also the reason why Orion and Rufus regarded him as an equal opponent. However, the problem of the remaining will of Hikalto in the consciousness space has not been solved. Ronan can no longer use the power related to the ancient Frost Hydra, otherwise he may be backfired by the will, so he can only reject Orion's proposal. Although he is also curious about Orion's combat power. Okay. Orion showed a slight regret on his face, but didn't say anything. The topic between the two ended, and they fell silent, just quietly enjoying afternoon tea. Actually, they are very good. It is very worry-free to let them take care of the house. If you get along well, I suggest you take a few away at that time. After an unknown amount of time, Orion stood up from his seat, said goodbye to the dust elves playing on the table with his fingers, and then calmly left the ascetic room. This time, it seemed that he came just to meet Ronan. I guess this guy doesn't have many friends. Ronan watched Arian leave, then thought for a moment and casually took a book from the bookshelf on the 53rd row from the bottom to the top on the left side behind him. Secrets of House Elves. After flipping through a few pages, Ronan uttered a strange whisper with a bit of awkwardness. Several dust elves were attracted by his call and carefully poked their heads out from the cracks of the table, but as soon as they made eye contact with him, they immediately turned into smoke and disappeared. Ronan smiled, put down the book, turned around and chose a small gray door to walk in. Arian's arrival was just an insignificant episode, and the peaceful and regular life continued. Sometimes he forgot the passage of time. He seemed to be forgotten in this corner where no one cared. Arian never appeared again after that time, and the only person who visited the attic was Balby, who came to deliver resources every now and then. Ronan has developed a habit of writing a diary, but because he is not sure about the specific time and date, he uses another way to mark the record. Rune reading progress. 200. Mental power progress. 64%. Prepare to condense the 3rd mental power crystal. Balby sent the resources for the impact of the 2nd level wizard late 2 days ago. I asked him how long it would take before the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering was held, but he didn't say. Rune reading progress. 520. Mental power progress, still stuck at 64%. The third mental power crystal is not condensed, and the mental power cannot continue to grow. The reason for writing this diary is that 520 is a special number worth remembering. Unfortunately, I have no partner to share, but wizards do not need partners, and women will only affect my casting speed. Good news, after studying more than 500 first and second level runes, I can finally barely understand the runes in the Mirror Dagger and Silver Comb. Now I am trying to use these two runes to make the final modification to the Silverization rune. The runes in the Universal Orb can also be understood more, and Multiple Mirror Light may also be further optimized. I named the core rune in the Dawn level Silver Cane, Stagnation, and I am doing a preliminary analysis. Rune reading progress. 703. Mental power progress. 66%. Successfully promoted to the late stage of the second level wizard, the third mental power crystal has condensed, and the upgraded and optimized Silverization rune has been successfully solidified, and the effect is pretty good. Good news, the proficiency of Detection has been promoted to the master level, and the derived ability, Eye of Truth, can see the trajectory of the flow and arrangement of energy particles when the spell is cast. More functions need further exploration. Rune reading progress. 754. Mental power progress. 68%. Frost Spear has been promoted to the master level, and the extraordinary domain has been derived. Rune reading progress. 867. Mental power progress. 75%. Good news, Ice Ball has entered the second stage of domain resonance. So fast, the blood of the ancient Frost Hydra is still working. I am already an absolute ice wizard genius. Rune reading progress. 901. Mental power progress. 78%. Good news, Frost Ray has also entered the second stage of domain resonance. Rune reading progress. 970. Mental power progress. 80%. Good news, Ice Blade has entered the second stage of domain resonance. The three domains have been more thoroughly integrated. I am trying to integrate the fourth ice supernatural domain. I can foresee that Hikado's Death Gaze will bring a small shock to the wizard geniuses in the entire South. If I have the opportunity to get an invitation to compete for a seat. Good news, Power of Breaking the Law has finally been polished into the realm of first stage domain resonance by me. The energy system, Disintegration Ray, spell found on the 573rd floor of the attic bookshelf has inspired me a lot. Good news, Particle Torrent has entered the second stage of domain resonance. Good news, the master level proficiency of Austerity Body Forging has exceeded 1000, and the rune of Ancient Power has been promoted to intermediate level. Good news, the remaining will of Hikalto in the consciousness space has been almost worn out by me, and the hidden danger of Bloodline has been temporarily eliminated. I can try to continue Bloodline fusion, and the idea of Mirror Soul spell can be tried. Good news, the power of Mirror Soul spell cast by blood containing the blood of Ancient Frost Hydra is more powerful than I imagined. If I can raise the proficiency of this spell to master level, my trump card should be able to +1. Bad news, my mental power growth has fallen into a plateau period. I don't know the exact time, but I can feel that the progress has been stuck at 88% for a long time. The potion sent by Balby to improve mental power cultivation has almost developed drug resistance. When Balby comes next time, I plan to discuss with him how to solve this problem. Bad news, Balby thinks the root of the problem may still be my soul qualification. My strength is improving too fast, which is not what a wizard of my qualification can have. The impurities in my soul have become an obstacle to my continued progress. I need to fight to temper myself, but I can't go out for the time being. Good news, the master level proficiency of basic meditation has exceeded 1000, and my mental power has been purified twice, and the plateau that originally stuck me has passed. Bad news, there is not much time left before the start of the Haramus Wizard Seat competition, and I don't want to miss it. Rune reading progress. 3052. Mental power progress. 101%. Bad news, I have read all the rune books on the bookshelf in the ascetic room. Bad news, The space energy seeds in the consciousness space have disappeared. Bad news, the key to the promotion from level 2 to level 3 wizards is to use external means to improve soul power. The worse the soul qualification, the more resources are needed to improve soul power. After taking all the 2 soul-enhancing potions sent by Balbi, I still didn't feel the opportunity to advance to level 3. Kosti is continuing to help me collect them. Bad news, I am still obsessed with the study of the space and mirror rune spells of the ancient mirror court, but after losing the support of the space energy seeds, my research has completely reached a bottleneck. I really want to enter the mirror court secret realm again, so that many of my ideas can be verified and perhaps I can get more inspiration. Good news, I finally became friends with a female dust elf. She is very beautiful and only the size of my thumb. I named her Rieti. Bad news. Today, the age number displayed on my character panel has become 21 years old. Good news, I can go out. In the quiet attic of the ascetic room, the soft light of the lighting crystal falls like white gauze. In front of the smooth silver half-length mirror, a slender and upright figure wearing a silver-gray robe is carefully trimming himself in front of the mirror. The beautiful long chestnut brown hair and beard rustled down with the sound of scissors, falling on the warm wooden floor. A large group of winged dust elves on the floor were busy running around, collecting the scattered hair together. Until a certain time, the pruning sound stopped abruptly. The dust elves on the ground and in the air immediately dispersed, and then the hair piled on the floor was silently ignited by the flames and quickly burned into a pile of charred ash. Among the dust elves, a beautiful girl with 2 pairs of gray wings and long braids flapped her wings, bravely approached the figure, gently landed on the shoulder, and then looked at the mirror curiously. In the silver half-length mirror, there was a young man with short chestnut brown hair. He has handsome and heroic features, fair skin, and deep blue eyes, like an infinitely quiet lake. The young man's face is particularly calm, exuding a strong bookish atmosphere, with a calm and restrained temperament, giving people the feeling of a humble and wise scholar, and a low-key and elegant aristocrat. Ariete, do you want to go with me? The young man tilted his head slightly and asked the beautiful girl on his shoulder in a light and gentle voice. The girl's face showed a moving look, but she was a little hesitant. She lowered her head and looked down. I saw a middle-aged couple on the floor. The dust elves were looking at her with complicated expressions and waved at her gently. Yes. The girl mustered up her courage and nodded vigorously to the young man in the mirror. The latter smiled, stretched out his fingers and gently stroked the girl's head. The latter obediently approached him, and then turned into a wisp of smoke and hid in the folds of his robe collar. After doing all this, the young man turned around. Raising his hand, the silver bust behind him melted like water, flowing into his sleeves without leaving any trace. Unconsciously, 3 years have passed. Ronan sighed softly. He looked around, and the books displayed on the bookshelf were silent and seemed to be silently bidding him farewell. In the past 3 years, he has read almost every book here. The excellent memory brought by the development of the brain area allows him to easily recall the contents of every page of every book in every position on these bookshelves. From the time he walked here when he was nearly 18 years old to now when he was 21 years old, he has grown from a boy to a young man. Sometimes I feel that 3 years is quite a long time. But now looking back, I feel that it seems that the self in the mirror has changed in just a moment of looking back. Shoo! A silver-white space vortex appeared silently in the air in front of him. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he is now extremely sensitive to any energy fluctuations of the space system. Let's go, Ariete. After calming down, Ronan gently patted the collar of his robe, and then slowly walked into the vortex with a large group of dust elves bidding him farewell. On the wooden floor behind him, the middle-aged couple of dust elves looked at his back, waving and wiping tears. When Ronan walked out of the vortex exit, he found that he was not on the dark corridor where he entered 3 years ago, but in the air. The scorching sun hung in the cloudless sky, with golden light shining down, and under his feet was a huge metal ring rotating quietly. Ronan squinted his eyes and made a simple gesture to block his vision. When his pupils adapted to the external light, he put down his hands and saw the figure facing him under the scorching sun. Just like 3 years ago. Time has not left any traces on Kosti. She is still beautiful and pleasing to the eye, with the innocence of a girl and the elegance of a lady, as well as the majesty and calmness of a top wizard in the mist. She opened her arms towards Ronan and said softly, "Welcome out, Damien." The top of the 7th ring tower. Ronan stood in front of the huge crystal French window, and Balbi, transformed into a conch parrot, flew around his head noisily. He had met Ronan 7 days ago, and it was Balby who conveyed the news that he could go out, but now he was so excited that it seemed like he hadn't seen him for 3 years. Ronan looked down at the entire ring and saw a huge metal base at the west end of the 7 silver-white towers. Many wizards in ring robes were busy around it. The Circle of Magic is preparing to build the 8th tower. Kosti walked up to Ronan and explained calmly, "A lot of things happened during the 3 years you were in seclusion. The Thorn Palace no longer exists. We in the Circle of Magic have accepted a 3rd-level peak wizard from the original Thorn Palace, intending to make her the 8th ring master of the Circle of Magic. The resolution was just passed 2 months ago. Oh, by the way, you should have seen that person. She was the leader of the Thorn Palace in the 2nd battlefield when the core secret realm of the Mirror Court was opened. Is it her?" Ronan blinked, and Kosti's words left him with some impression. A beautiful plant-based female wizard with vines and flowers on her hair emerged in his mind. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the other party became a member of the Circle of Magic. "How much is your current strength 3 levels away?" Kosti suddenly spoke of another matter and asked Ronan. "A lot." Ronan shook his head. He knew why Kosti asked this. He thought for a while and asked, "How much time is left before the start of the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering?" Chapter 177, Spirit's Amazing Magic Box, Eye of Truth, Maze Solving. The gathering of the Southern Wizard Geniuses has already begun. Kosti said calmly, "Arian left the Circle of Magic a year ago and went to the ancient fairy city ruins of Harems. The battle for the wizard's seat will officially begin in about 4 months. 4 months." Ronan silently recited this number without saying anything. Kosti thought about it, turned her space ring, and took out 3 things and handed them to Ronan. Ronan looked at the 3 things in front of him. The first one was a bottle of black and turbid potion, and the second one was a small piece of dry and twisted tree root-like object. Looking closely, it was found to be some kind of dried animal casing. The last one was a peculiarly shaped metal box, with densely packed brass gears on the surface of the box, and a small piece of rune stone inside the box. Ronan picked up the rune stone in the box and looked at it, and unexpectedly found that it was a map. A very large map, almost covering the entire south. There are 2 points marked in particular. One is the place where the battle for the Haremis wizard's seat was actually held, which Kosti mentioned before, the ruins of the ancient city of the goblins. The other point shows the ruins of the mechanical heart. Ronan blinked, raised his head and waited for Kosti's explanation. "These are the subsequent rewards and compensations given to you by the magic ring. The first 2 things are potions that can increase soul power. You can take them directly and they can bring you 1 step closer to level 3. The third thing is the key to enter the ruins of the mechanical heart. The key to enter the ruins of the mechanical heart. The key naturally cannot be a rune map." Ronan set his eyes on the strange metal box that contained the map. The mechanical heart is a relic of the dwarf civilization and has been explored many times by southern wizards. Many of the metal spell puppets used by many wizards in the south now come from the inheritance of the mechanical heart. Kosti explained. Ronan frowned. Before he could ask, Kosti continued, "But the most valuable thing in the mechanical heart ruins is not what the dwarf craftsman left behind. It's the legacy of Spurt." Spurt? Ronan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Spurt was the name of the first legendary wizard he came into contact with. This name was much more attractive to him than Haremis. Because he had used the Orb of Awakens countless times, every time he activated it, he would hear the voice of Spirit repeatedly. It was young, bright, and seemed to be always passionate and full of infinite desire to explore. "Welcome to Spirit's fantasy space, the latecomer holding the Orb of Awakens. Spirert should be the earliest explorer of the mechanical heart. There's even a saying that the mechanical heart was built by the dwarf civilization under his guidance." Before leaving the mechanical heart, Spirit left many similar metal boxes inside. Some of these boxes contain magic tools, some are precious spell inheritances, some are rare runes, some have nothing, and some may even be some bad things. Later wizards called these boxes Spirit's surprise boxes. Before opening the box, you will never know whether it contains a surprise or a shock. It fits Ronan's fantasy of Spirit very well, an unpredictable boy who likes to play pranks. Ronan suddenly thought of the full name of the rune, Silverization, and couldn't help looking at Kosti in surprise. Kosti understood what he meant, nodded and said, "As you think, the Silverization Rune and the related metal magic inheritance are from the surprise magic box of Spirit. There is a special induction between the magic boxes. You can try your luck at the mechanical heart ruins. Ronan nodded. Kosti's suggestion was good. In the last time in the ascetic room, most of his energy was spent on the combination of metal, space and mirror magic, but he was stuck in a bottleneck. If there is no progress in space and mirror magic, maybe a breakthrough can be found in the metal system. Ronan expressed his gratitude to Kosti. He could probably guess that the so-called compensation reward from the magic ring might only be the last metal magic box. The first two might be personal gifts from Kosti. Some things don't need to be said explicitly. Ronan remembers them all in his heart. Even if you can't directly participate in the competition for the seat, watching this grand event that brings together all the wizard geniuses in the South will also be of great benefit to your future path. Set off as soon as possible, Ronan. Whether you go to the mechanical heart or the fairy ancient city, it will take a long time to get there from here. Kosti looked at Ronan calmly, with some encouragement in her eyes, but not much. She just thought that Ronan should go because it would be good for Ronan's practice, but she didn't have any expectations for him, let alone put any pressure on him. Kosti is really suitable to be a mother. Ronan silently evaluated Kosti in his heart. Kosti took care of all the trivial matters of his practice in detail. After Ronan expressed his belief that something or a certain goal must be achieved, she would verbally pour cold water on Ronan and ring the alarm bell in his ears to control his rising blood, but in action, she would do her best to help him prepare. Encourage him, but never put too much pressure on him. Sometimes Ronan felt that he was quite lucky to enter the seventh ring. Kosti might not be a very good ring master or mentor. She did not give Ronan much guidance in practice, but she took good care of Ronan in other aspects. Living under her protection, Ronan felt comfortable and free. Until now, he did not have much sense of belonging to the ring. Most of his sense of belonging was only with Kosti. Click, the brass door lock turned, and Ronan walked into the brightly lit room. Looking around, everything had not changed since he left. There was a faint smell of dust in the air, proving that no one had cleaned or come in during his absence. The soul sealed in the door lock was stripped away, and there was no annoying noise in his ears. Ronan was satisfied with everything. Come out, Ariete. Ronan gently tapped the collar of his robe, and the dust elf girl Ariete carefully poked her little head out from the gap in her robe. She looked around curiously at everything around her, this future new home. The elf girl flew up from Ronan's collar, flapping her wings, bringing up a string of dust mist that looked like gray fireworks. All the dust accumulated in the room gathered towards her, and the air gradually became fresh. This is the innate talent of the dust elves. Where there are dust elves, you will never see even a grain of scattered dust. Ronan saw that Ariete was having fun in a new environment, and the cleaning game would probably continue for a while. He raised his finger, and a large number of notes and letter papers piled up next to the door of the room suddenly flew towards him like snowflakes. Ronan sat down at the desk facing the window leisurely and began to read them one by one. 3 years seemed like a big change for him, but for most wizards with long lifespans, it was actually not much different from taking a nap in the afternoon. The envelopes in front of Ronan mentioned basically trivial things. After all, people who were close to him would naturally contact him using the message stone, and only those who were not so familiar with him would leave him messages by mail. Ronan quickly browsed through them and unexpectedly found a note from Orion in the pile of envelopes. There were only a few lines on it, which simply said that he had left and was going to the ancient city of fairies. He and Orion had only exchanged a few words, and there was no message mark left between them. Orion would specifically inform him before leaving the magic circle, which surprised him. Continuing to flip through, Ronan finally found the letter he was looking for, a reply letter from Windhaven. There was also a letter that felt hard and no one knew what was inside. The sender's name on the envelope had faded and could not be seen clearly. Ronan found that it was completely based on a small, mottled golden spike flower mark in the corner. The sender of the first letter was Old Wells, but it contained 3 different contents, from Old Wells, Little Cheryl and Venetia. The 3 of them sent one letter together, probably to save money. The letter paper must have been treated with special potions, and it was still brand new after several years. It even felt a little damp, as if you could still smell the salty smell of the sea breeze that had not completely dissipated. In the letter, Old Wells asked about Ronan's recent situation, and then briefly talked about their situation in Windhaven. The environment in Windhaven is more peaceful than the former Hoddam Academy, because it is close to the sea and has abundant resources. The wizards living here live much more comfortably than the wizards in Hoddam Wizardland. Old Wells said that he used the magic stone given by Ronan before he left, plus his own savings, to open a small pharmacy in Windhaven, mainly for the lowest level wizard apprentices. Cheryl and Venetia both helped in the store, and their lives were pretty good. He was particularly pleased to learn that Cheryl had officially entered the realm of a first-level wizard apprentice and had shown a good talent for potion science. Cheryl's letter was the one with the most words among the three. Cheryl reported everything about her life to Ronan in almost every detail. The words were full of childish innocence and romance. Ronan smiled knowingly from time to time while reading. Cheryl also spent a long time in the letter saying how much Venetia missed him and hoped that he could go there as soon as possible. The four of them lived like a family like they did in Hoddam. She also emphasized that if he went there, he would be surprised and get a huge surprise, etc. Ronan turned to the last page of the letter. There were only a few lines of words on Venetia's letter. The words were polite and courteous, just like greetings between ordinary friends. Ronan subconsciously thought of a shy and timid girl with long braids. A few waves rose in his heart, but they soon disappeared. He picked up another letter, from Earl Damien. He had traveled to the south, experienced life and death, but he had not lost contact with his hometown until now. It was a miracle. He opened the envelope, and a piece of white and gold-plated paper immediately fell out. Ronan picked it up and found that it was an invitation to an engagement party. Lil and another unfamiliar name were written on the letter. Ronan was slightly startled, and then he realized that he had been away from home for almost 6 years. The little girl who followed him and called him brother, who was about the same age as Cheryl, should have grown into a graceful young girl now. You're already engaged? Judging from the suffix of the other party's name, he is probably also a noble. Ronan's fingers gently stroked the smooth and delicate paper, and for the first time he had the idea of going home to take a look. Now that his pace is getting faster and faster, Ronan is very worried that he will no longer have the desire to turn back at any time. I'll consider it after the genius gathering is over. Ronan put away the 2 letters, scanned the remaining letters, and then took out the 3 things that Kosti gave him. After carefully studying the Sibrit's amazing magic box and finding nothing, he focused all his attention on the other 2 potions that could increase soul power. Ronan took the 2 potions one by one. It was similar to the experience of taking several potions that could increase soul power before. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to hear the sound of his soul growing. Swish 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 in the consciousness space, the 3 spiritual power crystals that had been purified twice made a slight clicking sound and slowly grew stronger. To advance from level 2 to level 3, a second-level wizard needs to condense his 4th spiritual power crystal, which means more soul space is needed. For a genius with excellent soul aptitude, it is not difficult to achieve this step, but Ronan's aptitude is ordinary, so he needs the assistance of external resources. With the 2 potions in front of him, his soul power has increased 5 times in the late stage of level 2. In fact, under normal circumstances, it is enough to break through to level 3. But after the spiritual power was purified twice by basic meditation, Ronan's spiritual power was at least 10 times stronger than that of an average second-level wizard in both quality and quantity. Simply put, his spiritual power crystal is 10 times larger than that of an average second-level late-stage wizard. Because of this, the spiritual power standard required to break through the 3rd level is also higher. Strength, second-level formal wizard, 189%. After the effects of the 2 potions were fully absorbed, Ronan checked his character panel and found that his strength progress had reached 189%. The growth of soul power stimulates the growth of spiritual power. The potion given by Kosti saved him a lot of meditation. Checking his current consciousness space, he saw 3 crystal clear, transparent crystals without any impurities quietly suspended. Each of them was quite large, and each of them was solidified with different soul seal patterns. The purity of the spiritual power crystal represents the quality of the spiritual power. Ronan's 3 spiritual power crystals not only did not have any impurities, but even the 3 crystals continued to emit some unusual light golden light. This golden light appeared after the spiritual power was purified twice. Ronan felt that his spiritual power had been purified to a level that was about to undergo a qualitative change. Of course, this was a good thing for him, as it made the power released by his ordinary spells more than 10 times that of ordinary wizards. Ronan released the spiritual power fluctuations that had been restrained to the extreme bit by bit. In an instant, his robes fluttered silently, and a strange light golden glow was emitted from the entire body. It was like bathing in the light of the morning sun, with an indescribable magical charm. Ronan exhaled a foul breath, restrained the spiritual power fluctuations that were different from ordinary people, and then quietly stood up. Seeing that the dust elf Ariete was still busy, and she didn't know when she had an extremely small broom in her hand, she was singing and sweeping. He didn't disturb her and quietly left the room. With a brightly feathered parrot perched on her shoulder, the elegant Costi stood quietly at the top of the silver tower, overlooking a figure at the bottom of the tower going away. "He's gone." Bobby pecked at his feathers and grumbled, "Oh, Kirsty, I've never seen you love and pamper someone so much, just like that bad Shelby treated you. Do you have any special feelings for him? Speak up, Kirsty. For wizards, age is never a problem." Kirsty turned her head coldly and glanced at Bobby. Bobby suddenly had a bad premonition. The next second, before he could scream, the whole bird had shot out in one direction like a cannonball, leaving only a few scattered feathers. After dealing with the outspoken Bobby, Kirsty looked at Ronan's back with a complicated look in her eyes, and whispered softly, "If he could be given a few more years, at the same age as Orion, I believe he would definitely shine at the rally." What a pity. The wind at the top of the tower blew away Kirsty's soft sigh. On the quiet and deserted lakeside, the afternoon sun shines on the lake, reflecting countless bright lights, sparkling like a huge mirror immersed in water. Ronan stood by the lake, enjoying the warm lake breeze, and some white light gradually appeared in his eyes. These white lights grew out of his eyes like silk, and then wove in a mysterious eye pattern that was vaguely visible at the position between his eyebrows. Detection technique, Eye of Truth. This auxiliary general spell, which is only of low level 0 and so low in grade that even many wizard apprentices disdain to use it, has undergone some wonderful transformations after his proficiency was promoted to master level. After the spell was cast, the world in Ronan's eyes seemed to peel off a thin layer of hazy veil, and suddenly became clear and colorful. He saw countless energy particles swimming on the lake, gathering and dispersing like smoke. Some space energy particles gathered into the shape of a vortex, and appeared extremely conspicuously in a tall reed bush more than 500 meters away from him. Ronan found the entrance to the secret garden without any effort. It was much easier than searching along the lakeside with his mental power every time he came here before. Ronan walked into the secret garden along the entrance, and the beautiful and quiet small garden appeared in front of him again. There were some energy particles that were not distributed naturally at the entrance. Ronan's eyes flickered, but he didn't take it to heart. It seems that someone came here not long ago. It's normal, after all, he's the latecomer. Ronan looked at the mysterious garden in front of him with the Eye of Truth. The space teleportation arrays that used to show a trace only by using magic to stir up the energy particle tide were now clearly presented in his vision. This world is actually not as complicated as you think. The premise is that you need to have a pair of eyes that are good at observation. The white eye pattern intertwined between Ronan's eyebrows flickered, and then he took a light step into the garden with a calm expression. He had been studying the mysteries of space and mirror magic in the ascetic attic of the magic ring for 3 whole years. Apart from a few runes related to space and mirrors in his hands, the rest was based on his personal experiences of exploring the secret realm of the mirror garden several times. The mysterious garden in front of him had appeared in his mind countless times. Ronan had thought about how to crack this space teleportation array maze countless times. Now, it was finally time to verify his ideas. Living steel. Ronan chanted softly, and layers of metal poured out from under his robe like mercury. Chapter 178, Broken Silver, Ronan Damian's Space Mithril Transformation. Key. Under the interweaving of countless mysterious auras, layers of metal wrapped Ronan completely, and he squirmed like a living thing, and finally turned into living metal armor covering his whole body, revealing only Ronan's hair and a pair of eyes. His face was covered by a black mask, and countless metals on the mask flowed like water waves, giving people a mysterious and weird feeling. After Ronan was completely wrapped in living steel, a deep silver color spread from his face and quickly spread. In an instant, the whole person turned into silver gray, and a large number of complex and mysterious patterns appeared on the mask on his face. In addition to the mystery and weirdness, the overall appearance has a bit more noble temperament. In 3 years, Ronan's height has grown from 1.8 meters to 1.9 meters. He is already tall and straight among the wizards. Now that he is wearing living steel, the whole person is more and more majestic, like a silver-white metal monster more than 2 meters tall. A flash, a faint special energy wave ripples out, and Ronan has appeared in the center of the mysterious garden. Shua, a distorted transparent human figure, arrived as promised in the midst of the blooming lavender and geranium flowers. Under the silver-white metal mask, countless white lines in the azure eyes spread rapidly, and the flickering eye pattern between the eyebrows completely appeared from the forehead. At this moment, in Ronan's eyes, the transparent human figure, which was incredibly fast and difficult to be captured by the naked eye and mental power, had turned into a large number of silver-white shining silk threads, looking like a fast-rolling silver ball of yarn. The ball of yarn rolled towards Ronan quickly. Unlike before, this time facing the attack of the distorted transparent human figure, Ronan did not dodge, but stood in place and slowly narrowed his eyes. The distorted transparent human figure rushed to Ronan at a very fast speed. When the opponent entered the 5-meter range of his body, Ronan's eye of truth between his eyebrows suddenly shone brightly, and the pure white eye pattern almost broke free from his forehead. At the same time, in the consciousness space, the third spiritual power crystal with the golden light trembled slightly, and the soul symbol embedded in it also hummed continuously. Mysterious silver-white light bloomed from Ronan's eyes, and strong special energy fluctuations emanated from his body, almost covering the fluctuations of metal magic in an instant. Hiss! Ronan took a deep breath, and at the moment when the transparent distorted human figure was about to rush in front of him, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and opened his 5 fingers. In an instant, the silver metal attached to its body rolled like water, and along the right arm and 5 fingers, countless silver-white metal tentacles quickly extended, and in an instant, the transparent distorted human figure was wrapped layer by layer. The latter's forward momentum was slightly reduced, but his body was like the sharpest blade, constantly cutting through the metal tentacles that blocked its progress. A large number of metal tentacles broke. Ronan's expression remained unchanged, and a gleam of brilliance burst out in his eyes, and he shouted softly. Stagnation. In the consciousness space, the soul symbol contained in the third spiritual power crystal flashed again. A trace of stagnant mysterious aura emanated from Ronan, and the space within a small area around him suddenly froze, as if a large amount of invisible glue was suddenly poured in. Airflow, light, and even time seemed to fall into an extremely slow flow. Under the influence of this force, the movement of the transparent twisted figure suddenly slowed down by dozens or even hundreds of times. A terrifying force of breaking free burst out from his body, and the solidified void made a crackling sound of shattering. It seemed that the stagnant space would be completely broken in the next second. Ronan looked calm, and the whole person suddenly took a step forward and appeared in front of the transparent twisted figure in an instant. He stretched out his right hand, and the layers of metal collapsed. The sound of crackling of joints colliding came from his right arm. The right arm, which was originally long and strong, suddenly became extremely strong, with muscles colliding, veins bulging, and dark blue snake scales appearing. The 5 fingers swelled up, and the fingertips turned black. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an arm like a legendary monster, and suddenly inserted into the chest of the transparent twisted figure. Bang, 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 under the eye of truth, the countless silver-white threads that formed the transparent twisted human figure broke one by one under Ronan's palm. Ronan tore the wool ball apart in an extremely brutal way, and his entire arm almost completely sank into the transparent twisted human body. Then, as if he had grasped something tightly, his expression changed, and then he quickly retracted his hand. Bang! As Ronan retracted his hand, the transparent twisted human figure entangled by a large number of metal tentacles exploded, turning into countless silver-white air currents, splashing in all directions, leaving a series of dark cut marks in the void. All the living steel on Ronan's body was pushed in front of him, but under the impact of these special energy flows, it was like brittle paper and was quickly washed to pieces. He didn't care, and stood quietly in the fierce energy turbulence like a reef, allowing the occasional turbulence to flow through and leave cut scars on his body. The vitality ball in his body, like a blazing fireball, released a little vitality and quickly healed those scars. During the whole process, the master-level proficiency of austerity body forging on the character panel increased rapidly. At this time, Ronan's attention was completely attracted by the thing in his hand. His right arm had returned to normal, and between his white and slender 5 fingers, he firmly grasped a silver light ball that was almost condensed into substance. Ronan stared at the light ball in his hand, and there was a constant flash of light in his eyes. Sure enough, just as he had concluded countless times in the ascetic attic, the real exit of this mysterious garden was not in any corner of the garden. The key to the entrance to the next secret space is hidden in the transparent twisted human body, guarding the entire garden. The space teleportation array that spreads throughout the garden, with no regular movement and landing points, is simply a trick. What kind of space array maze? The maze has no exit at all, and every one is a dead end. The real exit is right under our noses, but it has been ignored every time. This kind of dark under the lamp puzzle is actually not difficult to solve. The real difficulty lies in how to defeat the transparent twisted human body guarding the garden and get the key from it. It is unknown whether this is a puppet product of spell alchemy or something else. It has the powerful characteristics of space and mirror system, is extremely powerful, fearless, and extremely lethal. Even a general third-level wizard may not be able to suppress it in a head-on confrontation. Even if the answer is revealed, it is not possible for ordinary wizards to break it and take out the key from its body. Ronan was able to kill it in one fell swoop, mainly because of the special effect of the upgraded and optimized silverization rune. He spent a full 3 years in the ascetic attic, relying on the accumulation of more than 3,000 runes, and barely made a preliminary analysis of several space-related runes on his hand, integrating the effects of space transmission and space stagnation into the silverization rune. With a metal spell effect of the extraordinary domain of living steel, as well as his own innocent body, and the strong physical strength of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline, he forcibly took out the key from its body in the moment when he fixed the transparent and distorted humanoid. This key is also the core of the opponent's power, so it presents such a relaxed visual effect. Ronan pinched the silver ball of light and looked around. If this is the key, then what he has to do next is to find the door to insert the key. Suddenly, Ronan felt a light ball in his hand trying to break free. He subconsciously tightened his 5 fingers, and ended up crushing the light ball, and countless silver streams of light shot out from between his fingers. Before Ronan frowned, he found that there was still something left in his hand the next second. It was a rune as shiny and bright as a mirror, the most beautiful, complex and mysterious rune Ronan had ever seen. It turned out that the core was this. Ronan blinked, a little surprised. Then he saw the mysterious rune in his hand suddenly shattered, then gathered and recovered, and then shattered again and repeated this process. GIF format rune. Ronan was shocked. Compared with the runes he had seen before, the rune in his hand was indeed like a static picture compared to a dynamic picture. It was obviously much more advanced, something he had never seen before. However, before Ronan could wait for long to be surprised, he found that the space under his feet and around him, the entire secret space began to tremble, and the tranquility in the garden was broken. Ronan took a few steps back and returned to the position when he came in, and then saw that the entire garden in front of him began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Black cracks appeared in every corner of the entire secret garden, as if a beautiful mirror was suddenly ruthlessly broken by someone. There were more and more black cracks, and then they began to fall off piece by piece. A fragment fell off in front of Ronan, accompanied by the dissipation of invisible waves. Ronan's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he subconsciously stepped back again, but his cheek had been rubbed by the wave. A stinging feeling came. Ronan stretched out his hand and gently wiped his left cheek, with traces of blood between his fingers. His eyes flickered slightly, and he cast the Eye of Truth again. White light intertwined. Ronan squinted his eyes and looked up. At this moment, the garden's secret realm that was crumbling suddenly presented another scene in his eyes. Countless arcs of light and countless lines were peeled off from a complete whole. This peeling process had obscure fluctuations, which contained terrifying power. The one that just bruised Ronan was only an extremely insignificant strand, and some of them made Ronan feel frightened even from a distance. At this time, Ronan looked down at the broken rune in his hand again, and his eyes were deeply moved. This is the power of space collapse. Only when a piece of space collapses can such a terrible power be generated. He deeply realized the extraordinariness of the mysterious rune in his hand, but the next second a bold idea came from the bottom of his heart. This idea made his heart beat violently, and his blood vessels almost stretched. It was a great excitement of suddenly seeing the dawn after struggling in the darkness for a long time. Ronan spent a full 3 years in the attic of the Ring of Magic to do one thing, that is, trying to integrate the mystery of space into metal magic. In the absence of the corresponding space magic inheritance, this is almost impossible to do. But because of the space energy seed left by the Dawn-level silver staff, under the natural watering, all of whose several soul seals have undergone a wonderful transformation, and with a foundation for the transformation towards space, everything has become possible. In 3 years, Ronan has achieved considerable results in the space transformation of soul seals. The transformed silverization seal has the effects of short-distance directional transmission and temporary space stagnation. The power of metal-based spells released on this basis is much stronger than before. This is actually thanks to the fact that the grade of the rune, Shebeart's mithril transformation, is not high. It is only a rare rune of the second-level metal system. If it exceeds the second level, Ronan may not be able to do it. So far, Ronan's optimization and transformation of the silverization seal is still in progress, and he is trying to add the seal effect of space-splitting force to it. It was the second-level silver comb magic tool he had obtained on the rattan table in the mysterious garden before, and the core magic rune inside it. The principle of space-splitting force is actually to condense the space energy into a knife, and then use this knife to cause damage. The power of space-splitting is much stronger than the physical level, such as the cutting force generated by metal spells. This is also one of the reasons why space spells are stronger than general elemental spells. This step is very important for Ronan. In fact, after being promoted to second-level wizard, Ronan has already felt the fatigue of metal spells in terms of lethality. When he was a first-level wizard, metal spells could still become his main combat spells, but after the second level, metal spells can only provide auxiliary combat for Ronan most of the time. The main reason is that the power is not strong, which may also be related to the fact that the metal spell inheritance obtained by the silver magic ring is not strong enough. Ronan's transformation of his own metal magic system is to make up for this shortcoming. If the metal magic can be integrated with this space mystery, the situation will definitely be different. In 3 years, a completely unrecognizable silverization talisman can barely prove that his idea is still feasible. According to Ronan's idea, when the space-splitting power of the silver comb magic tool is successfully integrated into the silverization talisman, the space transformation of the metal magic can be considered to be initially completed and can meet his expectations. However, now, Ronan has found a more powerful and more suitable transformation idea for the silverization talisman at this stage. If I abandon the space-splitting power and instead integrate the mystery of space collapse into the silverization talisman, the space collapse mystery is more advanced and more powerful than space splitting. The most critical point is that the current silverization talisman already has the space stagnation effect derived from the Dawn-level silver staff. After the stagnation effect is activated, the area covered by the power will temporarily become a hole. At this time, the shattering effect will be used to break it up, and the power will be further upgraded. The whole process is undoubtedly much smoother than his original idea. Stagnation. Shattering. At this moment, Ronan had many ideas in his mind, and countless inspirations burst out like sparks. His eyes kept moving back and forth between the broken runes in his hand and the scene of the garden shattering in front of him. Countless tiny lights flickered in his eyes, and something in his mind was sprouting like a seed. It was unknown how long it took. Ronan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his hand and made a swinging motion. Under the robe, a brilliant silver light bloomed. The silver metal was thrown out by Ronan like a living thing that was wriggling all the time. After several flashes and disappearances, it suddenly condensed into a huge disc at a certain position. The metal flowing on the surface of the disc solidified and motionless, and a trace of stagnant breath emanated. The space where the metal disc was located suddenly showed a light-like mirror refraction. Then, at the moment when the stagnant aura accumulated to the peak, everything shattered quietly again. Bang! Shua shua shua! The broken mirror metal disc turned into countless half-moon-shaped fragments, shooting in all directions. Each fragment dragged out a strange and terrifying spell wave, leaving countless shocking black broken marks in the void in an instant. Ronan exhaled, his eyes burning. Countless scattered metal fragments turned into liquid living things again and gathered towards him. At this moment, in the third spiritual power crystal in his consciousness space, a brand new soul seal was shining. It's done. After integrating the 3 special characteristics of teleportation, stagnation and collapse, the magic lethality of the silverization living steel is much stronger than before. The means of changing spells during battle are also much richer, far exceeding my initial expectations. This move can be called broken silver. Ronan pondered for a moment. It is obviously not appropriate to call the current silverization talisman. It is more appropriate to describe it as space silverization. The full name, Ronan Damian Space Mithril Transformation. A new rune name naturally popped up in Ronan's mind, and a great sense of accomplishment that he had never experienced before rose from his heart. For the first time in his life, he felt the joy of creation. In this vast land of wizards, another new rune was born from his hands. This was the first rune created by him. Although he did it by standing on the shoulders of many predecessors and it was just a simple moving and piecing together, it still meant a lot to Ronan. It's a pity that no one shared this achievement and joy. After a brief moment of joy, Ronan gradually calmed down, and continued to think as he looked at a mysterious rune in his hand that was constantly breaking and reorganizing. This rune is too difficult and profound. I can only roughly comprehend the basics now, and there is still room for improvement in the future. Moreover, Ronan discovered something. The combination of spatial stagnation plus spatial collapse is actually not limited to the use of metal spells. His other two soul seals may also be able to add these two features. Especially the Tundra Frozen Soil seal. The stronger and more stable the spatial structure, the stronger the spatial collapse force generated after it is broken. Just like the stronger the mirror, the sharper the edges of its fragments after it is broken. Ronan first thought of his own icy domain from this spell principle. How can the mirror formed by two silver transformed second-order metals be compared with a mirror formed by a domain? If after constructing the icy domain, the entire domain is turned into a mirror and shattered, Ronan's eyes moved slightly. How terrifying would the resulting space-shattering power be? He couldn't imagine it. But one day he would see it with his own eyes. Ronan was ready to start optimizing the Tundra Frozen Soil sigil. Opening the character panel, as expected, the strength progress had regressed a little. The solidified soul sigil is not unchangeable, and the result after the change is like what Ronan is doing now. The soul power declines and the mental power weakens. Because this behavior consumes a lot of soul power, it will cause the soul to be temporarily weakened. This was not the first time that this happened to Ronan. He repeatedly altered the solidified silverization rune in the Ring of Loatic. Each time he modified it, he would experience such a weak period. He just needed to take some time to recover slowly. It was just that Ronan's soul power was not enough to reach the level of a third-level wizard, and now it was even further away. However, compared with the future strength, this little after effect was really insignificant. Carefully putting away the mysterious rune in his hand, Ronan looked up at the scene in front of him. The once beautiful and quiet little garden had completely disappeared, leaving only a dark void in front of him. There was no secret space behind the garden as Ronan imagined. Perhaps it was a corridor, or perhaps it was the living room of the owner of the garden. After the garden's secret realm was broken, no other space was generated. This was a completely independent secret space, and it was on the verge of collapse. The reason why it has not completely disappeared until now is that there is a mysterious space force supporting this shaky space shell. A ball of silver-white light. Filled with extremely rich space energy. Just like the silver light that enveloped the mysterious broken rune before. Quietly suspended in the center of the void space, it became the only light source to dispel all the darkness around it. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he slowly walked towards the ball of light. When he got close to the ball of light, he saw what was hidden in the ball of light, and his eyes were slightly stunned. Key. Ronan blinked, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the whole ball of light. He thought that the transparent twisted humanoid body was hiding the key to get out of the garden maze, but he guessed wrong. It was just a rune. He thought there was no next level in the garden maze. It seemed to be wrong again. After the garden's secret realm collapsed, a real key appeared in front of him. A silver key that looked not much different from the brass key that matched the ordinary door lock. It was palm length, and the material was very strange, like silver, but more transparent than silver, and it contained indescribable rich space energy particles. This is a key made of some kind of space attribute material. Ronan was shocked. Space energy attribute material. Based on this point alone, the key-shaped object in his hand is already an extremely precious treasure. Chapter 179, Holy Blood Dependence, New Problems, Set Off. After Ronan got the key, The void space in front of him lost its last support and began to collapse rapidly. Ronan released the Eye of Truth and carefully explored every corner of the space. After finding nothing, he retreated before the space was completely destroyed. Gulu, a whirlpool several meters in size, suddenly appeared on the calm lake surface. A tall and handsome young man walked out of it and landed gently on the lakeside. Turning around, the whirlpool swallowed up the fish and shrimps. After a moment, it disappeared and the lake's surface returned to calm. At this time, Ronan explored the lake again and could no longer find any entrance. The mysterious garden secret space was completely disappeared. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and he gently stroked his space ring, which contained the mysterious space key he had just obtained. It turns out that the whole space is just a key box. Now Ronan thought that the whole garden space was actually a huge drawer. The drawer was carefully covered with a layer of exquisitely patterned cloth, and some valuable small things were placed on the cloth. The purpose of all this was to cover up the key hidden in the drawer. All the things in the entire garden space, including the mysterious rune of extremely high grade, may not be as valuable as this key made of space energy material. The key itself is extraordinary. It is hard to imagine that if this key is just a key, what will be the thing that needs to be opened by it? Ronan looked at the lake again, turned the flying ring, and flew into the sky. After the destruction of the garden's secret realm, this lake is just an ordinary lake. I don't know how the ponytailed female wizard and others who led him to this secret realm will react when they find that they can no longer find the entrance to the secret realm. During the flight, Ronan felt the fluctuation of the communication stone in the space ring. He took out the glowing communication stone and gently clicked it, and found that it was a message from Kosti. The general meaning was to ask him to be careful on the road, especially to be careful of the people of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Although the Goblin Plains incident has been over for 3 years, the forces belonging to the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society seem to have disappeared in the past 2 years, but no one can say when they will suddenly jump out again. Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Ronan looked at Kosti's message, thought about it, and took out something from his space ring, this colorful, weird goat-horned mask that looked like it was painted with a lot of messy, low-quality oil paint. In the previous battle on the Goblin Plains, he killed several wizards from the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. In addition to several space rings, the most valuable one might be this mysterious mask obtained from the secret leader of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Ronan took the weird goat-horned mask in his hand and could clearly feel the strange fluctuations coming from it. When he got closer, he seemed to hear the evil whispers coming from the mask. In the consciousness space, the remaining ancient will of the ancient frost multi-headed snake Ikalto seemed a little restless. Instinct kept driving Ronan to destroy and discard the mask in his hand. Every time he took this mask in his hand, Ronan would feel an extreme hatred and disgust in his heart. Is it Ikalto's natural enemy in ancient times? Ronan frowned slightly. He had obtained this strange goat-horn mask a long time ago. It was different from any magic tool Ronan had ever seen. The mask was densely engraved with various strange runes, which were closely combined with each other to form a whole. It looked like a long passage of scripture spells, or a mysterious picture. Ronan had seen the Dark Leader of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society use this mask, and the power it inspired was infinitely close to the level of Dawn. However, because he did not understand the specific control method, Ronan could not reproduce this power and could only collect it as a collection. Korsti's reminder is correct. Although the Ring of Law announced that the World Stone coordinates have been extracted from me and destroyed under the joint witness of several Dawn wizards and dozens of level 3 wizards, the people of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society may not believe it completely. Even if they believe it, they may catch me back to verify it. Not to mention that there is a level 3 peak secret leader of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society who died in my hands. So Ronan was extremely low-key this time and did not tell anyone, but this was only a stopgap measure. If the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society still keeps an eye on him, sooner or later they will find him again. Ronan was also quite troubled by this problem, but there was no good solution at this stage. He could only improve his strength as soon as possible and prepare for the crisis in advance. Unknowingly, Ronan came to a familiar valley. He used the induction of the soul contract to silently release the message of his return in a certain direction, and then stepped into the valley and entered the secret base where he had not returned for 3 years. The miniature secret space was as peaceful as it was 3 years ago. There were many more plant-based potions planted in the potion garden nursery, and they were more luxuriant. During the 3 years in the penance attic, Ronan commissioned Balbi to send some resources to Binigo every once in a while. Ronan also gave all the space energy beads he got on the mirror core to Binigo. It seemed that Binigo used the materials to maintain and repair the space. The whole space looked bigger and more stable. At least it didn't look as broken and leaky as before. When Ronan walked in, Binigo was busy at a laboratory table. Sensing Ronan's arrival, Binigo stopped the experimental work in his hands, looked in his direction, and simply greeted him. "You're here." There was no excitement and joy of old friends meeting after a long separation. It was as ordinary as if the last time they met was 3 days ago, not 3 years ago. Ronan's eyes were deeply touched by Binigo's almost completely gray hair, and the whole person looked more than 10 years older. 3 years ago, he had his blood purified for the second time. For him, the man, the tree, and the snake around him, the process was not as easy as others saw later. For 3 whole years, Binigo had not recovered from the loss of blood and ki. Ronan was silent for a moment, and then told Binigo about his upcoming departure. A gathering of genius wizards from all the forces in the south. Binigo pondered, picked up a pen and quickly wrote a long list on paper and handed it to Ronan. Some of the materials needed for the subsequent cultivation of the holy blood tree, as well as some things needed to build Fiona's eternal coffin, are not available in the magic circle. The resource interaction platform you can access is getting bigger and bigger. If you have the chance, remember to pay attention to it. Ronan took the list of materials from Binigo, scanned it, wrote down all the names of the things recorded on it, and nodded to indicate that he understood. At this time, a rustling sound came from his ears. Ronan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a soft crimson branch reaching out to him like a child's hand, constantly greeting him. Each vibrating leaf seemed to convey a wave of joy and happiness. Ronan's expression slightly changed. Following the guidance of the branches, he slowly walked over and finally saw the holy blood tree in the deepest part of the magic plant garden. The tall and sturdy silver-gray trunk, the narrow silver-gray leaves also formed an umbrella-shaped crown, and each leaf emitted a faint glow, forming a huge and dense light silver halo. Those newly grown branches and leaves were conspicuously red, while the more mature ones were completely restrained. There were a large number of complex and twisted tree patterns on the trunk, like runes, and like ancient mysterious totems. Standing under this silver-gray tree, Ronan was enveloped by the silver glow hanging from the top of the tree. The blood flow in his body became faster, washing his whole body like a surging tide, and his heart kept giving rise to a wonderful feeling of transparency, nature, peace and tranquility. Today's holy blood tree has shown some of the mystery and magnificence of the legendary tree species, and it is extraordinary. If it is a naturally grown holy blood tree, it would have instinctively begun to cultivate its own followers at this stage. Binigo walked up to Ronan and said, "It is difficult for a holy blood tree to grow completely without followers. This legendary tree species requires too many resources to grow. It is difficult for an individual, or even a single force, to meet its subsequent growth needs. Only by allowing it to cultivate followers and build its own holy blood tribe, or even a holy blood kingdom, can it achieve self-sufficiency and support its continued growth into true legend." Ronan stretched out a hand and entwined it with the tender branches hanging down from the holy blood tree, frowning slightly and saying, "You mean we have to give it a new environment, and then find a group of gardeners who specialize in taking care of it? That's about it. But the question is where to find them. To find a new environment suitable for the growth of the holy blood tree, the prerequisite is that it must not be easily discovered. Otherwise, once this legendary tree species is recognized, it will inevitably attract snatching." The problem of the holy blood dependence was even more troublesome. It involved totem worship, and the relationship between the provider and the supported was very complicated. Moreover, the number of dependents needed might be quite large, such as the population of a tribe or even a country, as Binigo said. The holy blood tree, plus a large number of holy blood dependents, how big a place would be needed for them to survive? How could they be hidden? Ronan couldn't help but feel a headache. Seeing Binigo's frown, it was obvious that he was worried as well. The two who were ecstatic when they got the holy blood tree seeds, finally realized that some things were not something they, two small second-level wizards, could control. The key was that in order to cultivate the holy blood tree to its current state, no one knew how many resources had been invested in the early stage. Ronan was fine, at least he had already obtained some benefits from the holy blood tree. Binigo was really helpless, as his plan to resurrect his dead wife had not yet officially started. They both thought things were too simple. Let's take it one step at a time. As for the rest, Ronan pursed his lips and said, I'll find a way. Even he himself felt that he didn't have the confidence to say these words of comfort. Binigo didn't say anything, but just nodded silently. At this time, Ronan sensed the arrival of the ice crystal demon snake, greeted Binigo, and the two walked out of the miniature secret space together. Walking out from behind the waterfall that was hidden as the entrance to the secret space, Ronan saw a huge snake head with a single horn on its head, which was luxurious and ferocious, poking out from outside the valley. The scarlet snake eyes looked at him quietly, causing Ronan's bloodline belonging to the ancient frost hydra in his body to be slightly agitated. In the deepest part of the consciousness space, in the dense shadows that could not be dispelled, it seemed that some ancient, noble and evil existence quietly opened its eyes. In an instant, the man and the snake looked at each other from a distance, and an inexplicable atmosphere spread silently in the valley. Hiss! Ronan took a deep breath, suppressing some cold and restless emotions in his chest. His voice unconsciously became hoarse, and the temperament he exuded became deep and majestic. I'm leaving. Binigo looked at him and nodded. Ronan gave him a reassuring look, and then suddenly soared into the sky. Flying out of the valley, Ronan saw the full appearance of the ice crystal demon snake. After 3 years of not seeing it, it had already entered the level of a third-level demon beast. Its body grew to more than 100 meters, and its snake body was as thick as a peak. The pure blood of the ancient snake species was further awakened. The ice crystal horn on its head flashed with a little cold light, and frost kept rising and falling all over its body, as if it had a small blizzard force field with it. Ronan looked down at the ice crystal demon snake, feeling the breath it exuded, as well as the cold and unruly rebellious emotions transmitted through the soul contract. The further exploration of bloodline potential, the substantial growth of strength, and the erosion of time, the once obedient ice crystal demon snake finally had the courage and ambition to challenge Ronan again. It twisted its huge snake body restlessly, its scarlet snake tongue flickered, and it kept making a hissing manic hiss. It was sending a signal of declaration of war to Ronan. It couldn't wait any longer, and even the sense of superiority brought by bloodline couldn't suppress its desire to fight. Very good. Ronan looked down at the ice crystal demon snake under him, and an inexplicable aura slowly emanated from his body. This aura lifted his robe and his short brown chestnut hair. 3 years, it's reasonable for me to give you another chance to challenge you. Ronan raised his head and looked ahead. There seemed to be a vertical black crack in the middle of his deep blue eyes, which was growing bit by bit. But I'm running out of time. Ronan retracted his gaze and lowered his head. The sides of his handsome and heroic face were covered with snake scale-like lines. His beautiful chestnut brown hair turned into noble and ancient dark blue, and his eyes completely turned into seductive and evil scarlet eyes. Let's fight while we're on the road. After saying that, Ronan smiled grimly at the ice crystal snake, and the ancient frost fell. He fell towards the ice crystal snake like a meteor. Roar, boom, buzz, the gleaming communication stone was gently pressed by a slender and powerful hand. Arian's silver-white eyes flickered, and a slight fluctuation appeared on his face. Is he here? Soon, the communication stone was put away, and the thoughts about the person opposite the communication stone were also thrown out of Arian's mind. The handsome face was covered with coldness and solemnity again. Arian raised his head, his eyes slowly narrowed, and looked at a place far in front of him. On an ancient ruin, a figure covered in endless green light was suspended in the sky. 5 huge white skulls surrounded him, and green energy beams shot out from the eye sockets and mouths of each skull. Each beam penetrated the sky and tore through the void, like an ancient and evil forbidden blade. The vast energy gathered above him, and countless ghosts screamed, releasing waves of tsunami-like terrifying spell pressure. Around this extremely evil and terrifying figure, there were 7 or 8 young wizards with the same aura as Orion, who were solemnly attacking each other together. But the powerful spell bombardment was exchanged for the sharp laughter of the evil figure that became more and more high-pitched and arrogant. You incompetent rubbish, with just this level, you still dream of entering the ancient city of fairies and competing with me, Andariel, for a seat. Die? Die in advance. The road to hell has been opened. I will bury you. The terrifying sound waves accompanied by the ocean-like energy directly set off an invisible tsunami on the ruins. Orion gritted his teeth, and a brilliant light like crystal bloomed on his body, and he rushed forward with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 180 Prologue, Pride. A majestic giant peak stood above the steamy swamp. Terrible explosions often echoed in this area, and the air was filled with explosive venom power, ruthlessly expelling those weak creatures. And the source of all this came from the top of the giant peak. There was an extremely huge rune array set up out of thin air, which continued to track the free energy particles between heaven and earth, turning them into large streams of dense electric currents. In the center of a large amount of thunder and plasma, a huge dark purple electric ball rolled, which continuously released waves of terrifying energy fluctuations, as if it was nurturing some terrible existence. At a certain moment, countless electric lights between heaven and earth suddenly converged to one point, all belonging to the dark purple electric ball. The huge dark purple electric ball expanded rapidly, and the breath it exuded became more and more terrifying. Finally, when it reached a certain peak, boom! Thousands of lightning bolts exploded at the same time, and a huge dark purple electric ball exploded. Endless electric current formed a thick and dazzling waterfall, which fell in all directions, dispersing the thick fog below in an instant, evaporating water vapor, and turning a large swamp directly into dry and barren land occupied by electric fire and lightning. At the same time, under the bright and clear sky washed by the rainstorm, a figure surrounded by countless electric lights stood quietly between the giant peak and the sky. This is an extremely handsome young man. Thunderstorm clouds are brewing in his eyes, and every strand of hair is entangled with electric light. The robe on his body seems to be woven by lightning. He calmly overlooked the land below him, with an innate noble temperament, just like the king holding the power of thunder and lightning in the legend, and like an ancient creature born from thunder and fire. Every movement and look silently interprets the mystery and majesty of the sky. Jupiter, a low and magnificent voice came from the giant peak, with a certain unquestionable meaning. Go, take back the glory you lost for a short time. On the seat set up by Hermes, engrave your name and the name of the parliament. The handsome man stroked his left shoulder with his right hand and bowed to the direction of the giant peak with a calm expression. Then he cast his deep eyes to the distant sky, and the next moment, the whole person turned into a dazzling ball of lightning and suddenly broke through the air. Angro Rio. You should be prepared. Taste a feeling of being pierced through the heart by thunder. At the same time, on a black plain, the blood-colored thick clouds obscured the sky and swept rapidly on the plain. Wherever the thick clouds, like thick blood clots, passed, the weak creatures living on the plain below immediately had blood seeping out of their skin and died silently, without even having time to scream. Only death and despair were spreading. In the bloody cloud, a 4-meter-tall monster, whose skin seemed to have been peeled off, leaving only exposed tendons and muscles, was running wildly with a cold look. He seemed like a super magnet that could naturally absorb blood. The blood oozing from the creatures on the plain that were forcibly deprived of their blood gathered in the air into a gurgling red stream, all converging towards him. The aura of the terrifying monster, whose flesh and blood were condensed into armor, was rising all the time, but his eyes flashed with a solemn and fearful light from time to time. He would look back every once in a while, as if he was being chased by someone. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrible sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. A vague black shadow quickly passed through the void, crossed many distances, tore through the blood cloud in an instant, and arrived behind the monster. The monster seemed to have expected it, and twisted his body violently with a violent look, and punched the black shadow. Boom! The terrifying magic shock and energy aftermath exploded, smashing the bloody clouds around it into pieces. The flesh monster seemed to be severely injured and retreated in a somewhat embarrassed manner. But before he could catch his breath, the second and third groups of more black shadows broke through the air. The flesh monster punched continuously, constantly smashing the black shadows that attacked him, and his body kept retreating. He seemed extremely frustrated and irritable, so he simply stopped retreating, and began to roar in the direction of the black shadows. Soon, on the black plain behind him, huge and dull footsteps sounded continuously. A black rock giant that was dozens of meters tall appeared on the plain. This giant had no facial features, only a simple head and limbs. His whole body was made of huge and hard black rocks, one piece after another, as if he had just crawled out of the soil that had been deposited for countless years. There were even thick vines growing in the gaps between the rocks. The two arms of the black rock giant were waving from time to time. Every time it swung, a small piece of rock would fall off its body and then be thrown out fiercely in the direction of the dense blood cloud. However, such a barbaric and vulgar attack method, like that of ordinary farmers fighting, could force the flesh and blood monster controlling the blood cloud to jump frequently and roar in frustration and helplessness. It is hard to imagine how terrifying and overbearing power this black rock giant infused into every rock throw. On the shoulder of the black rock giant sat a boy wearing a strange robe. The boy had rough skin and a strange appearance, like a puppet made entirely of mud and gravel. He smiled at the flesh and blood monster that was being chased by the black rock giant. While talking, sand and mud were still falling from his nose, eyebrows, and mouth. "I heard your name is Rufus? Many people died at your hands. What a pity, I don't have any blood for you to suck. You look much weaker than the rumors say. Last time I met a guy who could transform into many different beasts and was much stronger than you." As he spoke, the strange boy's eyes, which seemed to be made of mud balls, rolled around, and a cold and vicious look suddenly appeared on his stiff and rough face. He stared at the flesh and blood monster in the distance, and a sharp sound like hard stones rubbing against each other came out of his mouth. "Kill him, Venus. Kill him quickly. Let's find the next toy." As if receiving the boy's order, the huge black rock giant beat his chest with both arms and let out a dull and magnificent roar. Ancient rune patterns on his dark and hard body lit up, and an indescribable terrifying power emanated from him. He strode forward, and wherever he passed, the ground under his feet turned into waves of black earth rolling outward. At the same time, the look of the flesh and blood monster being chased not far away also darkened. He opened his bloody mouth and uttered one evil ancient syllable spell after another. After a moment, all the blood-colored clouds around him gathered in his body, forming a huge scarlet blood-colored vortex. His body, which was already weird and creepy, continued to twist and swell under the infusion of this power. Similar scenes continued to occur in every corner of the land in the southern part of the continent. As a certain date approached, a prelude was slowly opening. This was a deserted gravel plain. The plain was covered with gravels of various shapes and sizes, from pebbles to larger rocks. The surface of the stones was weathered and smoothed, showing gray, brown and red colors. These stones were scattered on the ground, forming a huge and irregular pavement, as if it was a strange puzzle made by nature unintentionally. Suddenly, two figures broke through the air above the wasteland and quietly landed on the gravel-covered ground. These were two wizards in gray robes, both middle-aged in appearance, with a calm and alert temperament, and they all exuded the mental power fluctuations of a first-level wizard. A wizard looked around and frowned, saying, "Martin, what is the purpose of your asking me to come here? To explore the mechanical heart? It's almost no secret that the mechanical heart exists in this wasteland, but you should know that without the key, we can't enter it all. Did you find the key to enter this ancient ruins at the sunset gathering last month?" "I don't have that kind of luck." Another middle-aged wizard shook his head, but soon whispered back, "But I have another way. I came across a broken metal puppet near here before, which looked like a short-legged gray goat with a missing horn. Tisk tisk, that thing is almost immune to most of the spells I have mastered. Rawls, you should know that except for the real ancient dwarf forging, there is no wizard in the south now who can do this. I have reason to suspect that the lame gray goat came out of the mechanical heart. If we can catch it, maybe we can find the entrance to the mechanical heart ruins. Even if it doesn't work, the value of this antique spell puppet is not low. Several large workshops in Sunset Market accept this stuff. The magic stones you get in exchange may be enough to cover the income from several missions or expeditions." The first wizard's eyes flickered, and he was obviously persuaded by his companion. "I hope you didn't deceive me. So what should we do next?" "Use the prophecy spell you master to help us find the location of the goat." The first wizard couldn't help but frown. "I guess my research on prophecy spells can only be regarded as an apprentice." "Enough." Martin patted the other's shoulder comfortingly, and then quickly took out a few ordinary-looking stones from his storage waste bag, which were almost the same as the broken rocks under their feet, and handed them to the wizard named Rawls. "You should be able to use the stone that the puppet goat stepped on." Rawls nodded, and without hesitation, he took the rock from the other's hand and began to arrange various ritual materials needed to cast prophecy spells on the spot. Wizard Martin stood aside and waited quietly with expectation. But before the wizard Rawls finished preparing for the ritual, suddenly, a huge and cold pressure descended from the sky. On the wasteland, there were scattered snowflakes, as if winter had come quietly without any warning. The two people's faces changed drastically almost at the same time. Without hesitation, they immediately put away the things on the ground and flew quickly into the sky. However, just as they rose to the sky, They saw the thick clouds above their heads being broken, and large pieces of frost fell. Then, a huge snake shadow that was hundreds of meters long appeared in their vision. The gorgeous snake body seemed to be carved from ice crystals, the deep blue horn was like a giant scimitar, and the wind and snow were wrapped around it. The ancient and wild cold breath rushed to their faces like a glacial tide. The power of the ancient snake species, the overlord of Warcraft, suppressed the two middle-aged wizards' expressions and bodies. They were nailed in the air and dared not move. When the pair of scarlet narrow snake eyes looked at them, revealing a cruel desire to eat, the two felt their hearts being clenched by coldness, thinking that death was coming. However, the next second, the snake eyes seemed to be reluctantly retracted. The two then noticed that above the head of the terrible demon snake, there was a tall and handsome young man sitting quietly. He was wearing a gorgeous robe with silver patterns, and his eyes were blue, which reminded people of the infinite and quiet lake water in autumn. Who? The 100-meter-long snake quickly passed over the heads of the two people, and finally stopped not far from where they had just stood. The surging wind and frost spread silently to the surroundings as the demon snake landed, as if being poured by a bucket of ice water. The two middle-aged wizards woke up from a dream, shivered, and hurriedly flew forward quickly, thinking that the faster the better. I don't know how far I ran. The two stopped. They looked at each other, and saw the relief of surviving the disaster on each other's pale faces. After more than a minute, the two regained the ability to speak. Is that the ancient ice crystal demon snake? It should be. It is almost exactly the same as described in the ancient books. It is said that this kind of ancient snake, as long as it grows normally, will grow to at least the dawn stage after adulthood. But it was actually tamed by someone? Became a mountain magic pet. The faces of both of them showed a deep disbelief and shock that lasted for a long time. After a while, one of them spoke quietly. It looks like this is another top-level wizard from a large wizard force. The battle for the Haramus wizard seat is about to start, and the probability of this kind of genius appearing is getting more and more frequent. I saw one at the Sunset Gathering last month. He was already a third-level wizard at a young age. But he didn't look as good as this one. Should we continue? Come on. Wizard Martin shook his head. We almost died just now and became food for someone else's magic pet. I want to keep my life and wait for a few months to go to the fairy ancient city to watch the genius gathering and the battle for seats. After a brief discussion, the two of them did not choose to stay in the wilderness any longer, and left in a hurry. Perhaps after returning, in the small circle of wizards around them, there will be another legend about a genius wizard who controls the ancient ice crystal snake. I've said this many times. Ronan slowly withdrew his gaze from the direction where the two passing wizards left, looked at the ice crystal snake in front of him calmly, and said, "You can only use wizards as food when I allow you to." The ice crystal snake hissed at him. But after looking into Ronan's eyes, it finally chose to lower its proud head for the time being. Chapter 181 I, Golden Beard. Ronan saw the ice crystal demon snake surrender, and a slightly satisfied look appeared on his face. The training over the past month or so did have some effect. It must be said that the strength of the ice crystal demon snake is still quite terrifying. 3 years ago, Ronan's blood was purified for the second time, and this guy should have made the biggest sacrifice for him. Ronan only remembered that when he woke up from the blood cocoon, he saw the ice crystal demon snake, which was extremely depressed and exhausted. Even the horn on its head, which symbolized the ancient snake species, had become dull. At the time, he was quite moved and felt guilty, and he even mentioned to Binigo that he would take out some resources to compensate the ice crystal demon snake. But Binigo said indifferently that it was not necessary, saying that this was its obligation as a magic pet, and that this was also a great opportunity to relieve the urgent pressure brought by the Basilina gambling agreement. Poor ice crystal demon snake. The final result was that it returned to the primitive jungle alone in an extremely weak state. But I never thought that after 3 years, Binigo still looked old before his time, while this guy was as energetic as he wanted. Not only did he advance to the third-level magic beast, but his abilities in all aspects also improved greatly. Ronan estimated that the current combat power of the ice crystal demon serpent was almost as strong as that of Ignatius, whose bloodline was fully opened 3 years ago. And this guy has only lived for less than 4 years since he was born. Ancient bloodline is indeed enviable, and its potential is almost infinite. If it weren't for the natural suppression of the 1% of the ancient frost hydra bloodline in his body, it would take a lot of effort for him to suppress it. Ronan thought, and clicked on his character panel. Strength, Level 2 Formal Wizard, 172%. After more than a month, Ronan's strength not only did not increase at all, but even regressed a little. The reason came from the body. At this time, in Ronan's consciousness space, the soul symbol belonging to Tundra Frozen Soil, in the first spiritual power crystal had undergone some changes. Around the original Tundra Frozen Soil talisman, there seemed to be a circle of gorgeous and beautiful complex silver-lined borders. In addition to the coldness of frost, there was also the mystery of space and mirror. Ronan had only tried the modified Tundra Frozen Soil talisman on the ice crystal snake, and he was very satisfied with the upgraded power. 3 years have made my foundation more solid, and made up for some of the gaps between me and the top geniuses of the great wizard forces. All expectations have basically been met. Now the only thing I lack is probably my spiritual power. Ronan scanned his character panel, his eyes flickering slightly. This gap cannot be forced. There are less than 3 months left before the deadline for the start of the battle for the Hoddam wizard seat. He can only try to fight for it as much as possible. This time, following Kosti's advice, he came to the mechanical heart to explore, and also had the idea of looking for the last bit of soul power that could make up for the promotion to the 3rd level wizard from the mechanical heart. He can only hope that Sibert's amazing magic box can really bring him some surprises. Ronan thought and simply looked around. He took out the open Sibert's amazing magic box given to him by Kosti from the space ring. The strange metal box full of gears was filled with a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. After taking out the box, Ronan immediately found that the brass gears on the box that were biting each other turned much faster than before in the silver magic ring. It seemed to have some kind of guiding function. Ronan gently jumped onto the head of the ice crystal demon snake, holding the magic box in one hand, and ordered the ice crystal demon snake to cruise around in the wasteland. According to the speed of the gears on the magic box, he quickly determined a direction, and then continued to search in that direction. Kaka. When the ice crystal demon snake swam to a low hill, Ronan suddenly heard the extremely crisp sound of gears turning from the magic box in his hand. The powerful mental power of the late 2nd level wizard suddenly spread out, and the Eye of Truth, quietly woven at the center of his eyebrows. In the field of vision composed of countless mottled light spots, Ronan saw a living creature composed of complex lines slowly walking out from behind the hill. Under the detection of the Eye of Truth, the lines mean the orderly arrangement of free energy particles, which often represent a completed spell or a running rune array. Ronan saw that it was a short-legged gray goat that looked very ordinary in appearance, with a broken horn on its head and one leg that seemed to be born short, so that it walked with a limp, which was a bit funny. Under the hazy sunlight of the wasteland, the gray goat had a slight metallic luster all over its body, including every strand of curly wool on its body. And its movements and expressions, especially its pair of black and white eyes, were lifelike, just like a real goat. At this time, Ronan was completely attracted by the internal structure of the lame gray goat. Through the goat's appearance, he saw 5 metal hearts made of countless gears, tightly connected in inexplicably delicate mechanical parts, and a large number of independent yet interconnected, complex rune arrays. It's simply a masterpiece of the perfect combination of alchemy and runes, Ronan squinted and murmured in a low voice. In fact, he was not particularly interested in metal puppet spells, but above metal spells, puppets are an extremely important and powerful spell school. There is no corresponding inheritance in the silver magic ring. If he wants to continue on the path of metal spells in the future, it is just right to start preparing now. Just as Ronan was looking at the metal puppet goat, the latter also discovered the existence of Ronan, a combination of a man and a snake. This little thing was quite alert. Perhaps it happened to sneak to the front from behind the hill and accidentally made eye contact with Ronan. After discovering Ronan, its 2 short black ears immediately stood up, and then turned around and ran away. Ronan's eyes flickered. He didn't need to say anything. The ice crystal snake under him had already swam out quickly. Although he came here to find the ruins of the mechanical heart, there was no reason to let go of something that made his heart beat fast when he encountered it at the entrance of the ruins. The small hill of more than 10 meters high was just a small obstacle that the ice crystal snake, which was 100 meters long, could cross by just leaning forward. When the ice crystal snake crossed the hill, Ronan suddenly found that the mechanical gray goat had already run hundreds of meters away. It was obviously lame in one leg, but its speed was incredibly fast. In just a moment, it almost escaped from the coverage of Ronan's mental power. The chasing ice crystal snake opened its mouth and spit out an extremely cold kiss. The rolling frost turned into cold current, forming a column from top to bottom and quickly moved towards the gray goat in the distance. Wherever the cold current column passed, large areas of land were directly frozen by thick magic frost. The area within a radius of several miles seemed to have directly entered the cold winter from the hot summer. The ice crystal demon snake, which had been promoted to the 3rd level, had already fatally acquired the power of an ancient demon beast overlord when it exhaled. The rapidly spreading frost cold current caught up with the fleeing gray goat in the blink of an eye, and instantly froze it into an ice block. The lame gray goat was frozen in the translucent ice with a posture of running wildly with all 4 legs spread out. After doing all this, the ice crystal demon snake closed its mouth and swam forward slowly and leisurely. However, before it could arrive with Ronan on its back, the huge ice block in front of it exploded with a bang, and a gray shadow disappeared at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Not only Ronan was stunned, but even the ice crystal demon snake was stunned. Both Ronan and the ice crystal demon snake were very clear about the magic power contained in the frost breath just now. If a general 3rd level monster was sprayed by that breath, it would most likely freeze all over its body. Not to mention dying instantly, it would definitely be unable to move for a short period of time. The ice crystal demon snake could feast in the primeval forest and regard various monsters, even those with strengths higher than it, as food for growth, relying on the psi power that comes from its bloodline and is inherited from ancient times. Ronan had also experienced this. Even if he had the bloodline of the ancient frost hydra, it would not be very comfortable if he was sprayed directly by the ice crystal demon snake's innate breath. However, the seemingly ordinary metal puppet goat actually escaped so easily. Even the speed of escape was not affected at all. The mechanical components and rune arrays in its body were not damaged at all by the power of frost. Hiss! The ice crystal demon snake felt that the majesty of the overlord was challenged, especially by an existence that it regarded as an ant. Its eyes suddenly darkened and it was about to catch up. However, Ronan was faster than it. Under the robe, the 2 metals wriggled like living things, quickly attached to Ronan's body, and turned him into a mysterious knight wrapped in layers of armor. The space silverization rune was activated, and the black metal armor turned into deep and gorgeous silver. Ronan's body swayed, and the sunlight of the wasteland fell on him, reflecting a hazy and mysterious color. Shoo! His figure disappeared briefly in the air, and then reappeared hundreds of meters away. After the space silverization rune was initially created, Ronan used living steel to perform it, and was able to use the short-distance space teleportation effect similar to the mirror dagger. Whether chasing the enemy or escaping, he no longer had to hold the mirror dagger and stab himself continuously like he did in the battle on the Goblin Plains. Although the distance of a teleportation is not long, at most it can only reach about half of the mirror dagger, but because it is activated by the soul rune, the culling time is also shortened a lot, only a few seconds, and in comparison, it greatly enhances Ronan's mobility. Ronan flashed a few times, and the gray goat appeared in his sight again. This guy had stopped for some reason and buried his head in a small pile of earth, as if he was desperately digging something. Ronan saw a tiny light emanating from the pile of earth, and he faintly sensed the fluctuation of spatial energy. Under the deep silver mask covered with spatial patterns, Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and without any hesitation, a part of the metal that made up his full body armor quickly broke away and shot out like a sharp arrow. The silver glow jumped in the sunlight several times and suddenly appeared in front of the gray goat, and then under Ronan's control, it quickly wrapped around it. Stagnation. Ronan pointed his right hand forward and stretched out his 5 fingers. In an instant, the silver metal wrapped around the gray goat quietly solidified, reflecting a smooth mirror-like luster. The gray goat, which was buried and digging, was suspended and lifted up by Ronan's virtual camera. At this time, the whole goat was like an image sealed in a bright mirror. The power of spatial stagnation. The power of confinement was even stronger than the frost breath that the ice crystal demon snake had sprayed before. However, crack, a clear crack suddenly appeared on the smooth metal mirror, and the eyes of the gray goat imprisoned in it kept rolling, revealing the emotion of desperate struggle. Hiss! This time, Ronan was really moved. Even the power of spatial stagnation could not suppress this gray goat. It was obvious that this was definitely not an ordinary metal alchemical puppet. Otherwise, the dwarf civilization of the mechanical heart would be too powerful. Ronan hesitated for a moment, and finally did not use the power of spatial collapse after stagnation, and took the initiative to break the imprisoned mirror. He was worried about damaging this goat puppet. That brought him many shocks and surprises. The more extraordinary the other party's performance, the higher its value. Ronan's eyes settled, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Crack, crack, more and more cracks appeared on the imprisoned metal mirror, and the lame gray goat's limbs began to swing, as if it would jump out of the mirror in the next second. Just when the entire mirror was about to break and the gray goat was about to escape, a wide and slender palm gently pinched its neck. Crack, 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 the 5 fingers that were so beautiful that even women would be jealous contained an indescribable terrible power. After pinching the gray goat's neck, the 5 fingers slowly sank into it, leaving clear finger marks. The gray goat's internal creaking sound came from the weight, as if there were parts in rune arrays collapsing. There were tiny energy flames jumping out of its dense and curly hair. It seemed to sense the arrival of a real crisis, and the whole goat immediately became honest. It was unprecedentedly docile, lowered its eyebrows and looked pleasing, and even stretched out its short pink tongue, trying to turn its head to lick Ronan's arm. Ronan had a blank expression on his face and looked at the gray goat in his hand coldly. He stretched out his other hand and slowly rubbed the goat. The action seemed like caressing, but in fact, he was further exploring the composition of the gray goat. It is made of a special alchemical metal. This metal seems to have a strong natural immunity to spells, but it can also maintain the operation of the rune array at a high level and has excellent energy conduction ability. Ronan's eyes showed a thoughtful light, as if he had found a little secret of why the gray goat was so slippery. Huh? Suddenly, Ronan felt a soft metal collar at the neck of the gray goat. After pushing aside the layers of metal wool, a golden metal collar appeared in front of him. This metal. Ronan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the collar. He felt an unprecedented huge amount of metal energy particles on the metal collar. It seemed that a whole metal ocean was hidden in the small collar. In addition, there were indescribable hot breaths, which were extremely rich fire energy particles. The value of pure metal magic materials is determined by the amount of metal energy particles contained. The more concentrated the energy particles of the metal material are, the better the bonus to metal-based spells when it is used as a spell medium. It is also the dream of all metal-based wizards. 3rd level metal material. Ronan stroked the collar carefully and quickly rejected his guess. No, it's far more than 3rd level. 4th level, or even 5th level is possible. The deeper Ronan explored, the more thrilling he felt. A brilliant light flashed in his azure eyes. This is definitely a dawn-level magic tool material. For a moment, Ronan even had a strong urge to immediately pull off the collar on the gray goat's neck and use it for himself. But he still suppressed this urge. Although the grade is ridiculously high, the amount is too small, unless it is mixed with other metal media. Another reason is that Ronan didn't like the fire attribute contained in the collar. Continuing to grope down along the collar, Ronan suddenly touched a small metal plate. He blinked, turned the sheep's head over, and turned the metal plate over to his eyes for a closer look. A metal plate made of the same material and color as the collar, it looked like a pet nameplate specially customized for pets. Some ancient and strange words were engraved on the plate. It was the Dwarven language. Because the mechanical heart came from the Dwarven civilization, Ronan made a special intensive study on the way here, and now it just happened to come in handy. Dodder Shortel I. Ronan read out the words on the nameplate, turned his palm over, and turned the plate over again. There was also a line of small words engraved on the back of the plate, which read, "To my most beloved daughter, Barbara Gabriella Goldberg." Chapter 182, Mechanical Heart, Elemental Life, and Search for the Magic Box. Barbabia. Gabriella. Golden Beard. Ronan whispered the name and fell into thought. This was obviously a dwarf's name, and the daughter. Short tail I written on the nameplate before should refer to the name of the grey goat he was holding in his hand. So, this metal grey goat is the pet of a female dwarf named Barbabia? Ronan has read some literature about dwarf civilization. Dwarves are an extremely rough race. They are born strong and good at forging. Almost all of them are born master craftsmen. In the dwarf community, most of the dwarf surnames are named after their forging tools, such as steel hammer, copper furnace, silver grindstone and so on. Those who can use the beard that the dwarves are most proud of as their surname are generally nobles in the dwarf tribe. Because the dwarves value their beards too much, even their women will grow a thick beard. If two dwarves fall in love at first sight, they must have taken a fancy to each other's beards. Ronan didn't know how noble the surname Golden Beard was among the dwarves, But he should be a noble. If we combine the 3 generations suffix in the grey goat's name to infer, it might be a royal family. Ronan gently touched his smooth chin, looking at the lame grey goat in his hand, which seemed extremely docile and well-behaved. If it was an alchemical pet given to his beloved daughter by a dwarf royal family, it would be reasonable to show such extraordinary things. It seems that I have picked up a treasure, Ronan thought, trying to slowly loosen his palm that was pressing on the grey goat. He was always on guard against this guy running away. But to his surprise, since he pinched it a little harder, this lame thing that was previously slippery and extremely cunning was now extremely docile. And it also had some inexplicable closeness to him, actively moving closer to him, and even sticking out its tongue to lick his ankle. Is it scared by me? Ronan's eyes flickered. Or is it because the dwarves are born with supernatural powers? The dwarf princess who used to be its owner pinched it as hard as I did when she played with it. This guy is used to being abused, so he recognized me as his former master. No matter what the reason was, this metal puppet goat named Shorttail I showed spirituality far beyond Ronan's imagination. A magic puppet can be so spiritual, which reminds him of the Dawn-level Silver Cane magic tool that had developed self-awareness when he encountered it in the secret realm of the Mirror Court. Ronan took out a few high-level magic stones from the space ring and handed them to the goat, but the latter disdained it and looked at his right hand eagerly, where the activated nightmare tungsten steel and Nemen metal were attached. Does it feed on metal? Ronan's eyes flickered, and he took out a few spare pieces of metal from the ring and threw them to the grey goat. The latter immediately ate them up in a few bites, just like eating grass, and then looked at him again, becoming more and more friendly to him. Really? Ronan was a little surprised, and threw a few more pieces of metal to it, and then took it into the ring while the other side lowered its head to eat. At this time, the ice crystal demon snake arrived, and Ronan finally had time to look at the small pit that had just been dug out by the grey goat puppet. A black metal base was revealed at the bottom of the pit, with a circular groove on the base, more than 1 finger deep, and a rune-like dent at the bottom of the groove. Ronan's eyes flickered as he took out a magic box that served as a guide. Before he could make the next move, he saw the magic box made of countless brass gears suddenly disintegrate on its own, flowing into the circular groove like water. Ka-ka-ka, the sound of the metal mechanism turning continuously. Ronan subconsciously took a step back, and then he saw 2 metal cylinders that seemed to be cast in brass rising quickly from the ground. The columns were engraved with complex and exquisite patterns, and looked like layers of entangled black vines. Ding! Something flew out from between the metal cylinders, and Ronan grabbed it in his hand. He opened his palm and found that it was a golden gear the size of a thumb, which looked extremely delicate. Before Ronan could take a closer look, a strong energy wave came from his eyes, and he saw streams of light quickly interweaving between the 2 brass metal cylinders, and finally turned into a white vortex similar to an arch, and a faint mysterious ancient breath came from the vortex. It saves me the trouble of looking for the entrance. Ronan looked at the vortex archway in front of him, and saw grey smoke swimming around the vortex like snakes. His eyes flashed slightly, and he reached out to touch the grey smoke gently, watching the smoke slowly slip away between his fingers like sand, and a faint sense of fatigue came from his fingertips. The power of the time curse only exists at the entrance of a sufficiently ancient secret realm. It seems that the ruins of the mechanical heart are indeed quite old. Ronan opened his 5 fingers and tried several methods to intercept a part of the power of the time curse, but all failed without exception. There are several spells in the wizard world that are recognized as transcending ordinary elemental spells and have an unparalleled lofty status. Once they can be mastered, they must have great power that others cannot reach. Time spells, space spells, are all among them. Especially time spells. Ronan has never found an example of mastering the power of time after searching through wizard books. Mastering time means having infinite life, infinite wisdom, and infinite power. Even in ancient times, or even in an era older than ancient times, the power of time was an ethereal and unattainable legend. Any spells in the name of time that are circulating nowadays are not real-time spells. For example, the aging aura cast by the Resurrection Society Ansahu, who died in Ronan's hands before, was just a high-grade curse spell, which forcibly deprived the opponent of his vitality, thus achieving an effect similar to being washed away by time and rapidly aging. Ronan had just successfully integrated the power of space into his own spell system, and his ambitions expanded. He wanted to get more and more, and he even had the idea of touching the throne of time. Facts have proved that this can only be a delusion. Ronan shook his head, threw away the unrealistic idea, and prepared to enter the vortex arch. Why is it so short? Found by the puppet Grey Goat Shorttail III. The vortex arch opened by the magic box was only as high as Ronan's chest after it was completely formed. Ronan had to bend over to get in, let alone the ice crystal serpent. Considering the height of the dwarves, Ronan was relieved about the height of the vortex archway, which proved that this was the correct entrance to the mechanical heart. Ronan asked the ice crystal serpent to guard the door, lowered his head slightly, and stepped into the vortex archway lightly. Swoosh clang. Bang! The reddish-brown thick cloud suddenly hit the mirror-like smooth dark silver round shield, and there was a sound of metal collision. The dark silver shield was thrown out fiercely, bursting out with a huge energy pressure, directly shattering the thick cloud, and then a slender and upright figure appeared from the void. Blue eyes, chestnut hair, handsome and heroic face, it was Ronan who had just entered the secret realm. At this time, Ronan frowned slightly, looking at the magic round shield in front of him, which was sunken in the center and had a large area of rust marks. Being attacked right after entering did not surprise him. After all, there are risks in exploring any ancient secret realm, and being killed at the entrance is quite normal. What really surprised him was the thing that attacked him. The reddish-brown thick cloud that he had forcibly dispersed with magic was now gathering together again not far away, and faintly transformed into a huge shape that looked like a beast or a rhinoceros. Ronan squinted his eyes and looked at the thick cloud in front of him. The Eye of Truth was woven between his eyebrows, and with his mental power, he could detect that this should be a kind of quasi-element life naturally formed by a large number of metal particles and metal-based energy particles. The concentration of metal-based free energy particles in this space is surprisingly high, so it is not surprising that this kind of metal-based element life would be born. Judging from the strength of the attack just now, the strength of this thing is about the middle stage of the second level, and it is extremely aggressive. After being repelled by Ronan once, it immediately attacked him a second time. The huge metal element life rushed towards Ronan with a whistling sound, carrying a strong smell of rust. Ronan looked calm, and stretched out his right hand towards the rhino-like elemental life. Countless mysterious auras belonging to the extraordinary domain flowed out from his 5 fingers. Ding ding ding. It was like the sound of iron-cast swords breaking free from the weapon rack and flying up. The two metals after space silverization turned into countless palm-length handleless daggers, rushing towards the metal rhino like a swarm of silver bees. If you look closely, you will find that each of these handleless daggers is very similar to a mirror dagger. Whoosh! At the moment when countless daggers flew out, countless metal energy particle flows on the ground and air were drawn out, and were also stained with silver, turning into streams of silver mist, like the brilliant tail flames of countless daggers. In an environment with extremely high concentrations of metal-based free energy particles, Ronan's metal-based spell power was also greatly enhanced, and the power of the extraordinary domain, living steel, was pushed to an unprecedented height. In just a moment, the aggressive rhino-shaped metal element life was hit by countless daggers, and its forward momentum stopped. Countless streams of silver mist wrapped around the body of the rhino. Although it was quickly dyed reddish-brown by the rusty power emitted from its body, at this moment, there was a trace of spatial stagnation power emanating from the silver daggers. Ding! In an instant, the red rhino was nailed to death in mid-air. Ronan's 5 open fingers closed together, and with a crisp click sound, the entire metal element life form shattered and turned into pieces of smooth reddish-brown fragments falling from the air. A black and red broke free and was about to fly away with a tremor, but was restrained by Ronan's mental power and captured in his palm. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and he quickly took out a ball of gray powder and a bottle of black potion from the space ring. He crushed and mixed the two materials, and used the fingertips of his left hand as a pen to quickly draw a complex and mysterious rune pattern in the void. He threw the semi-solidified rune towards his right hand, and at the same time, the strong frost power gathered in the palm of his hand. Soon, the vibration stopped, and Ronan had a fist-sized dark blue ice cube in his hand. Ronan studied more than 3,000 runes in the silver ring ascetic attic. This rune has a sealing effect. With the sealing power of the ice magic, it can suppress the spirituality in the metal element core. This kind of elemental life core with spirituality is worth studying, especially for wizards who follow the summoning and puppetry styles. Ronan can keep it for his own research, or trade it with others. Through the sealed ice, Ronan saw that the so-called elemental life core was a rusty metal round plate half the size of a palm. It was missing a corner, and there were traces of metal corrosion all over it. On one side was a rhino pattern, and on the other side were a few lines of small characters, but because it was too old, it had been rusted and blurred, and only a few words written in the dwarven language, such as Shaba, could be barely recognized. Ronan took a quick look at it, and then put it into the space ring, and then he had time to look at the ancient secret place in front of him. At this time, he was on a long street. The long street was very spacious, and it was estimated that at least 8 carriages could be accommodated in parallel. The entire long street was paved entirely with metal, and traces of rune inscriptions could be seen in many places. On both sides of the street were metal buildings of different heights, and the overall color was mainly black and brass, giving people an unusually heavy and solid feeling. These metal buildings were generally very tall and rough in shape, but the doors of the buildings were not high, which was a typical dwarven architectural style. Both the long street and the buildings, because they lost the care and protection of the rune array, had become rusty and dilapidated after a long period of erosion. Many buildings have traces of being bombarded by magic, perhaps by the wizards who came here to explore before. Ronan turned the flying ring, and the whole person slowly rose into the air, and his vision continued to expand. As the position rose, Ronan found that the size of the ruins of the mechanical heart was far beyond his expectations. He estimated that he had flown up to a height of 400 or 500 meters, but he did not even take the mechanical heart into his field of vision. In all directions, there were metal buildings lined up like building blocks, among which there were wisps of reddish-brown, black-brown, and silver-brown smoke swaying and rising, like curling smoke from cooking. The mechanical heart is like an extremely huge city-state. Ronan looked down at everything below, and imagined in his mind that thousands or tens of thousands of years ago, there was an extremely prosperous dwarf civilization here. Later, for some unknown reason, this civilization fell. All the dwarves left, and the magnificent city-state was abandoned. Ronan thought, and slowly took out the golden gear left by the surprise box of spirit after opening the entrance. He did not forget why he came here. The small golden gear was suspended in front of Ronan, rotating slightly at an extremely slow speed. Kosti told Ronan that there was a special induction between the magic boxes of Spirit's amazing magic box, and one magic box could be used to find another magic box. He tried to move in the air, and his figure began to descend, getting closer to the top of the building of the city-state below. His mental power kept a close eye on the rotation speed of the golden gear. But soon Ronan found that although this gear did have a certain guiding function, just like a compass, his way of searching was too inefficient. In other words, the gear's sensing range was too small. Or in other words, the distribution density of Spirit's amazing magic box and the mechanical heart was too low. It's no less than using a small magnet to fish for a needle in the sea. Ronan pursed his lips, and continued to move according to the guidance of the gear, while thinking about whether there was a way to increase efficiency. He did not deliberately avoid the wandering metal elemental life in the city-state. He suppressed them when he encountered them occasionally. Along the way, he collected quite a few elemental life cores. Bang! 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 It was as if something was constantly hitting a closed door. Ronan stopped and stroked the space ring with his right hand. His eyes fluctuated slightly, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he calmly turned the ring. Swoosh! A gray shadow quickly jumped out of the ring space. Then it pounced on the golden gear suspended in the air at a lightning speed. Catcha! Dodder Shorttail I stretched his neck and stared at the golden gear so close. His pink tongue stretched to the extreme, trying desperately to lick the edge of the gear. Unfortunately, its entire sheep neck was tightly pinched by Ronan's single hand, and the distance of several centimeters became a huge gap that was out of reach. After repeated attempts without success, Dodder Shorttail I looked at Ronan with pitiful eyes, his eyes full of desire. You want to eat this? Dodder Shorttail I nodded, and Ronan's expression moved slightly, and he had a new understanding of the spirituality of the lame gray goat in his hand. This thing is very important to me. The light in Dodder Shorttail I's eyes dimmed. But Ronan thought for a while and said, if you can lead me to find more boxes containing this thing, I can consider giving it to you. Dodder Shorttail I responded, and the little goat's head immediately turned in one direction, and the 4 short legs kept kicking hard in the air, as if they couldn't wait to take Ronan over. Really? Ronan blinked, feeling a little surprised. He had just thought that this puppet gray goat had existed in the mechanical heart for an unknown period of time, and it was considered a proper native. He might know where the spirit surprise box is hidden, so he thought of giving it a try. He didn't expect that he really acted like he knew, which surprised him. Ronan loosened his hand that was pinching Dr. Shortail I, protected the rotating golden gear in his palm, and then said lightly, "Let's go, lead the way." Dr. Shortail I looked at Ronan's hand with a longing expression, and then spread his 4 short legs and quickly jumped in one direction. This guy feeds on metal, but he disdains the metal all over the ground in the mechanical heart ruined city state. Ronan guessed that it was because these metals were rusted and decayed. This guy was a royal pet sheep and was used to find clothes and food, so he simply looked down on these stale metal fodder. Such a strong spirituality, almost stronger than the spirituality of the Silver Staff of the Dawn Order in the secret realm of the Mirror Court. Ronan followed closely in the footsteps of Dr. Shortail I, his eyes flickering, and he secretly planned in his heart that when he had time, he must dismantle this lame sheep and study it inside and out. Even if this guy does not represent the pinnacle of the metal puppet forging technology of the mechanical heart dwarf civilization, it must be of a very high level. If he can figure out the densely packed rune arrays in its body, he might be able to figure out a powerful metal puppet spell inheritance. Soon, Dr. Shortail I led Ronan to a certain location. Ronan followed behind him and saw with his own eyes that this guy seemed to break through a layer of brittle paper, and crashed into a huge hemispherical black metal building with a bang. After a few breaths, it rushed out happily holding a black thing in its mouth. Something seemed to be following behind him. The heavy footsteps kept coming, as if something huge was approaching quickly. Ronan stood in front of the hemispherical black metal building, watching Dr. Shortail I holding a metal magic box in his mouth and rushing behind him with a whoosh, and then carefully poking his head out from between his legs. He did not check whether the magic box in his mouth was the surprise magic box he was looking for, but instead stared at the direction of the hole where the heavy footsteps came from. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Hammer of Thunder and Fire. The truth about the magic box. Dr. I seeks credit. Boom. The hemispherical building was violently broken from the inside, and a huge human-shaped hole was knocked out on the thick metal wall. A huge and burly figure strode out from the darkness. This was a metal puppet that was more than 10 meters tall. It had no head, and there were traces of rust and fracture on its neck. Its 2 hands were holding a dark hammer that was almost bigger than its body. It was obviously chasing Dr. I. After quickly locking Dr. I's position, it smashed Ronan's head with a hammer without saying a word. Whoo! Crackling. The terrifying giant hammer crushed layers of air, making a series of terrible and dense explosions. At the moment the giant hammer was swung, many traces of rune light paths suddenly appeared on the huge headless puppet. Before the giant hammer completely fell, a dim yellow halo emanated from the hammer surface, suddenly covering Ronan and Dr. I around his knees. Ronan felt his body sink suddenly, as if he had suddenly sunk several inches, and the extremely solid metal ground beneath his feet also made a creaking sound, as it could not bear the weight. Gravity field. Bang! Bang! The terrifying giant hammer with a hammer diameter of nearly 8 meters slammed into the ground fiercely, and a large piece of metal ground exploded directly, raising a huge dust wave mixed with countless metal debris. The street surface was opened layer by layer, and the ground shook violently, as if it was experiencing a miniature earthquake. Ronan, who was wrapped in armor, appeared in another position not far away. Dr. I was at his feet, following him closely. Under the mask with countless silver-white flowing complex and mysterious patterns, Ronan's eyes flickered slightly. The power of the metal puppet that Dr. I brought out was no less than the power of the spell released by an ordinary second-level late wizard, just based on the power of the hammer just now. Combined with the gravity field aura on the hammer and the hammer swing attack that does not require much guidance, it is really difficult for ordinary late-stage wizards of the second level to deal with this move. This is the result of the opponent's long-term erosion in the ruins of the mechanical heart. The puppet body is rusted and damaged, and the rune array in the body is weakened. If it were in its heyday, the strength of this metal puppet might be comparable to that of a third-level wizard, or even higher. No wonder Costi said that the metal spell puppets in the entire South are all from the inheritance of the mechanical heart. The dwarves' research on metal puppet technology has indeed reached a very high level. With their powerful forging skills, it is even more powerful. I don't know if they have received guidance from Spirit. And such a powerful mechanical civilization has fallen. Is there any powerful existence in the south that the mechanical heart once feared? Ronan thought of the ancient mirror court that had moved away, and wondered if the disappearance of these two major forces was due to the same reason. These thoughts flashed through Ronan's mind for only a moment, because after the hammer failed, the huge metal puppet had already grabbed the giant hammer and turned around to rush towards him again. A huge pit full of cracks appeared directly at the place where it had just hit with the hammer. Facing the metal puppet that was attacking with big strides, Ronan had no intention of entangling with it, and went straight to meet it head-on. A large and a small, silver, white and black metal figures approached rapidly, and the moment the latter raised the giant hammer in his hand again, the silver-white figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, it appeared behind the huge black figure, and then rushed straight into the broken hemispherical metal building without stopping. Shoo! Ronan rushed into the building, and the first thing he saw was an extremely huge blacksmith's forging table, which was covered with dust, but there was a place that looked very clean. It was where the forging hammer should be placed, which was the dark and heavy hammer held in the hand of the metal puppet outside. A dwarf's home may not have a bathroom, but it must have a blacksmith's furnace. Ronan thought of the information he had read in the wizard book, looked around the room, and quickly found a black spherical object among the piles of debris. Then, with a sharp sound of breaking through the air approaching quickly behind him, he flashed away from here. Ronan, wrapped in living silver, carried .II in one hand and the things he had just found from the abandoned building in the other hand, and walked quickly between the buildings like a ghost. He stopped only when the heavy footsteps could no longer be heard. Putting down .III, Ronan casually threw the spherical object in his arms to the ground. Bang! This black spherical object, whose surface was rusted to the point that its original appearance was almost unrecognizable, should be the head of the headless metal puppet that fell before, if Ronan guessed correctly. Looking at the metal puppet head in front of him, Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, his lips moved, and he quickly uttered one weird and difficult syllable after another. With a few specific gestures, a large amount of mental power surged out of his mind, and violent spell fluctuations were released. Large tracts of free metal energy particles gathered around him. As Ronan uttered the last spell syllable, a large number of metal energy particles gathered around him in an instant and swarmed towards the metal head on the ground, turning into a dense black vortex that instantly enveloped it. After a while, the vortex converged like smoke, and a black human figure more than 10 meters tall appeared. It was almost the same as the metal puppet that chased Ronan before, but the difference was that this black human figure had a rusty head that was completely unrecognizable, and its body was in a semi-illusory state, and it did not have the iconic black hammer in its hand. Mirror Soul, spell. According to the breath provided by the spell medium, it can simulate and reproduce the prototype of the medium to a certain extent. This was the first time that this spell was cast after Ronan came out of retreat. Ronan looked at the magic puppet summoned by the Mirror Soul spell in front of him, thought about it, and made some further modifications to it. He raised his right hand lightly, and the metal on the surrounding streets and buildings immediately peeled off and gathered towards the black figure. After a while, a real puppet body was formed. Even the weapon hammer in the hand of the original puppet was reproduced one by one. Although the quality was definitely different, it could at least increase its lethality. Boom! Ronan commanded the puppet to attack, and the latter smashed a hole in the ground with the hammer. It was almost equivalent to the strength of an ordinary second-level wizard, and Ronan was quite satisfied. In the mechanical heart where metal is everywhere and the concentration of metal-based free energy particles is extremely high, summoning a metal-based magic puppet to drive is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice. Although the strength of this thing is average, it is easy to summon, and it doesn't matter if it is damaged. Anyway, there are metals everywhere that are suitable for acting as a medium. Although the magic summons summoned by the Mirror Soul spell are one time, they will not disappear until the magic medium is consumed. Ronan can even consider temporarily forming a magic puppet army in the mechanical heart. Of course, this is just an exaggeration. Even if he can do it, Ronan does not have that much energy. At most, he can form a puppet team, which is enough. After ordering the metal magic puppets to guard on the side, Ronan had time to check the metal box found by .III. It looks almost exactly the same as the magic box given to him by Kosti. It should be the surprise magic box of Spirit. Even Ronan did not expect it to be so smooth. He found one without much effort, and he was slightly looking forward to it. He picked up the magic box and looked at it carefully in front of him. Kosti told him how to open the magic box, saying that he needed to crack a lock on it first. The lock is not complicated, and the main difficulty is to obtain the magic box. Ronan stared at the countless rotating gears on the magic box for a while, then stretched out his fingers and gently turned a few of them. Click, click, after a series of mechanical sounds, all the gears on the black metal magic box stopped rotating at the same time, and a faint white light emanated from it, and then the entire magic box opened in all directions like a flower bud. A thumb-long crystal potion bottle lay quietly in the box. Ronan picked up the bottle and could clearly see the fingerprints on his fingertips through the crystal clear bottle. Empty. Ronan frowned slightly, picked up the bottle and shook it gently, only to find that there was potion inside, but the potion was too transparent and too clear, so that at first glance it looked like an empty bottle. Ronan hesitated for a moment, but decided to open the potion bottle. He pressed the mouth of the bottle with his thumb and turned the crystal bottle slightly, so that a little bit of the potion in it was stained on the tip of his thumb. The moment the potion touched the tip of his finger, Ronan's thumb disappeared. Invisibility potion. Ronan blinked. After repeated attempts, he found that this was indeed a special potion that could make objects invisible, but it was much more powerful than ordinary invisibility potions. Not only could it perfectly hide the body, but also the smell, body temperature, soul breath, and mental fluctuations. Good stuff. Ronan's eyes showed a slight joy. This potion might come in handy at any time. He estimated that this bottle of invisibility potion could probably allow him to use it 2 or 3 times. If the requirement for concealment was not so high, it could be used more than 10 times after dilution. As for the duration of the drug effect, at least after Ronan had finished the preliminary analysis of the drug effect, his disappeared thumb had not reappeared. Here you go. Ronan threw the first golden gear to daughter III, who made a cheerful meow sound, and then ate the golden gear in a few bites like eating a biscuit. Ronan had checked the material of the golden gear. It was quite ordinary, not even as good as the nightmare tungsten steel and Nemen alloy in his hand, but there was a strange magic power added to it, making it extraordinary. Just like the effect of silverization. It has certain research value, but the metal itself is not very valuable. Now he has a magic box in his hand, so it doesn't matter if he throws the gear to daughter III to satisfy his craving. Ronan fed daughter III some other metals. Go on. Ronan didn't need to use the mutual sensing function of the magic box now. He completely relied on daughter III, the native, and drove him as a search dog. Daughter III was also happy to be driven by Ronan, and his 4 short legs spread out and ran fast. 2 days later. Click, the metal magic box opened layer by layer in front of Ronan like a flower, and the white light inside dissipated, and a dark green foul gas quickly rushed out of it. Bang! Ronan's mental power spread out, squeezing the air, breaking up the gas that had just been released in an instant, and the strong wind blew, sweeping away the smell in an instant. After doing all this, he looked at the magic box again, and it was empty. It seemed that the box was originally filled with a disgusting stench. Ronan looked calm, and casually threw a golden gear and a few pieces of metal to daughter III. He couldn't say whether he was disappointed or not. In the past 2 days, through daughter III, he found a total of 7 magic boxes, which can be regarded as a deeper understanding of the meaning of the word surprise in the surprise magic box. In addition to the magic box in front of him that sealed an unknown stench gas, he also saw the dried feces of unknown creatures, unknown insect monster specimens, and even completely empty magic boxes in the open magic box. In comparison, the invisibility potion in the first magic box was the most valuable harvest. Then there were a few runes of not very high grade, a low-level prophecy spell named Mystical Divination. Ronan spent a day and a half to successfully master the spell. The effect after casting it was to condense the free energy particles in the air into abstract symbols of unknown meaning. I haven't felt any effect yet, maybe there will be new changes after I become more proficient. These magic boxes are actually divided into grades. Ronan didn't rush daughter II to continue searching, but lined up all the open magic boxes in his hand in front of him. Carefully observing the appearance of these magic boxes, you can detect some subtle differences. For example, the number of gears on them, the way the gears are arranged and constructed, and even the size of the magic box. just want to classify the magic boxes based on these subtle differences. The number of samples is still too small. Ronan thought about it and turned to have an in-depth communication with Dr. III. Big, the appearance should be as luxurious and exquisite as possible. Ronan didn't know whether Dr. II's little goat head could understand what he meant, and the target he set for Dr. III was just a very subjective and rough judgment of the grade of the magic box. Dr. III had eaten Ronan's metal feet for a few days and had been raised quite well by him. After receiving the order, he made a bleeding sound and rushed out quickly. Ronan exhaled a foul breath and followed him patiently. His communication with Dr. III seemed to be effective. This time, Dr. III ran for a long time and showed no intention of stopping. The reddish-brown metal fog above the ruined city-state gradually dissipated, and soon Ronan saw the outline of an extremely huge building in the distance. It was a metal statue that was about 1,000 meters high. The statue looked like a dwarf with strong limbs and a majestic appearance, holding an axe in one hand and a hammer in the other, with a thick beard hanging directly over his feet. The statue seemed to be made entirely of gold. Although the luster of the whole body seemed a little dim due to the erosion of time, it was still shocking and visually impactful. Ronan stared at the statue so intently that he forgot to track down Dr. III. He simply didn't bother to look for him, because that guy would come back to find him after finding the magic box. Ronan looked down and saw a huge metal square under the statue, with many metal square towers standing on the square. He followed Dr. III to wander in the abandoned city-state of the Mechanical Heart for 2 days. The Mechanical Heart was too big, but now he seemed to be close to the real center of this majestic city-state. There were many metal elemental life forms wandering in this area, and thick reddish-brown clouds that gathered but did not disperse could be seen everywhere. However, after a few days, Ronan also understood the habits of these metal elemental life forms. Generally speaking, the range of their wandering was not large, and as long as you did not intrude into their territory, you would not provoke their attack. In general, the danger level of the Mechanical Heart ruins is not high. The first headless metal puppet holding a hammer that he encountered during his exploration was the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and the metal magic puppet summoned by the Mirror Soul spell behind him scattered around. He was wrapped in the living steel armor, using the effect of space silverization to flash forward and quickly move towards the golden dwarf statue in the square. In the past 2 days, in addition to several surprise magic boxes, Ronan's biggest gain was a large amount of rare metal media. For a metal wizard, the Mechanical Heart is a treasure trove of materials everywhere, and there are too many metal forgings left by the dwarves. Although most of them have been corroded by time, even Dr. III disdains to take a bite, but as long as you are willing to spend some time, you can still analyze some alloys and metals of decent quality from those rusted wastes. Ronan collected a lot of them one after another, and selected some to mix into the original Nightmare tungsten steel and Nemean alloy, so that the metal knight armor formed after activation was directly 2 sizes larger, and the body height was nearly 3 meters, becoming more and more majestic, and the style was quite harmonious with the surrounding environment. In fact, before this, Ronan had already felt that the grade of the 2 metal media, Nightmare tungsten steel and Nemean alloy, was a bit inadequate for his current combat needs. The promotion to the 3rd level wizard was imminent, and the upgrade of the metal magic medium was also an urgent matter, both in terms of quality and quantity. Now it can only be said that it was temporarily used. Soon, Ronan entered the metal square under the golden dwarf statue without any danger. As soon as he landed, he saw Dr. III sticking his butt up and arching something under the golden dwarf statue, with half of his body buried in the ground. Ronan was too lazy to care about it. While it was looking for the magic box, he looked at the metal square towers standing in the square one by one. There were some rough pictures on the square steel towers, and the contents of the pictures seemed to record something. Ronan saw a picture on a square steel tower full of bearded dwarves, guarding a dwarf wearing a crown and holding a scepter. The content on the next square steel tower changed. It was still the same group of dwarves, but they were kneeling on the ground, including the dwarf wearing a crown, and seemed to be worshipping something. Is it some kind of sacrificial ceremony? So this is a square used for sacrifice. Ronan thought, looking up at the huge golden dwarf statue beside him, searching for information about the dwarf god in his mind. Dr. III had disappeared, leaving only a big hole where the arch had been. Ronan retracted his gaze and continued to read. The content of the picture displayed on the square steel tower this time seemed to have ended the sacrifice. No, Ronan looked at the content of the next square steel tower and found that this sacrificial ceremony should have officially begun. Every dwarf in the picture was sweating profusely in front of his own blacksmith forge, and seemed to be working hard to forge something. Immediately afterwards, the collective forging activity ended. Each dwarf who participated in the forging raised his hands, holding a staff, a long sword, a crown and other things. Each item glowed, as if it was a magical equipment containing the power of runes. Then these equipment began to collide with each other, some shattered and fell to the ground, while others were still shining. The process of the magical equipment colliding with each other was extremely tedious and long. Ronan quickly browsed through the square towers one by one, and walked through most of the square before he saw a hammer-shaped weapon that smashed all the forged objects and won the final victory. The dwarves used an entire square tower to describe the power of this equipment. The huge square short hammer was engraved with patterns of lightning and flames around it, and there were countless ripples indicating the fragmentation of space. Wow, Thor's hammer. Ronan reached out to touch the texture of the hammer pattern and murmured. The pattern on the next square tower, the winning hammer forger dwarf was rewarded by the crown dwarf, and countless dwarves below raised their hands and cheered. Ronan understood. This seemed to be an ancient and unique tradition of the dwarves. They held a forging meeting to worship the craftsmen and forging gods they believed in. Looking at the next picture, Ronan's eyes instantly burst into a strong brilliance, and the whole person rushed to the front of the square steel tower in an instant. Magic box. Ronan stared at the picture on the square steel tower. He saw the dwarf wearing a crown carefully put the hammer surrounded by thunder and flames and countless broken ripples into a square metal box. And the appearance of that box looked like Sibert's amazing magic box. The powerful hammer magic tool was put into the magic box. Ronan continued to browse with a burning gaze, and saw that the content of the picture turned into a conversation between the crown dwarf and several dwarves. The magic box containing the hammer weapon was placed beside them. Ronan looked at several pictures in a row and found that the crown dwarf and the other dwarves in the picture had always existed, but the images of legendary creatures such as goblins, winged dragons, and one-eyed giants kept appearing around them. Are they worried that goblins, dragons, and cyclops will come and snatch or steal the box? Ronan's eyes flickered, guessing from the content presented on the screen. Thinking carefully, these legendary creatures seem to have a habit of collecting treasures. It seems that after the hammer was sealed in the magic box, the crown dwarf still felt unsafe, so he discussed a better way to preserve it with a few confidants. What did you come up with in the end? Buzz. Just as Ronan was about to move to the next square tower, he suddenly felt the ground shaking under his feet. He subconsciously turned to look in the direction of the golden dwarf statue behind him, but the vibration stopped at this time. After waiting for a while, there was no other movement. Ronan shook his head and continued his exploration. Human figures began to appear on the next square tower. It was a human wizard wearing a robe and his face could not be seen clearly. Under his guidance, the entire dwarf tribe began to collectively forge the same type of box. This is Spurt. Ronan stood in front of several square towers, and his expression became extremely exciting in an instant. So the dwarves created countless surprise boxes under the guidance of Spurt? The purpose was to cover up the real box containing the hammer of thunder and fire. Ronan felt that he had found the truth. Because this bad idea of mixing the real with the fake really seemed to come from Spurt's hand. So where was the magic box with the hammer hidden in the end? Yes, how could such a top-secret thing be engraved directly on the square steel? But it is undeniable that the pictures engraved on these square steel towers are very valuable, and they may contain important clues to the only magic box. Ronan glanced at the square steel towers that were still left in the square, thought about it, and simply began to collect these square steel towers into a space ring. He didn't know why the truth about the surprise box on the square steel tower had not been spread out. Perhaps no one noticed it, or perhaps the wizards who came in to explore before didn't find this central area at all. This is actually quite reasonable, because if it weren't for Daughter I leading the way, he would probably be wandering around in some corner of the abandoned city-state. The mechanical heart is really too big. Ronan stepped forward and tried to move the square steel tower. He exerted the terrifying power brought by the stainless body and the blood of the ancient frost hydra to a certain extreme, but the square steel tower was still rooted and motionless. There seemed to be a rune array inside it, and it was connected to the base of the square. Using Living steel. It should be possible to partially activate the square steel tower and take it away, but the clues contained in the pictures engraved on it might disappear. Just when Ronan was considering whether to do this, boom! The vibration sound that had occurred once before sounded again, and this time it was more than 100 times louder. The entire metal square was shaking violently, cracking, and large areas of the ground collapsed. Ronan flew into the air in doubt and picked up several square steel towers that had collapsed due to the collapse of the square and put them into the space ring. Before he could continue, he sensed a gray shadow whoosh into his arms at an extremely fast speed. Ronan hadn't had time to check whether I had the magic box he wanted, and then he saw a shocking scene that he would never forget in his life. On the violently collapsing square, the 1,000-meter-high golden dwarf statue in the center of the square was also collapsing rapidly. As the golden statue collapsed, a giant metal square box hidden inside the statue, which was almost as big as a hill, quickly appeared. The square box was connected to the two thick legs of the golden dwarf statue. In the huge roar of the collapse, this super large metal square box seemed like a living thing. Catcha! It stood up from the ground directly by kicking two golden thick legs. A strange creature with a black metal square box body, but two golden dwarf legs. It looked indescribably funny and weird. But Ronan couldn't laugh at all. He stared blankly at the giant magic box in front of him, which was walking towards him with two huge golden short legs. He subconsciously lowered his head and met the pair of bright sheep eyes of I in his arms. I made a happy cry to Ronan, and his silly sheep face was full of smug and praiseful look. It was as if he was saying to Ronan, "Is this box big? Is it big? Praise me, praise me." Chapter 184 Umbrella. Long time no see, Grace. Bang! Bang! Every time the giant magic box with golden legs took a step, the ground shook violently, and the huge metal square collapsed faster and faster. It was as if the entire mechanical heart was shaking and trembling. Ronan came back to his senses from the brief shock, and finally hurriedly picked up two collapsed square towers and retreated quickly. On the way back, he saw with his own eyes that countless jagged cracks appeared on the surface of the giant magic box with legs, and then crack, 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 accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound of metal tearing. A huge mouth appeared in the middle of the magic box. The shape of the mouth was as terrifying as shark teeth, and the inside was as deep as a black hole, and rows of fine fangs could be vaguely seen. Ronan's scalp was slightly numb, and the key was that this terrifying giant magic box seemed to be rushing straight towards him. Without any other thoughts, Ronan grabbed I's neck, and the living steel attached to his whole body. With the effect of space silverization, he flashed rapidly and rushed away from the giant magic box. It was only during the escape that he realized that he didn't know whether it was because the giant magic box and the golden dwarf statue had awakened, as if it had triggered some mysterious mechanism. At this time, the huge forsaken city of the mechanical heart was no longer peaceful. There were collapsed buildings everywhere, and ancient metal puppets that were still functioning walked out of the buildings. The remaining rune light paths on their bodies shone red, giving people a sense of danger from a distance. There were also those wandering metal elemental lives, which seemed to have collectively fallen into a manic state at this time, and began to attack all around wantonly. Some of them took the initiative to rush in Ronan's direction, as if they were ready to cooperate with a giant magic box to intercept them. Buzz waves of bees and birds came out from nowhere, like black metal clouds, emitting disturbing energy fluctuations, and flying around in the sky at a very fast speed. It was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. The entire mechanical heart completely exploded. Ronan quickly shuttled through this turbulent metal frenzy, swinging his arms, and handleless daggers like broken mirrors and fine icicles appeared out of thin air, quickly shooting around, exploding, and rushing out violent spell fluctuations. Under his drive, those metal summons summoned by the Mirror Soul spell also took the initiative to face the metal elemental life and runaway puppets that blocked the road or tried to block the road, but they were almost drowned by the frenzy as soon as they met. The giant magic box with legs was still chasing behind, and the dull footsteps followed one after another. Although it had not launched any effective attacks on Ronan, the natural oppression brought by its huge size alone made Ronan feel like he was being chased by a terrifying steel tsunami. The strength is definitely above level 3. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he made a judgment in his heart. As for whether he had reached the 4th level of Dawn, it was unknown, because Ronan had never felt the pressure of the Dawn level up close. The 4 lamb legs of I tightly hugged Ronan's thighs, still with an innocent and ignorant look on his face. It was probably still puzzled why he had found the big box according to Ronan's requirements, but did not get Ronan's reward and praise. Ronan looked at the mess around him and felt a little headache. He seemed to have just said in his heart that the mechanical heart ruins were not very dangerous, and reality slapped him hard. But Ronan did not mean to blame Daughter III, but instead had some inexplicable expectations in his heart. The hammer of thunder and fire engraved on the square monument tower, which Shivan the mechanical heart dwarf king cherished so much that he even asked a legendary wizard spirit to find a way to properly preserve it. Could it be hidden in the huge magic box monster behind him? This possibility is still relatively large. But this giant magic box monster is terrifying, and how to open it is a big problem. Bang! A spell flame similar to the explosion of a high-energy crucible exploded not far away, and broken metal fragments fell to the ground with a clang, announcing that Ronan's last mirror soul summon was destroyed. Ronan didn't know how far he had run, but he had left the giant magic box monster far behind. But the crisis was not completely resolved, and there were still a large number of metal puppets and metal elemental life forms gathering towards him. Ronan raised his body to avoid the attack of some metal puppets that could not take off, and turned back to look at the location of the giant magic box monster. The guy was still grinning with a bloody mouth, and he was chasing Ronan with two thick golden short legs. It was obvious that Ronan had not yet escaped from its hatred range. Ronan had ideas about this guy and didn't want to give up so easily. He stood there, thinking about the next plan. But at this moment, boom, boom boom boom, a series of roars came from a direction far away. Ronan looked up suddenly, and his perception, which was many times more sensitive than that of an ordinary wizard, caught a few unusual energy fluctuations accompanying the roar. Non-metal elemental spell fluctuations, and there is more than one kind. Ronan narrowed his eyes shining under the silver mask. It seems that there are other wizards fighting. There are other wizards in the mechanical heart ruins? Exclamation mark. This is not surprising. After all, the mechanical heart is an ancient secret place that has been discovered long ago. If he can find the entrance, others can do the same. Under his order, Daughter III led the giant magic box monster from the central square of the mechanical heart, causing the entire secret place to fall into turmoil and chaos. Maybe the wizards who were fighting were implicated by him and suffered this wave of unprovoked disaster. Boom boom boom, the footsteps of the giant magic box monster gradually approached, and the terrible pressure swept from afar. The metal element life and metal puppets around him that were briefly forced away gradually surrounded him. Ronan did not hesitate for a long time, and his figure flashed, and he flew directly in the direction of the spell fluctuations. It's not that he had any intention of diverting the trouble to others. It's the instinct of living things to gather together to resist danger. In the current situation, if he could find someone to join forces, it would definitely be much better than fighting alone. Of course, Ronan didn't mean to find someone to help him. He decided to go over and see the situation before making a decision. With a flying ring, the full power of his body, and the short-distance transmission effect of the living steel, silver space, Ronan's speed was extremely fast. He almost turned into blurry silver lightning, flashing and jumping between abandoned buildings, easily breaking through layers of obstacles, and soon arrived at the battlefield where the magic wave came from. Swish! Ronan stopped 1 kilometer away from the outbreak of the battle, standing on the top of a tall brass-colored spire house and looking at the battle group. There was an area that seemed to be completely covered by a thick golden cloud. Countless metal elemental life and metal puppets surrounded several figures, attacking them in waves like a tide. Through the densely packed group of runaway metal monsters, Ronan saw 4 figures struggling to hold on. 2 men and 2 women, all wearing rare moon-white magic robes, which looked quite gorgeous, and had the same badge on their chests. It was a pattern Ronan had never seen before, a white ring with a crown woven from green leaves in the center. It looked like the symbol of the plant wizard force, but the spells cast by the wizards in battle were not plant spells, but groups of pure white light, among which there was a trace of energy similar to the vitality ball in Ronan's body, but it was countless times thinner. 3 of the 4 wizards were 3rd-level wizards, and the rest were 2nd-level wizards. But the only 2nd-level wizard was firmly protected in the middle by the other 3 3rd-level wizards, and it seemed that he had an extraordinary status. Ronan's eyes wandered among the 4 people, and finally stopped at the 2nd-level wizard who was being protected. It was a girl, who looked only 16 or 17 years old. She had a beautiful appearance and a pure temperament. She had short hair that barely reached her cheeks, and wore a pair of exquisite crystal glasses on her nose, which gave her a strong bookish air. At first glance, Ronan felt that the girl was familiar in both her appearance and temperament. Memories surged in his mind, and soon, a name popped up from the bottom of his heart. Surprisingly, Ronan looked at the center of the battle group from afar, and the beautiful girl with a slightly nervous look on her face was slightly startled, and he murmured, "It's her." Boom. Accompanied by a huge pure white light ball that looked like a heart, it exploded, and the terrible energy aftermath swept in all directions, and the offensive of the metal elemental life and metal puppets that followed one after another suddenly stagnated. Hannah. The handsome young man in a moon-white robe and holding a long-handled staff like a pure white staff shouted in a low voice, and then turned his palm, and a palm-length, exquisite and small white scroll appeared between his 5 fingers. "I'll take care of this first." The handsome young man turned his head to look at his 2 companions, and said calmly, "You and Baker take the princess away first. I'll meet up with you later." "Donnie, can you do it alone?" asked the dark-skinned female wizard with long silver hair. The handsome young man snorted and said lightly, "What do you think?" The female wizard frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. She simply exchanged glances with another third-level male wizard, and then respectfully said to the girl who was protected by the 3 people in the middle, "Princess, we will take you away." "Where to?" the girl asked with a dazed expression. The silver-haired female wizard looked around and said, "I don't know what happened in the mechanical heart. All the wandering elemental life and puppets are frantically attacking all outsiders. In this situation, further exploration may threaten your safety. I'm afraid we can only withdraw first." The girl's face suddenly showed disappointment when she heard it, but after looking around, she quickly nodded and agreed. She just looked at the young wizard who took the initiative to stay behind to cover the retreat with a slightly worried look. She was about to say something but stopped. The latter seemed to sense her gaze and turned around, with a gentle and submissive expression on his handsome face. "Princess, don't worry about me. I can handle everything." The young wizard called Donnie bowed his head slightly, performed a simple salute with elegant manners, and said, "And even if I sacrifice my life for the princess, what does it mean?" "Donnie." The girl didn't seem to be very interested in the young wizard's exaggerated words and deeds, and her expression was slightly embarrassed and unnatural, but she still solemnly warned, "Then be careful." After the 4-person group made a decision, the silver-haired female wizard and another third-level male wizard immediately protected the girl and retreated. The young wizard Donnie turned around calmly and gently tore open the scroll in his hand. In an instant, a dazzling white light burst out from the scroll, turning into a pure white flame in the void, forming a huge white flame ring, which quickly spread out in all directions. Any metal element swept by the flame ring immediately melted and disappeared silently, and the originally crowded battle group was suddenly cleared. The 3 silver-haired female wizards took the opportunity to break out from the weakest part of the encirclement. Just as they were about to completely leave the battle group, a large black cloud suddenly jumped out from the collapsed metal ruins below. It was a large group of strange puppets that looked like wasps and crows, half the size of a human, with black metallic luster flowing on their bodies, and silver-white rune-light paths. Each one exuded a powerful energy fluctuation comparable to that of a third-level magic beast. When they gathered together, the power they released became even more terrifying, like a hurricane filled with a breath of death and destruction, attacking the 3 people at an incredibly fast speed. The silver-haired female wizard, who felt the crisis coming, suddenly changed her color. Without saying anything, she and another male wizard immediately rushed forward. A strong white light bloomed from both of them, forming a huge white light wall in the void. The light wall moved forward, trying to block the rapidly attacking strange puppet swarm. The young girl wizard, who was protected by the 2 behind her, retreated cautiously like a cautious rabbit, then looked for a relatively safe direction and rushed out quickly. She knew very well what the people around her were fighting for. As long as she was safe, with the means and strength of the few people responsible for protecting her, they would be able to retreat calmly. After rushing out of the battle group for a long distance in one breath, the young wizard stopped, patted her chest, and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was a close call, and no rampaging monsters targeted her. A little joy appeared between her beautiful eyebrows, and then she raised her hand and was about to call on several companions to retreat. However, at this time, A hurried cold shout sounded in her ears. "Princess, be careful." The young wizard's hand stopped in midair as she wanted to greet them. She saw the silver-haired female wizard, who was fighting and retreating in the distance and shouting at her nervously. She left another companion behind and rushed towards her without hesitation. The young wizard's heart trembled for no reason. She turned back quietly and saw 7 or 8 strange metal blades with wings on their bodies, rotating at high speed like gears, flying towards her at a high speed. The metal blade cut through the air, making an extremely sharp low whistling sound. The terrifying sharpness twisted the void, and the strong wind blew the hair on the young wizard's forehead wildly, and her eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Even a third-level wizard who is proficient in combat would be in a state of panic in the face of such a situation, not to mention that she is a homely female wizard who is only keen on academic research and knowledge acquisition, and has a pitiful lack of combat ability and combat experience. Looking at the terrifying metal blade approaching with a whistle, the young wizard's mind instantly went blank. She didn't know what to do. She only felt that there seemed to be a thick coldness sweeping over her body like a tide, and all the sounds in her ears quickly left her. She was like a drowning person who fell into an icy lake and could only watch herself being swallowed up bit by something. Then, a silver-white light flashed rapidly in front of her eyes. Then it seemed that a pair of slender and powerful arms suddenly grabbed her tightly. A turn. The silver-white spread and condensed into an umbrella-like shape, protecting her firmly in front of her. Zzzz-ding-dang-ding-dang. The young wizard heard the sound of the high-speed rotating blade cutting the metal, as well as the crisp sound of metal hitting metal and metal being bounced off. All the crises like a storm were blocked outside the umbrella. At this time, an unprecedented tremor and fear swept through the girl's body belatedly. Bang! Bang! The girl pressed her chest with a pale face, listening to the extremely rapid heartbeat. But she couldn't help but look up quickly, wanting to see who was the person who pulled her out of the cold and suffocating bottom of the lake. In those beautiful eyes as clear as crystal, a picture that she would never forget was soon reflected the center of the umbrella. The deep silver-white metal melted to both sides like mercury. A handsome and heroic young man with chestnut hair and blue eyes quietly walked out of it. He stood in front of the girl, less than 1 meter away from her. The young man reached out his hand and gently straightened the crystal glasses that had slipped off the girl's nose. Then he smiled at her and said, "Long time no see, Grace." Chapter 185, The Court of Life, The Golden Magic Box. Grace stared blankly at the young wizard who had just rescued her from the crisis of death. Her eyes fell on his fair, smooth, handsome face, and there was a foggy confusion and doubt in her eyes. "I am Ronan, have you forgotten?" Ronan looked at Grace in front of him with a gentle look, knowing that she might have forgotten his name a long time ago, but the impression he left on her should not have been erased. Ronan Damien. He took the initiative to say his name, trying to evoke Grace's memory of him. Perhaps it was Ronan's self-reported name, or Ronan's voice, appearance. Grace finally had some impression of him. "It's you." Grace quickly covered her mouth, but still couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, and there was only a deep disbelief in her beautiful eyes. You. Ronan dispersed the silver metal shield wall behind him, manipulated the metal to transform into a huge crescent moon, and knocked away the metal blades that came back at will. These metal blades released a terrifying cutting force comparable to the power of a general third-level spell under high-speed rotation, and the speed was extremely fast, making it difficult to capture the trajectory of their attacks. However, Ronan had a keen sense of perception, and his mental strength was more than 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary second-level late-stage wizard. With the help of the Eye of Truth, it was not difficult to deal with it. Ronan manipulated the silver metal in the space to form a tentacle, quickly wrapped around several metal blades that were knocked away and temporarily stagnated, and then grabbed them in his hands. The metal blades he got were heavier than Ronan expected. The material was like some special brass that had been processed by alchemy. It was extremely hard and sharp. The material was better than the metal medium Ronan was using, and it should have reached the 3rd level. Considering that the medium would soon be replaced, Ronan had been consciously collecting suitable metals. So far, these metal blades made him feel the most satisfied. After just a few clashes, the medium in his hand, which was made of nightmare tungsten steel, Neman alloy and a bunch of messy metals, had already suffered a lot of damage, which showed how sharp and strong the metal blades were. Ronan used the power of spatial stagnation and captured all the blades in a few breaths and put them into the space ring. Looking back, he saw Grace still staring at him with wide eyes, and she had not completely recovered from the shock of Ronan's identity. However, after not seeing each other for several years, Grace was surprised by his appearance at this moment and the changes that had taken place in her body, and he was the same with Grace. Ronan still clearly remembered that in the tutor area of Hoddam College, he had been asking for help everywhere for a chance to be promoted to first-level formal wizard, but he was repeatedly rejected. Then when the situation was the worst, Grace appeared and gave him the resources and guidance he needed for promotion. He would never forget the little house with a blue roof and the short-haired girl who sat on the second floor of the house, flipping through books and pretending to be mature and guiding him. But in Ronan's cognition, Grace was just the only daughter of a first-level official wizard. Although she had good qualifications, her status should not be considered noble, otherwise she would not have stayed in the small wizard force like Hoddam College. But now, Grace was actually protected by 3 powerful third-level wizards and was called Princess. Could it be that she was the offspring of a royal family in the wizarding world who was stranded outside? This plot was too bloody. Ronan was thinking, and an anxious and urgent low voice came from far away. Princess. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the silver-haired female wizard who had followed Grace before and finally got rid of the entanglement of the puppet peaks and rushed here quickly. And there was a figure that was even faster than them. White light flashed, and a tall and handsome young wizard appeared in front of Ronan. Grace, are you okay? The young wizard asked Grace with concern first, and after Grace nodded slightly in response, he turned his head to look at Ronan. His face was not good, and his gloom was filled with undisguised vigilance and hostility, which was completely unlike the attitude towards someone who helped him. The 2 silver-haired female wizards followed closely and checked Grace's condition as usual. After finding that Grace was just a little frightened and was not seriously injured, they showed a sigh of relief and a slightly self-blaming expression on their faces. The 2 also turned their eyes to Ronan, the stranger who suddenly appeared, but the look in his eyes was much more relaxed than the first young wizard. Your Excellency is. The silver-haired female wizard took 2 steps forward and asked Ronan's identity, while her eyes kept looking back and forth at Ronan's robes and the silver metal surrounding him. It seemed that she wanted to infer Ronan's origins from this. Ronan was considering whether to report the name of the silver ring, when Grace quickly walked out of the protection of the 3 people and rushed to Ronan unexpectedly. You are that one. She looked at Ronan's face with indescribable excitement, and even a few faint blushes appeared on both sides of her cheeks. Obviously, she had completely remembered who Ronan was at this moment. It was a sunny autumn afternoon. The boy who had been desperately seeking the mist gate but could not enter was walking disappointedly on the grey stone road full of Champs-Élysées trees. Then, when passing a house with a beautiful blue roof, he met the bored girl trapped in a small attic. The first intersection of the 2 began from then on. It's me. Ronan smiled and nodded to Grace. In fact, this was the first time the 2 had met formally in the true sense. The last time was when Hoddam College suffered a catastrophic disaster and Grace was dragged away by her mother. The 2 glanced at each other hurriedly. Grace was extremely excited, and she herself probably didn't know why she was so happy to see Ronan again. She paced quickly in front of Ronan like a child, and the expression on her face could almost be described as jumping for joy. Your Highness, this one. Friend. The silver-haired witch came up from behind in confusion, and before she could finish her words, Grace had already answered quickly. An old friend I haven't seen for a long time. Grace emphasized seriously, and looked at Ronan a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether Ronan also regarded her as a friend in his heart, but judging from his previous act of saving her, he must have counted it. Ronan looked at Grace, who was as innocent and pure as he remembered, and his mood inexplicably improved. He smiled and nodded, and then calmly said to the silver-haired witch, I am from the Silver Ring, you. His eyes swept across the white ring tender leaf crown pattern on the silver-haired witch's chest, and the meaning was self-evident. Silver Ring. The silver-haired wizard thought for a moment, then bowed to Ronan solemnly and said, We are from the Court of Life. In any case, thank you for saving our princess. The Court of Life? Ronan's eyes flickered when he heard the silver-haired female wizard introduce herself. He had never heard of the name of this force. Before leaving the Silver Ring, Kosti gave him a list of major wizard forces in the south. The name of the organization Court of Life was not included. But seeing that the other party could send 3 third-level wizards at once to act as a similar guard role, and each of them was very young, the strength and foundation of the force should be very strong. Could it be a wizard force outside the south? Ronan thought secretly in his heart, showing the same politeness to the silver-haired female wizard. I just did what I should do. Grace is a very good friend of mine. She has helped me a lot. By the way, have you switched to metal magic now? After Ronan finished greeting the silver-haired witch, Grace couldn't wait to come up and talk to Ronan. Her eyes were full of curiosity about Ronan. For a girl who spent most of her life in the attic meditating and practicing, Ronan was indeed one of her few old friends to some extent. I have collected a lot of powerful energy runes, as well as energy spells from level 1 to 3. I was thinking about giving them to you when I see you again one day. Grace looked at the silver-white metal flowing like mercury around Ronan, sighed and said, it seems that you can't use it now. Ronan was about to answer, but a cold and hard voice interrupted him directly. Princess, I think we should leave now. The young wizard who rushed up first walked in front of them, threw a few things in front of Ronan with a cold expression, and said in a cold tone, as for this, thank you for everything you have done for the princess. No matter what your purposes, everything ends here, please leave as soon as possible. Ronan glanced at the few things that the young wizard threw in front of him, which were obviously magical equipment, frowned slightly, and squinted his eyes to look at the young wizard in front of him who had been hostile to him since he appeared. The latter looked at him indifferently, and his cold eyes were filled with condescending intentions that Ronan had not seen for quite a long time. Donnie. The silver-haired female wizard on the side made a dissatisfied voice, are you going too far? Grace was obviously very angry at the attitude shown by the young wizard. Her chest was heaving, and she gritted her teeth and said, Donnie, you must apologize to Ronan. Apologize? Did I do anything wrong? The young wizard glanced at the silver-haired female wizard, then looked at Grace, and said calmly, you have just become a princess, and your strength is still weak. At this time, anyone who tries to approach you with bad intentions under any banner may appear. Even if Her Highness Selena knew about this, she would definitely support my approach. I said, Ronan is my friend. Yes, before this, we met at least 8 guys who claimed to be your friends when you didn't know. In the end, under the power of truth, Donnie didn't continue to speak, but just sneered and glanced at Ronan. You. Grace was so angry that she couldn't speak. At this time, boom. A huge roar came from a distance, attracting the attention of several people on the field. Ronan looked in the direction of the sound and saw the giant magic box that had chased him before. The 2 golden and strong short legs crushed abandoned buildings one after another, and they collapsed like building blocks. Before rescuing Grace, Ronan had already put .III into the space ring, but he didn't expect that the magic box monster still chased here. However, looking at its destruction like a headless fly, it seems that it is no longer running towards Ronan, and is now just wandering around driven by instinct. It is obvious that it has always been .III who has attracted the hatred of the magic box monster. The magic box monster was originally brought out by Ronan, so he naturally wouldn't make a fuss. However, Grace and her group saw this weird and ridiculously large magic box monster for the first time, and they all showed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. Especially Grace. At this time, she almost forgot that she was still angry in the last second, and her attention was completely attracted by the magic box monster. Is Spiritor's amazing box this big? Grace covered her mouth and murmured as she looked at the box monster in the distance that was causing a series of roars. Princess, it's time for us to leave. After a brief moment of shock, the silver-haired female wizard was the first to recover from her surprise. She looked around and said quickly with a slightly concentrated expression, God knows what will pop up next. We came too hastily this time. Next time, we can organize more people to accompany you to explore. Oh. Grace was half pulled and half protected by the silver-haired female wizard to leave. She nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly reacted and quickly looked at Ronan. Ronan. She hadn't even started to reminisce with Ronan, but she was about to be pulled away, and it was obvious that she was reluctant to leave. The young wizard named Donnie stood between the two of them indifferently, and looked at Ronan with a warning look. Sir, do you want to leave with us? The silver-haired female wizard shouted at Ronan. The young wizard Donnie couldn't help but frowned, but Grace's eyes lit up and she kept waving at Ronan. Ronan looked thoughtful, but before he could decide whether to go with Grace and her group. At this time, the position of the magic box monster in the distance changed again. Bang! The giant magic box monster that was rushing around like pushing building blocks accidentally stepped on something and exploded. As a result, with a buzz, A large group of dense black objects suddenly flew out from under the collapsed building. Just like the puppet bee swarm that attacked the silver-haired female wizard and others before. However, this time it was different. The puppet-like things that were disturbed and flew out were all square, almost exactly like the magic box Ronan had obtained before, except that each of them had 2 pairs of gray wings similar to dragonflies on their backs. Whoosh! Almost at the moment when the group of winged magic boxes appeared, Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared in front of several people, turning into a blurry silver shadow, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the giant magic box monster. At this time, Ronan had already thrown away all the messy things such as grace, the royal court of life, and all the other things. His eyes were fixed on the location where countless magic boxes flew out. His sharp eyes penetrated the barriers of the magic boxes and finally locked onto one of the many magic boxes. It was a unique magic box. Its size and appearance were not much different from ordinary magic boxes. But it was golden, as if it was made of pure gold, and it was extremely gorgeous. In the black magic box that was like a swarm of flies dancing, it was so obvious and so eye-catching. Ronan stared at the golden magic box, with only one thought in his mind: get it. He must get it. Golden magic box of surprise. The moment Ronan rushed out, the silver-haired female wizard and the others also caught sight of the golden magic box. The young wizard Donnie, who was standing at the front of the 4-person team, instantly had a strong and brilliant light in his eyes. Then he turned a certain ring on his 10 fingers without hesitation. In an instant, 2 huge pure white wings of light emerged from behind him. The next second, he turned into a white light and fled forward at a very fast speed. In just a few breaths, he directly surpassed a figure of Ronan who had set off first and ran ahead of Ronan. Ronan felt Donnie's breath passing by quickly, and subconsciously wanted to activate the ability of short-distance space transmission to catch up. But his eyes flashed a few times, and he forcibly held back, allowing the wizard Donnie to leave him far behind and keep approaching the location of the golden magic box. At this time, Ronan had completely calmed down from the unprecedented excitement of the appearance of the golden magic box. He realized something was wrong. The real purpose of the mechanical heart dwarfs to create magic boxes was to better hide the thunder and fire hammers they forged. Whether it was the giant magic box monster or the golden magic box with wings, the target was too conspicuous. It was like telling others that they had good things hidden in their stomachs. Come and catch me, come and catch me. Isn't this completely contrary to the original intention of the dwarves? Whether it is the giant magic box monster or the golden magic box, the possibility of hiding the thunder and fire hammer is very low. The dwarves will not have such a genius idea that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Moreover, great opportunities often mean greater risks. Thinking of this, Ronan's speed began to slow down. He shifted his sight and began to stare at the young wizard Donnie, who was about to rush into the magic box group. This guy was much more anxious than him. The strength of the genius wizard of the Life King Court also broke out completely. At least among the 3-level wizards Ronan had seen so far, this guy's flying speed can be regarded as the best. Seeing that Donnie was about to dive into the dark group of magic boxes, Ronan keenly noticed that the giant magic box monster next to the magic box group had already shown its intention to attack Donnie. He simply stopped and stood there quietly, watching what Donnie would do next. Chapter 186 Red Lotus Cane, Ash Witch. Molly. Buzz buzz. Huh? Ronan saw the giant magic box monster suddenly lower its body, and its terrifying mouth, which was open to its ears, if it had ears, almost split the entire box in half, bit down fiercely at Donnie. Ronan saw from a distance that Donnie, who had a pair of pure white wings behind him, had several scroll-like objects in his hands, and then quickly tore them apart. In an instant, a pure white sun seemed to suddenly rise in his hand, and the pure white energy light that was so dense that it almost condensed into substance directly blocked the giant magic box monster's big mouth. The magic box monster's bite was like biting on a huge white light bulb. Immediately afterwards, the wizard Donnie, with pure white wings vibrating, quickly flew out from under the giant magic box monster's mouth. While the giant magic box monster was still struggling with the white light ball, he took the initiative to put away his long staff and took out a palm-sized gray bow. If it weren't for the mysterious runes that emerged and lit up one after another from the small bow, this pocket-sized bow would have looked like a child's toy in his hand. Wizard Donnie quickly pulled the bowstring on the small bow, and the white arrow of light naturally condensed and shot out quickly when he let go. Donnie shot 3 arrows in a row. Even from a long distance, Ronan could clearly see that after shooting the 3 arrows, his originally ruddy face turned slightly pale, and it was obvious that his mental power was greatly consumed. And the 3 pure white arrows of light he shot with his small bow began to actively chase the golden magic box after they were shot. The speed of the golden magic box was extremely fast, and the speed of the 3 pure white arrows was also very fast. It was almost difficult to capture them clearly with the naked eye. Only a touch of golden light and 3 white lights could be seen chasing each other in the air. Seeing that the 3 white lights were about to surround and intercept the golden magic box, Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly. The space around him was quietly broken like a mirror, and the figure that had originally stopped moving once again rushed forward with flashes. He originally wanted to wait and see, but the 3rd-level wizard Donnie from the Court of Life was far beyond his expectations. Seeing that the other party was about to capture the golden magic box, he had to move even if he didn't want to. He couldn't just sit and watch the other party get the treasure. Although there was a relationship with Grace, this guy was quite rude to him before, and Ronan had no psychological burden to compete with him. Just as Ronan was about to approach the battle group, his mental power surged in his mind, and he was ready to cast a spell. Suddenly a woman's light laughter suddenly sounded in his ears. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis and horror rose from Ronan's heart. The hair on his hands and back almost exploded instantly. Instinct drove Ronan to stop in place. Before he could find the source of the laughter, he felt an indescribable spell power erupting beside him. A blazing red flame, like the magma erupted from the deepest part of a 1,000-year-old active volcano, flew past him with a terrifying heat wave that burned and melted everything. Boom boom, the terrifying heat wave swept everything, with a trajectory of the flame, instantly piercing through the pure white light ball not far away that immobilized the giant magic box monster, and then directly hit the wizard Donnie holding a pocket bow. Ronan heard Donnie's strange scream, followed by a white light of energy that was several times more intense than before, but in less than a second, it was submerged by the pure fire wave. Crushing Donnie, the terrifying red fire wave continued to extend for a long distance. Wherever it passed, the abandoned metal buildings left by the mechanical heart below melted and collapsed like wax, presenting a long and shocking metal melting track. The fire wave engulfed countless metal puppets, metal elemental life, and even black magic boxes with wings along the way. The originally bustling and chaotic battle group was forcibly cleared out by this wave of fire that came out of nowhere. Even the golden magic box seemed to be frightened, and swooshed onto the giant magic box monster and hid. When Ronan's expression was slightly concentrated, and he gently stroked the half-melted trace on the surface of his living steel metal armor, he saw, at the end of the terrifying fire wave, a ball of red flames continue to burn like flowers blooming and falling, giving people an inexplicable sense of gorgeousness and beauty. And in that ball of fire, a delicate rose-colored women's cane, about only half a meter long, was quietly suspended. Hoo-hoo-hoo, a violent panting sound came from a place not far from Ronan's side. Ronan turned his head and unexpectedly saw that the young wizard Donnie, who had just been engulfed by the terrifying fire wave, was not dead. At this time, he was standing in the void with a pale face. Only half of the pure white wings on his back were left, and they were still melting. The moon-white robe on his body was full of traces of burns from the flames. He looked in a state of disgrace, and no longer had the arrogant and calm attitude he had before. What really moved people was his eyes. At this moment, the eyes of the young wizard Donnie were filled with fear and panic, just like a frightened rabbit, repeating a sentence repeatedly through his pale lips. Red Lotus Cane. She's coming. She's coming. After reciting incoherently for a while, the wizard Donnie glanced at Ronan, and then he didn't linger at all, and retreated directly. At this moment, Grace and the silver-haired female wizard and others also caught up. Grace stood far away under the protection of another third-level wizard, while the silver-haired female wizard quickly landed beside Ronan with a few flashes, her face full of solemnity, and she urged him nervously, "Go. Wait for that person to come. If you don't leave now, there will be no chance." That person. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he glanced at the exquisite female cane wrapped in flames in the distance, and couldn't help asking, "The owner of the cane? Who is it?" The silver-haired female wizard looked up and looked around, gritted her teeth, and said in a low and hurried voice, "Ash Witch Molly. She has an incomparable powerful talent and a terrifying strength far beyond her peers. She is moody and cruel. The key is that she and Her Highness Selena have always been mortal enemies. She appeared here, I'm afraid she came specifically for Princess Grace. Which Molly Ronan's expression moved slightly. After answering his question, the silver-haired female wizard looked at him deeply, and turned around to leave without paying any attention to him. However, at this moment, a lively and pleasant girl's voice suddenly sounded in the scene. Are you the new toy that Deadface collected? You don't look special or interesting. Why are you shaking? Does it hurt when I pinch you like this? If it hurts, just scream, dear, I won't be angry. Be good. This voice is clear and pleasant, better than a lark, just like a long string of crystal bells jingling in the wind, which makes people feel indescribable joy and love. However, after this voice sounded, Ronan saw with his own eyes that the face of the silver-haired witch in front of him turned pale and bloodless, and her whole body seemed to be stiff. Her thin lips trembled slightly, and she said to herself, she is coming. Ronan and the silver-haired witch with a stiff expression slowly looked in a certain direction. I saw that in the distance where Grace was standing, a figure appeared at some point. A petite girl. She wore a huge wizard hat that was completely inconsistent with her body shape. Under the hat, her long rose-red hair hung down like waves. Almost flawless face, black robe embroidered with flame flowers, and the hem of the robe almost reaching the waist, wide and round slender legs. This is definitely the most beautiful female wizard Ronan has ever seen, even more beautiful than Kosti. The purity and innocence of the girl, as well as the charm of mature sexiness that seems to arouse people's primitive desires, two completely different and contradictory temperaments are perfectly integrated in one person. This girl who came out of nowhere was pinching Grace's slightly baby fat face with her white and beautiful fingers like green onions, pulling and playing with it non-stop. The young wizard Diney and another third-level wizard of the Court of Life were standing next to them, but they were scared like two quails, shrinking their shoulders and not daring to fart. It can be seen that the girl used a lot of strength in her hands. Grace's face was pinched red, the crystal glasses on the bridge of her nose almost fell off, and her eyes were full of mist of grievance. But Grace didn't dare to move at all, and pursed her lips tightly, as if she was afraid of crying out loud. Grace, your highness, the silver-haired witch's lips moved, staring at Grace's being manipulated appearance. Her eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness, but her body was suppressed by a huge sense of fear. She didn't dare to move at all, and could only make painful calls. Suddenly, she seemed to sense some fluctuations. She turned her head suddenly and found that Ronan, who had been standing beside her, had disappeared. Looking back again, her eyes suddenly widened, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. You cry. Why don't you cry if it hurts? Cry if you feel it. The girl grabbed Grace's face with both hands, and rubbed her face hard as if it were dough. But no matter how she pretended to be fierce and how she pretended to be fierce, Grace in front of her always bit her lower lip tightly, and she was obviously trembling with fear, and she didn't say a word. Boring. The girl suddenly lost all interest and released her hand that was pinching Grace's face. As boring as that dead-faced Selena. No wonder she likes you so much. The girl muttered a few words, clapped her hands, and just as she turned her eyes away from Grace, a silver-white tentacle with a metallic luster suddenly emerged from the void beside her. The girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she let out a soft "ah" and reached out to grab the silver-white tentacle. But the speed of the silver-white metal tentacle was extremely fast, and it wrapped around Grace's waist in a swish, and then flew to the side with Grace. The girl seemed to have seen something quite interesting, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face, but the whole person bang exploded into countless red sparks and disappeared. Deeper than mercury, but reflecting the mirror-like luster, the silver-white armor attached to Ronan's whole body. Ronan stood in the void, controlling the metal tentacles to pull Grace out of the claws of humiliation. This Ashes witch who suddenly appeared, just appeared, and scared these three-level wizards of the Court of Life so much that they dared not move, and they didn't even have the courage to resist. Is it really that scary? Ronan could faintly sense that the other party's mental power was indeed much stronger than that of an ordinary third-level wizard, but it should not have reached the level of the fourth-level Dawn. It would be easy to say if it didn't reach the fourth level. After all, he had fought against a peak third-level wizards, such as the Show of the Resurrection Society. He couldn't be like a few wizards of the Court of Life, watching Grace being toyed with like a toy. Even if that person was also a woman. When the wizard girl called Ashes Witch turned into a ball of sparks and disappeared abruptly, Ronan's perception was instantly pulled to the extreme, and the Eye of Truth was also woven on his forehead. He knew very well that the other party would come to trouble him soon, but he didn't expect the speed to be so fast. Almost at the moment when the wizard girl disappeared, Ronan immediately felt a sense of horror and crisis. A white little hand stretched out from behind him without any pause, as if to gently pat his shoulder. Zhang. Ronan's back suddenly grew countless sharp spikes like swords, as if he had suddenly turned into a huge human hedgehog. However, this method did not achieve any results, and only a burst of girls' chuckles that seemed to be covered with her mouth. An indescribable hot breath descended from the top of his head in the next breath. In just a moment, Ronan felt a faint pain in his shoulders, neck and cheeks. The metal armor attached to his body was melting rapidly, and he had almost no ability to resist the heat wave that appeared without any warning. It's not like he hasn't fought with fire wizards before. Ignatius of the Molten Crystal Lake was an extremely powerful fire wizard, and he possessed the blood of the ancient flame demon. The power of the fire magic he controlled was dozens of times more powerful than that of ordinary fire wizards. However, even if Ignatius had fully activated his blood power, the fire magic power he released was not even 1/10 of the heat he felt at the moment. It was unimaginable. Ronan's figure quietly shattered and disappeared like a mirage. At the moment when he disappeared, an exquisite women's cane wrapped in red lotus-shaped flames also stopped the downward movement and shot out in another direction. Almost at the moment when Ronan landed after the short-distance space teleportation, the flaming cane hid him again. Before the terrifying firepower attached to the staff fell, it directly burned a group of black high-temperature distortions in the air. There was no way to describe this scorching heat in words. It felt like a trace of power fell on the ground, and even magma would not appear. The metal and rocks on the ground would be directly evaporated. Can you accurately determine the landing point of my space teleportation? It's not just because the teleportation distance is too short. Ronan faced the whistling flame staff, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. The eye of truth between his eyebrows shone brightly and quickly captured a figure. In other words, the other party had no intention of hiding deliberately. Try it. When the flame staff was about to hit Ronan's face, and the metal mask attached to his face was even dripping with metal solution, Ronan's calm blue eyes suddenly burst into a strong brilliance. The next moment, the silver-white metal armor on his body automatically collapsed, revealing his slender and handsome true body. The heat waves from the flames made Ronan's brown hair curl slightly, but his expression remained calm, and he even opened his hands, as if he had completely given up all resistance and was going to embrace the blow of the flaming cane. Not far away, a girl who was sitting in the air and shaking her two white legs showed an interested look on her face when she saw this scene. Just when she was curious about how Ronan would respond in the next second, suddenly, a silver-white mirror-like light emerged silently from around her body. The girl was slightly startled, and she supported the air with one hand, pretending to stand up. However, the silver-white metal was faster than her. In just a moment, it enveloped her entire body and turned into a huge, solid silver-white mirror, sealing her firmly inside. Chapter 187, Peerless Ice Formation. The mirror surface was shining with silver light, and the wizard girl was extremely beautiful. However, this picture, which was as perfect as an oil painting, only lasted for less than half a breath. The smooth silver-white metal began to melt and turned into translucent red liquid, dripping down from the void, and evaporated completely in the blink of an eye. Boom! Not far away, violent energy fluctuations accompanied by the sudden rise of white water vapor formed a small twisted mushroom cloud. In the torrent of ice and fire, a blazing exquisite women's cane flew out in a rotation, and was then gently grasped by a white and slender hand. The cute and lovely wizard girl wrinkled her nose, her petal-like lips pouted slightly, holding the cane, and muttered, "I hate this cold feeling." In front of her, in the rolling white waves, Ronan walked out calmly. At this time, his hands naturally drooped, and a thin layer of flames attached to the surface of his skin, and there were mysterious lines similar to snake scales, but they soon disappeared. The melted metal scattered in the air around him gathered together again, like silver snakes dancing in the air, and finally flew towards him obediently. Ronan examined the recovered medium metals, and his eyes fluctuated slightly. He just used his body as bait to face the power of the red lotus cane, and at the same time, he directly transmitted the space-silvered metal to the side of the ash witch, trying to attack the opponent's body with broken silver. But in the end, before he could even use the power of space collapse, the mirror melted. The total amount of silvered metal used as the medium of the spell was directly evaporated by more than half. He has been a metal wizard for so long, and he doesn't know how many battles of the same level or even higher levels he has experienced. The metal medium consumed in all these battles is not as much as the one battle with the wizard girl in front of him. Although the second level metal medium can't keep up with the pace of his battle, this loss. Ash Witch. Feeling the spiritual power fluctuations with a fiery breath emanating from the beautiful wizard girl who is not far away. Behind her petite and exquisite figure, it seems that a flower made entirely of flames is slowly blooming. Ronan exhaled lightly and reached out to slowly touch the ice blue earring on his right earlobe. Although he had overestimated the power of the fire spell mastered by the other party, the true strength of the other party is more than 10 times more terrifying than he imagined. Such a terrible high-temperature fire method does have the ability to burn everything to ashes. And just as Ronan showed the posture of continuing to fight, the rose-red eyes of the wizard girl in the distance glowed slightly, and then an innocent smile gradually appeared on her beautiful face. She raised the red cane in her hand and drew a beautiful spark. She was elegant and calm, and eager to try, as if she was about to start an interesting game. Grace. The silver-haired female wizard quickly recovered from her daze and appeared beside Grace at a speed that was almost like a flash. She asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Grace shook her head and reached out to gently touch her slightly swollen cheek. She hissed slightly in pain, but her eyes were fixed on the direction of the distant battle group. "Ruby, do you still have life potion? Take it out." After a while of busy work, the silver-haired female wizard breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the redness and swelling on Grace's cheek disappeared without a trace. Turning her head and looking in the direction that Grace had been staring at, the silver-haired female wizard showed a complicated expression on her face. "I now believe that this person did not approach the princess with ulterior motives, but it was a true coincidence. No one would go to face the Ash Witch Molly for this. Just an ignorant fool." An inappropriate voice sounded. The young wizard Donnie, who had almost lost his life under the red lotus cane, looked at the two people who were confronting each other in the distance with a gloomy face and whispered, "This native wizard from the south has no idea what he is about to face? He is just a second-level wizard. Have you seen ants trying to block the flow of lava rivers with their bodies? Now it is he." "Donnie." The silver-haired female wizard scolded coldly, and the young wizard Donnie snorted and closed her mouth. "Let's leave here first." The silver-haired female wizard hesitated and spoke. Although Donnie's words were unpleasant, it was undeniable that what he said was also true. Only the southern native wizards, who did not know the name of the Ash Witch and had not truly felt its true terror, would make the crazy move of resisting the opponent with a second-level body. But in this situation, while the opponent was driven by ignorant and fearless courage and tried to cause a little hindrance to the Ash Witch, it was undoubtedly the wisest decision to leave here quickly and ensure the safety of their own group. But the opponent had saved the princess once before, and now left her behind again. The silver-haired female wizard couldn't help but observe Grace's reaction. Seeing that she didn't say a word, she thought she acquiesced, and she breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly exchanged a look with her companions, directly pulled Grace up and retreated far away. To comfort Grace, the silver-haired witch added, "Don't feel guilty, Princess. Molly is most likely coming for you. We are leaving to help your friend." "Your Highness? You." But before the silver-haired witch finished her words, she saw that Grace, who had not said a word, suddenly had a white crystal emitting a faint light in her hand, and was about to crush it. Her expression suddenly changed, and she hurriedly stretched out her hand to try to stop it. At this moment, a tsunami-like energy wave suddenly erupted from behind them. The strong wind caused by the energy aftermath blew up the hair and robes of the four people in a row in an instant. The figures of several people stopped and could not help but look back. Boom! The giant frost tornado and the raging flames collided fiercely, and the two forces of ice and fire intertwined and competed in the sky, forming a clear red and blue boundary. Ronan, who was fully armed with a winter homeland magic tool set, was standing quietly in the air with a single hand pressing down on the void. Countless frost and mysterious energy surged from his body like a tide, and every strand of his hair was dancing wildly. The messy ice and snow made his handsome face appear white. Ronan had no expression on his face, and his right hand, which was pressed down in the void, grasped and slowly lifted up. In an instant, the frost tornado that was resisting the flames in the sky slowly spread, and huge pure white ice blades, wrapped in infinite coldness and sharpness, slowly rose from the tornado vortex. At the same time as the pure white ice blades appeared, aura-like patterns began to appear under Ronan's feet. These light patterns grew in the void, forming a huge existence that looked like a rune array. If you look down from a high altitude at this time, you can see that with Ronan as the center, a huge hexagonal snowflake pattern is rapidly emerging around him. The mysterious and exquisite huge snowflake pattern, combined with the pure white ice blades, instantly formed a peerless ice ceiling array, filled with infinite coldness and austerity. This is a combination of the magic domain of frozen soldiers, in the second stage of domain resonance, and ice veins, that has also entered the second stage of domain resonance. It is one of the results of Ronan's 3 years of hard work in the Silver Ring. The fusion of two extraordinary domains that have reached the second stage of resonance is not as terrifying as Hikado's Death Gaze, but its power is also terrifying to a height that ordinary third-level wizards cannot reach. The ice formation condensed, and the pure white ice blades, under the power of the extraordinary domain formation, formed an extremely terrifying strangling force. With Ronan as the center, the surrounding area within a few kilometers directly became a frost domain. The wind, snow, ice and freezing cut and strangled everything, like a huge ice and snow millstone, constantly extinguishing the high-temperature flames that attempted to cross the boundary one by one. At this moment, Ronan, wearing ice crystal armor, seemed to have become a true master of ice and snow. He dragged the ice waterfall cloak and slowly walked towards the raging flames in front of him. With every step, the burning flame seemed to weaken. However, before Ronan took 2 steps, there was a sudden crack sound as if something was broken, and a flash of red suddenly appeared in Ronan's eyes, and it quickly enlarged. Ronan's eyes shook slightly, and he clearly saw a cane burning with red lotus flames easily breaking through his ice and snow field, and shooting towards him at a speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Ronan raised his hands, and one after another, the peerless ice blades that seemed to have escaped from the ancient seal trembled and slashed towards the red light. Ding ding dang dang, the ice blades collided with the cane, making a crisp and pleasant sound. No ice blade could block the cane's trajectory, and it broke directly with just a slight touch. A huge snowflake pattern began to rotate under Ronan's feet. The patterns on the snowflakes turned into dark blue ice streams, like ice snakes wrapped around the cane. Unparalleled ice ball. A bit of dark blue appeared between Ronan's clenched hands, and then this bit of dark blue expanded rapidly, and in an instant it expanded into a huge ice ball that exuded a strong sense of despair. It was also the despair ice ball that had entered the second stage of resonance. The moment the ice ball was formed, it just happened to collide with a flying red lotus cane. The terrifying high temperature rushed over, and instantly melted all the frost in front of Ronan's eyes, turning it into drops of transparent water, and then quickly evaporated. Ronan's face did not change, and he clasped his hands together, and the huge ice ball directly swallowed the red lotus cane. Immediately afterwards, the ice field around him shrank rapidly, and those dark blue ice streams wrapped around the ice ball like chains, and there were pure white ice blades that were broken and condensed again, and they were inserted one by one. After a moment, the ice and snow in the field disappeared. All the icy air in the world gathered in Ronan's empty palms. In front of him, there were layers of deep blue chains and countless pure white ice blades, like a huge ice ball of blue and white sea urchin, spinning slightly. The power of the 3 domains intertwined, and a trace of disturbing unstable breath continued to emanate from the ice ball. In the center of the ice ball, a beautiful female cane with all the flames completely extinguished was quietly suspended, as if it was completely frozen. Tiska's slightly surprised voice sounded. Ronan looked up and saw a beautiful wizard girl shaking 2 white fading hairs, and she kept making sounds of surprise at him as if she had seen a new world. Other people on the silver-haired female wizard's side were awe-stunned. Looking at each other, they all saw a deep shock and disbelief in their eyes. He actually blocked it. So he's an ice wizard. Seeing the tall and slender young man in ice crystal armor holding his hands in the air, using a frost domain power that was blessed with 3 levels of second stage resonance to temporarily freeze the red lotus staff belonging to the Ash Witch, several people couldn't find the right words to express their feelings at the moment. You have to know that this is Molly, a demonic figure in the central region, who is as famous as Her Highness Serena of their life court. In the same level, how many third-level wizards can block the frontal attack of a red lotus staff? Just like Donnie before, he was almost melted directly by the residual force of the red lotus staff that flew from afar. If it weren't for the life-saving method of the life court, it's hard to say whether he can stand here alive now. And now they actually saw a small second-level southern wizard who blocked Molly's attack with his own magic. He even froze the red lotus staff, and even the eternal red lotus flame on the staff was temporarily extinguished. This was completely different from what they had originally expected, that they would be completely reduced to ashes after a single encounter. If this scene spread, the southern wizard in front of him would probably become famous in the central wizard world immediately. At least before this, no second-level wizard had ever been able to do this. The silver-haired female wizard looked at the scene in the distance, her eyes flickering rapidly, and suddenly said, "Donnie, Ruby, you take the princess away first, I will help him stop it. Are you crazy?" The young wizard Donnie turned his head instantly and looked at the silver-haired female wizard who had suddenly made this decision with a look like a madman. "Do you want to accompany him to die? Molly may not have used even 1/10,000th of her strength just now. Would you use a lot of strength to crush a bug that blocked your way?" The third-level wizard named Ruby beside him also wanted to dissuade him, but before he could speak. At this time, a huge roar suddenly erupted from the other side. Several people looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the giant magic box monster that had been ignored before suddenly began to riot for some reason. On the top of the giant magic box monster, there was a small golden magic box. The magic box was now emitting a violent golden light, which dyed the originally black giant magic box monster golden. The latter turned into golden monster and began to approach Ronan and Molly's battle group quickly. Because of the intrusion of the giant magic box monster, the situation was disrupted at once. Crack, 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 the huge despair ice ball was filled with restless movements. Ronan's eyes fluctuated slightly, and he saw that the red lotus cane sealed in the ice ball began to ignite flames again. His ice power was cracking and loosening, and the cane could break free from it at any time. Three extraordinary domain powers that have reached the second stage of resonance are combined to bless, can't they suppress it? Ronan sighed in his heart. Although Peerless Ice Formation is not his trump card, it is at least a fusion of two domains. With Despair Ice Formation, according to the opponents he has encountered before, it can at least steadily suppress the existence of Ignatius. However, when it fell on the Ash Witch in front of him, this power seemed so insignificant. On the one hand, the red lotus cane is of extraordinary quality. On the other hand, the Ash Witch is too strong. Judging from the mental power fluctuations emitted by the Ash Witch, this wizard girl who looks only 17 or 18 years old should have a mental power cultivation level close to the 4th level of Dawn. Her mental power has even undergone a slight elemental transformation, and simply falling on her body will make people feel like being burned by flames. This alone is already many times more than any southern wizard genius Ronan has seen. Among the 6 major wizard forces headed by the Thunder Council, Jupiter, the strongest of the younger generation, is only in the middle of the 3rd level. Compared with Molly, it is still far behind. Seeing the red lotus cane in the Washuang ice ball vibrating more and more violently, Ronan slowly pushed the ice ball forward, already thinking about stimulating the power of the tundra-frozen soil rune after he used the space mystery to transform it, or the Hikalto Death Gaze, that was fused with the 3 domains. His strength has soared in the past 3 years, and even he doesn't know what his current limit of combat power is. Molly's strength is terrifying, and she is a good opponent who can be used to verify his various methods, and it can also be regarded as another preparation for the upcoming Haramus Wizard Seat competition. However, at this moment, a huge explosion sounded suddenly in his ears. Ronan looked up suddenly, only to see a golden short leg as thick as a hill tearing through the air, wrapped in the terrifying sound of rolling thunder, and sweeping across him fiercely. In an instant, Ronan felt that the entire sky in front of him was only a brilliant golden color. Bang! The layers of Washuang ice ball exploded instantly, and a blazing red lotus cane just broke free at this moment. The 2 forces, one on the left and one on the right, formed a combined attack and attacked Ronan almost at the same time. Ronan had no time to react, and layers of metal attached to his whole body. He pushed his hands outward, and endless frost gathered. A huge ice crystal energy shield was quickly propped up, but the next moment it was submerged by red and golden colors. Chapter 188 The Golden Curse. Crack. Boom. The seemingly thick ice crystal shield was as fragile as thin paper under the crushing of the 2 forces, and it broke almost at the first sight. The red and gold collided together, turning into rolling amber magma, splashing and flowing in all directions with heat waves that distorted the air. Shoo! A silver-white figure emerged from a certain position hundreds of meters away, and the thin layer of silver metal attached to the surface of the body melted, revealing the figure of Ronan. The short-distance space transmission effect of space silverization is particularly useful for this kind of cage situation where you are attacked from both sides. There has always been a saying in the wizarding world that time is king, space is king. Whether space magic can be king in other aspects is not to be mentioned, but in terms of escaping, it does have a huge advantage that no other magic can achieve. When the secret realm of the ancient mirror court was opened, the dawn-level magic staff that left Ronan with a space energy seed was just born with a little spirituality, and he was able to escape from the hands of 4 dawn wizards from the 6 major forces. The 6 major forces have discovered a large number of dawn-class instruments in the mirror court, but they have not even gotten 1/5 of them. Ronan spread his mental power and summoned a curtain of ice and snow to block the hot gold slurry flowing everywhere. In the hot air that was rising, he saw the giant magic box monster with only one leg left fighting with the Ash Witch. He escaped from the gap between the two people's joint attack, but the Ash Witch's red lotus cane just hit the magic box monster's leg, and the terrifying high-temperature flame directly melted one of the giant magic box monster's legs. The latter's target was not entirely himself. After suffering such a heavy blow, he naturally began to bite the Ash Witch tightly. Who would have thought of this? Is this considered shooting himself in the foot? Ronan looked at the looming figure of the Ash Witch in the distance and sighed in his heart, but occasionally he saw that the wizard girl holding the cane did not seem to have any regrets or dissatisfaction. She is really too strong. The fire of the red lotus burned everything. Even the terrifying giant golden magic box monster could not get any benefit under the high temperature of the magic flame. It could not cause any effective damage to the Ash Witch at all. Instead, its huge body had a tendency to melt under the burning of the red lotus flame. Seeing that the red flames all over the sky completely wrapped the giant magic box monster, it was like an oversized golden torch. Ronan retreated again and again. It is more than 10 times more powerful than the previous fight with me. Is this her true strength? Looking at the two sides of the fight from a distance, the size of the two sides was very different, but the battle was one-sided, and Ronan's face showed a faint touch of emotion. For the first time, he deeply felt the 4 words domineering and unparalleled in a wizard, and a female wizard. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ronan turned his head and found that it was the silver-haired female wizard who had been following Grace. Go now. The silver-haired witch urged him quickly with a serious look. We have the tools to break the secret realm. Now Molly is entangled and can't free her hands for the time being. It's the best time to leave. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he looked in a certain direction without saying anything. The silver-haired witch followed his gaze, as if she understood what he meant. She frowned, and quickly took out a few things from the space ring and handed them to Ronan. If you want to leave a message, I won't force you. I will report to Her Highness Selena when I go back to thank you for saving Princess Grace twice. Princess Grace asked me to give you this message stone. She hopes that you can contact her more often when you are free. The silver-haired witch looked at Ronan deeply and said, Good luck. After that, she turned and left. Ronan looked at the things left by the silver-haired witch, 2 message stones, and several exquisitely crafted white scrolls, with faint energy fluctuations emanating from them. He had seen the young wizard Donnie use this kind of spell scroll before. Once it was torn open, it could instantly cast a powerful spell, and even the process of guiding the mental power could be omitted. It was more convenient than magic tools. The only disadvantage was that it was disposable and quite expensive. The silver-haired female wizard left 2 spell scrolls for him, which might not be without showing Ronan the strength of the Court of Life, and she would not break her promise for the favor she owed him. Ronan looked in the direction of Grace and saw that Grace was also looking at him eagerly, with her mouth open, as if she wanted to say something to him, but she was quickly dragged away by the silver-haired female wizard and her group. Ronan looked in the direction where Grace and her group left, with no fluctuations on his face, and casually collected the things given by the silver-haired female wizard. His attention fell back on the fierce battle between the Ash Witch and the giant magic box monster in the distance. Meeting Grace in the mechanical heart and this Ash Witch who suddenly appeared from nowhere were all accidents. Ronan did not forget the real purpose of entering the mechanical heart. He came for the powerful inheritance and treasures. Rays of white light gathered at Ronan's brow, weaving into the shape of the Eye of Truth. Ronan's gaze penetrated through the layers of flames and amber gold, firmly locking onto a touch of luxurious gold perched on the giant magic box monster. That golden magic box. Ronan stared at the location of the golden magic box, and the light in his azure eyes kept flashing. Although the Ash Witch was powerful, she also had many cards to reveal. The result of 3 years of hard training, the current situation was far from being so bad that he had to choose to retreat. On the contrary, it was a good thing for him that the Ash Witch and the giant magic box monster fought together. No matter which of the two failed, he would have an opportunity to take advantage of it. The only problem was that he had to grasp the timing of his attack. Buzz, Ronan was thinking, when suddenly a black shadow passed in front of him. It was a black magic box with wings. It had flown out from the ground with a golden magic box before. They were as dense as a swarm of flies. Later, they were dispersed by the red lotus cane of the Ash Witch Molly. He almost forgot the existence of these magic boxes. Ronan blinked his eyes. With a blessing of the Winter Homeland magic tool set, large pieces of frost emerged from his body, blocking the heavy heat waves in the void. The energy of the extraordinary domain surged from Ronan's side and soon condensed into a pure white ice blade. The ice blade appeared and disappeared quickly, leaving only a dark cut in the void. Dang! There was a crisp sound of metal being hit. The flight trajectory of the magic box with gray wings was abruptly cut off, and it was nailed by a pure white ice blade, and then quickly fell into a white and slender palm. Crack! Ronan grabbed the magic box and gently exerted force, and the black magic box pierced by the ice blades from front to back shattered completely. There was nothing in the broken black magic box, only some metal fragments that were almost frozen into ice slag, and traces of rune array patterns remained on them. Fake. Ronan frowned. Swoosh! Under his control, the pure white ice blade turned into blurry light and disappeared, and shot down several black magic boxes with wings. The results were all fake magic boxes without exception. All fake. The broken magic box fragments turned into cold white metal powder in Ronan's hands and fell from his fingers. Ronan's eyes flickered and began to question the authenticity of the golden magic box that flew out with countless black magic boxes. If you go through so much trouble and finally get a fake magic box, it will be too much of a loss. Sibert and the dwarf craftsmen of the mechanical heart are not so unkind, right? Ronan's firm mind couldn't help but waver at this moment. He didn't want to do something that was in vain. Just as Ronan was hesitating, the giant magic box monster wrapped in the blazing red lotus flames in the distance finally reached its limit and exploded with a boom. In the countless splashing and rolling hot metal molten slurry, the figure of Molly holding the red lotus cane appeared. Under the golden red rain of fire, Molly, wearing a tight long skirt robe, was lazy. With a wave of her hand, she killed the giant magic box monster that even the third-level wizard would be afraid of. For her, it was like doing an extremely insignificant thing. She even yawned with a bored look on her face. Molly was surrounded by a huge and powerful magic field. In the field, countless red flames swayed and shone, like red lotus flowers that kept withering and blooming. Each cluster of flames was like a drifting red petal. At this moment, Molly's graceful demeanor was so moving that even Ronan was a little distracted. But soon, Ronan's eyes were attracted by a ball of rich gold. The giant magic box monster disappeared, and the shadow of the golden magic box was completely revealed. At this time, the two pairs of wings on the back of the golden magic box vibrated so much that they almost disappeared completely. Under its body was a fist-sized piece of black metal with a mysterious luster, just like a bird whose nest was destroyed, fleeing in a panic away from Molly. Now, Ronan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and with the silver metal attached, he flashed several times in a row, and his figure turned into a silver shadow that appeared and disappeared from time to time. At the same time, Molly in the distance stretched her back, and the whole person exploded into sparks in the sky with a bang. Ronan and Molly, one in front and one behind, in two directions, almost reached out at the same time, and grabbed the fleeing golden magic box. Just when the golden magic box was about to fall into the hands of the two people and there was no escape, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the golden magic box. At this moment, the whole space seemed to fall into absolute stillness, and even time stopped flowing. A huge golden halo spread out from the golden magic box, quickly passing over the figures of Ronan and Molly, one in front and one behind. The two people's motionless bodies began to turn golden from their fingertips. In just a blink of an eye, every strand of their hair, even every pore, was shining with a golden luster, as if they were two human-shaped statues made entirely of gold. The golden halo was still spreading around. Where the halo passed, the abandoned city-state of the mechanical heart below, all the soil, stone, metal, including those wandering puppets, and the runaway metal element life, all turned golden. The whole world seemed to be turning in the direction of gold. Luxurious, brilliant, cold and without any vitality. Ka. In this spectacular and strange golden transformation, a lifelike statue of a beautiful wizard girl suspended in the air suddenly made a crisp cracking sound, and the golden eyes became lively and agile again. Thin gold flakes were seen peeling off from the surface of her body, and her eyelashes and robes were also peeling off inch by inch as the gold fragments fell off. When most of the gold on the girl's body fell off, her fair and perfect body was almost exposed in large pieces. Boom! A ball of red flame rose from the bottom of the girl's skirt, quickly spreading all over her body, completely wrapping the girl. After a moment, a pair of white and delicate feet gently stretched out from the flames. The red flame faded, and the girl, who was wearing a gorgeous fire-patterned long skirt again, walked out with a staff in hand. Golden curse. The girl blinked her eyes, and her sparse eyelashes grew back. She looked around, and the golden abnormality continued to spread, with a tendency to cover the entire secret city-state. Looking down at the nails of her 10 fingers, she saw that there were golden spots on the nails. The girl couldn't help showing annoyance on her face. It's really annoying. She took 2 steps forward expressionlessly, but when she was about to get close to the golden magic box, she noticed that her hair had a little golden color again. She stopped, her eyes flickered, and then she stepped back again. The girl raised the red lotus cane in her hand and casually cut a long slit in the air beside her. One foot just stepped in and quickly retracted the next second. I almost forgot. The girl turned around and disappeared suddenly. The next second, she suddenly appeared in front of another golden statue opposite the golden magic box amid countless sparks. This is a statue of a man. Very young. The golden armor that looks like an ancient court knight almost perfectly outlines his slender and strong body. The facial features are handsome and heroic, and the eyes are firm. Even if it is just a golden statue, if it is placed in a secular kingdom or city-state, it may arouse the admiration and obsession of countless young girls. However, such a statue, which seemed to be a masterpiece carefully carved by God, seemed to be the most disgusting and hateful thing in the world in the eyes of the girl. The girl raised her hands, held the short staff in her hands with both hands, and hit the head of the statue fiercely. Bang! The staff burning with red lotus flames hovered less than 3 centimeters in front of the statue's eyes, and the thick golden eyelashes melted and fell like drops of water, but could not move forward an inch. The girl was stunned for a moment, lowered her head, and saw that the body of the staff was tightly grasped by a palm wrapped in countless rich and mysterious runes of black light. The flames on the staff burned the flesh of the palm of the hand, making a slight sizzling sound, but the palm was clenched very tightly and refused to let go. Huh? Seeing this scene, the girl's beautiful face showed the most incredible surprise in history. You can also break free from this curse. As if to respond to her question, the golden statue of the handsome man made a series of slight vibrations of click, click, click. The girl sulked her face and tugged at her cane. She was so tired that her forehead was almost sweating, but she still couldn't pull the cane out of the big hand wrapped in the ruined black light. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The girl shook the motionless cane a little madly and stomped her feet. Her eyes suddenly turned the color of fire, and a rune pattern like a red lotus flower quietly emerged between her eyebrows. The terrifying power was brewing between her 5 white fingers, and she stopped abruptly when she was about to slap the top of the statue's head. It's too easy for you to slap you to death like this. The girl stared at the statue of the man in front of her, and her eyes turned and suddenly fell on the golden magic box not far away. You really want this magic box? The girl, who was still angry and gritting her teeth in the last second, suddenly showed an extremely bright smile on her face. The peerless beauty that bloomed in an instant almost made the surrounding void bright. Then, I'll give it to you. The girl stretched out her hand and shot. The motionless golden magic box not far away flew quickly and fell into the arms of the male statue. Before the terrifying curse power completely erupted, the girl had already pulled her beloved cane out of the palm that had completely turned into golden color again at the fastest speed, and then the whole person quickly retreated far away. The male statue, completely wrapped in the curse power, could no longer move. The whole person completely lost the last trace of vitality and fell rapidly to the bottom like a heavy stone. Hold your beloved box and sleep here forever. The girl put her hands on her hips and smiled as she looked down at the male statue shrouded in rich golden light and continued to fall, until it was completely hidden in the brilliant golden color below, and she felt relieved It's a pity that I couldn't dig out those eyes. The girl muttered, casually cut a hole in the void, and quickly stepped in. When the crack in the void disappeared, the huge secret realm of the mechanical heart finally fell completely silent. There was no movement at all. Only the golden color like the tide remained, spreading coldly and silently. Shoo! In the deserted wilderness, the void quietly broke open at the center of a complex rune array emitting a faint silver light, and a petite figure walked out of the center of the array lightly. The old woman in black robes who had been waiting beside the array for a long time immediately stood up, bowed her body and quickly greeted her. "Welcome back, dear Molly. Did you enjoy your trip?" The old woman's voice was hoarse, and she spoke the most humble and respectful words. The breath and light emanating from her body seemed to outshine the sun in the sky. If there were other wizards present, they would definitely find the scene in front of them unbelievable. A dawn-level wizard who was so powerful that he had already seen through the fog and was able to support a medium-sized wizard force would actually act like a butler or even an old servant in front of a mere third-level wizard. It was simply incredible. Not pleasant. Molly raised her arm lazily, yawned and said, "The new toy that Selena received is as boring as a piece of wood, and it's the most ordinary one. I can't see anything unusual about it. Selena's taste is just like her dead face that makes people feel disgusted when they see it, dull and extremely boring. Did you do anything to her toys? I heard that the Alba family values this girl very much. With such a good opportunity, if you can do something, it should be easy to anger her. I'm not that kind of person." The girl showed disdain, pretending to be vicious and cute, grinding her silver teeth and said, "Sooner or later, I will trample Selena under my feet in front of countless people, and completely crush her hypocritical, contrived, disgusting and arrogant attitude." "That's really a pity," the old woman in black robe sighed. "In fact, you don't need to kill the other person. You just need to leave an indelible mark on the girl's face. For example, Selena can only kneel down and lick the toes of Mistress Molly forever. This way, every time the Alba family sees that girl, they will remember your humiliation of her." The girl was stunned, and after a moment she screamed with regret, "Damn it, Vivian, why didn't you tell me this idea earlier? Why didn't you tell me this before I went in?" Exclamation mark. Quotation mark. Chapter 189 Ether and Titanium. Welcome to the Golden Kingdom of Spurt. I have to say that your late proposal has made my already bad mood even worse, Vivian. The girl lost her temper, and her delicate face was full of dissatisfaction with the old woman in black robe. The latter just looked at her with a respectful and doting look, and said softly, "It seems that our Miss Molly has encountered other things in there. Is that the real reason why you are unhappy?" "Yes, a lowly, weak and obscene insect." The girl crossed her arms and said coldly, "Only in the remote and barbaric soil of the South can such dirty and ugly things grow." Obscene. The old woman in black robe accurately captured a word rarely used in the girl's words, and her wrinkled old face like dead bark suddenly became cold, and the air around her collapsed and distorted in an instant. "It sounds like you have been greatly offended. Do you need me to do anything?" The girl realized that she had said something wrong, and a few barely visible blushes appeared on her creamy cheeks, but they soon disappeared. "It's not a big deal, Vivian. You always like to make a fuss about it." The girl reached out to lift the hair hanging down from her ears to hide her momentary embarrassment and anger. She suddenly changed the subject and said, "By the way, what did Serena do during the time I was in there?" The old woman in black robe shook her head and replied, "She did nothing. She stayed near the ancient fairy city that had not yet been born. Oh, she had a fight with two native geniuses from the south during that time. She controlled her distance very well and just drove them away." A faint light bloomed in the beautiful rose-red eyes of the girl. She bared her teeth and showed an evil smile. "Our poor Princess Serena, she was excluded by her brothers and sisters and had to come to the south to compete for resources with a group of country wizards. Unfortunately, I won't let her do even this. Let's go, Vivian." The girl waved the cane in her hand like a whip, and shot out beautiful flames like flowers in the void. "I can't wait to see Selena's ugly face after her plan failed. Everything is up to you." The old woman in black robe bowed respectfully, then stroked the sleeves of her robe and put away the glowing teleportation array in front of her. Soon, a ball of fire suddenly rose from the wilderness like a burning comet, and in an instant it sank into the clouds and disappeared. Ronan seemed to have accidentally fallen into a cold and thick glue lake. No, it is not accurate to describe it as glue. It should be lead water. Cold and heavy, It penetrated from every pore of his body, took away his body temperature, made his muscles stiff, his bones rust, and his blood stopped flowing. This feeling is like being forcibly locked in a hard and cold lead shell, and even his mental power cannot be released. He can only shrink in the consciousness space, surrounded by solid walls. And the only thing he can do is to constantly activate the vitality light ball in his body. At this time, Ronan was very glad that he had not neglected his practice of austerity body forging during the 3 years of ascetic training in the Silver Ring Attic. After the master level proficiency of austerity body forging exceeded 1,000 points, the vitality light ball in his body was more than 5 times stronger than 3 years ago. The majestic life energy was condensed in a small light ball and almost compressed into liquid state. Under Ronan's urging, strands of pure white vitality flames flew out of the light ball and fed back to the whole body to resist the waves of terrible curse power that he had never seen before. If it were not for immaculate body, he would have completely turned into a real golden statue as soon as the curse power erupted for the second time. But the immaculate body that was stimulated to the extreme only made the transformation of flesh and blood into metal become a little slower, and the lead shell outside the consciousness continued to thicken. Even because of the poor condition of the outside of the body, a series of chain reactions occurred in the body. In the corner of his consciousness, in the shadow that was consumed and suppressed by him, the remaining will of ancient frost hydra Hikalto began to stir, as if it was ready to take over his body at any time. In this situation of internal and external troubles, Ronan was struggling to hold on with his will. The power of the curse continued to penetrate, gradually affecting his spirit, and even his thinking seemed to become dull. Gradually, Ronan's consciousness began to become blurred. Suddenly, Ronan found himself in an endless desert covered with yellow sand. There was no one around, and above his head was a blazing sun that was so bright that it was blinding. He walked aimlessly in the desert, not knowing where to go. He only felt thirsty, his throat was about to smoke, and his body was exhausted. Just when Ronan couldn't hold on and was about to fall down, suddenly, a broad hand stretched out from behind him and held his shaky body steadily. Ronan turned his head with difficulty. In the dazzling sunlight, he saw a tall and thin figure wearing a wide gray robe. The other person had a hood on his head, so he couldn't see his face clearly. Ronan didn't know where this person came from or when he appeared. It was clear that he had been the only one walking in this desert for a long time. This guy seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Or, he might have been following him silently, but he didn't notice it. But Ronan didn't have the energy to think about these things at this time. "Thank you." Ronan barely managed to stabilize his body. The gray-robed man who supported him didn't say anything, and cast a gentle and slightly appreciative look at him from under the hood. "It's been so long. You are still the first person who can walk here." The unusually young voice was clear and bright. Ronan always felt very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But in the current environment, this voice could only remind him of the oasis. "Is there water?" Ronan's cracked lips moved slightly, and he finally couldn't help but speak. His voice was so weak that he could hardly hear it himself. The gray-robed man thought for a moment, and then said, "If there is no water, what else can we do?" His brain, which seemed to be rusted by metal, was still turning, thinking about what the gray-robed man meant by this sentence, but the gray-robed man in front of him had already let go of Ronan's hand and walked 2 steps to the side. He took out something from his arms and slowly buried it in the soft yellow sand under his feet. Then, an incredible scene appeared. Ronan watched the flat yellow sand begin to arch upward, and then a golden sapling jumped out of the sand and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it grew into a lush apple tree. The apple tree was golden all over, as if it was made entirely of gold. Every branch and every leaf was golden and dazzling, and extremely luxurious. There were only 2 apples on the tree, which were also golden and even exuded a golden luster. "All right." The gray-robed man clapped his hands, making a satisfied sound, then stood on tiptoe, carefully picked 2 golden apples from the golden apple tree, and handed one to Ronan. "Eat it, it tastes good." As if seeing Ronan's hesitation, the gray-robed man picked up the golden apple that belonged to him, put it to his mouth and took a bite. The rich apple aroma was accompanied by golden juice. Ronan smelled the smell, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. He couldn't bear it anymore, and took a big bite of the golden apple in his hand. The fresh and sweet juice quickly moistened Ronan's mouth and tongue like a spring. It was obviously the texture and luster of gold, but the taste was 1,000 times more delicious than a real apple. This small golden apple seemed to have a mysterious magic. When Ronan completely ate the whole apple, leaving only a golden fruit core that could not be bitten, he was completely recovered. Physical strength, spirit, everything. Huh? Ronan, who had regained his vitality, let out a long breath. He couldn't wait to run under the shade of the golden apple tree, sat down on the soft yellow sand, looked at the golden fruit core in his hand, and then looked at the gray-robed man who had been watching him quietly in front of him. A strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He said to the gray-robed man, "Thank you for the apple." Spirit. Ronan read the name word by word. Yes, after his brain resumed functioning, he finally remembered why he felt that the gray-robed man's voice was familiar. Because he had heard it countless times, every time he used Spirit's universal orb. As for where he is now, it should be in a dream. It's like the inheritance dream he experienced when he merged the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline. He had seen the ancient overlord who controlled Frost in his dream, so it was not a strange thing to quench his thirst in the desert with a fruit from a golden fruit tree. Ronan sat under the apple tree, staring at the gray-robed man in front of him with burning eyes, staring at the face hidden under the hood that could not be seen clearly. The legendary wizard Spirit, who had left countless legends in every corner of the Upper Ring continent. It was impossible not to be curious about his appearance. It didn't matter whether it was a dream or not, Ronan just wanted to see the face of the ancient legend. Facing Ronan's fiery eyes and the name Spirit he called out with certainty, the gray-robed man seemed to smile. He neither admitted nor denied it. But he didn't disappoint Ronan either. He casually reached out and pushed the hood on his head back. In front of Ronan was a very young face, which looked only a few years older than him. Gray hair, black eyes. The corners of his mouth seemed to always have a smile, and his eyes were extremely bright, like gems. The appearance under the hood was neither handsome nor ugly, but there was a strange charm that no one could forget. This face fits Ronan's fantasy of Spirit. Such a bright and enthusiastic voice seems to be matched with such a clear and bright face. Ronan's eyes slowly relaxed. Maybe it was because he was infected by Spirit's temperament, or maybe it was because he knew he was in a dream, so even when facing the legendary wizard, he didn't feel too much pressure, and even felt unusually relaxed. It was as if he really just met a traveler who was willing to share fresh apples with him while trekking in the desert. Spirit bit the apple and sat down next to Ronan, and the shade of the golden apple tree just covered their bodies. "Want to hear a story?" Spirit looked at the endless golden desert and said to Ronan suddenly. Ronan nodded and made a gesture of listening attentively. Huff. Spirit took a small bite of the flesh of the golden apple and spoke softly. "Once upon a time, there was a king." As Spirit spoke, the whole desert became quiet. The scorching sun above seemed to gradually become hazy and no longer so hot. The whole world seemed to be left with only the rustling of the leaves of the golden apple tree and the sound of Spirit speaking softly. He is wise and brave, with outstanding wisdom and powerful means. He governs his kingdom well, the people live and work in peace and contentment, and the army is strong. He is loved by everyone, and he has devoted his whole life to his kingdom and people. He has never married, and has no offspring. He can be called the most wise monarch in the history of the continent. Elves, dwarves, orcs, and barbarians all live in peace under his rule. He rules almost 3/4 of the entire continent. However, even such a perfect monarch has his own troubles. The king gradually discovered that with the passage of time, he had more and more white hair on his head, his back became more and more hunched, wrinkles began to appear on his face, his teeth began to loosen, and he couldn't even sit on his throne for more than an hourglass time. He's old. Spirit's slow voice suddenly became excited in an instant, which laid the foundation for the direction of the story. All the good things were cruelly torn and shattered. The king was afraid. Because he still had a lot of things to do, and a lot of ideas to complete. He just learned that there was another continent on the other side of the continent, and there were still many people in this world who were in dire straits waiting for him to rescue them. He had not yet planted the flag of his kingdom in every corner, and he was unwilling to hand over his huge empire that he had worked hard to build to the next person who would definitely be more stupid than him. The king longed for eternal life. So he went to seek help from the greatest wise man in the continent, the wizard. No one knows what kind of deal the king reached with the wizard. Anyway, after the king returned from visiting the wizard, he began to collect gold frantically. Before the king was 80 years old, he was wise, and he gave everything for his people. However, after the age of 80, the king demanded everything back from his people, and even more. The king's process of collecting gold was not smooth, and his army was in his hands. The king ordered many people to be killed, countless people were displaced, countless families were broken up, and the whole kingdom was wailing under the flames of war. But the king didn't care, because he finally collected all the gold on this continent. Next, he only needs to follow the wizard's instructions, and he will gain eternal life. Now he is confident that he can return everything he asks from his people tenfold and 100-fold. The king built a city with this gold. A city made entirely of gold. The king assembled all his troops in the golden city because his mind has changed. He not only wants to gain eternal life himself, but also wants every soldier in his army who is loyal to him to gain eternal life as well, so that he will have enough capital to build an empire that is 100 times and 1,000 times larger than the first half of his life. Finally, the king sat on his golden throne, looking forward to the arrival of the wise man to grant him true eternal life. Spurt's narration came to an abrupt end. Under the apple tree, Ronan blinked and couldn't help asking, what happened next? How did this story end? Just like the ending of every fairy tale. Spurt slowly swallowed the last bite of the apple, shrugged his shoulders, and said to Ronan, the evil and stupid king and his evil army finally died a miserable death. Did the wise wizard deceive him? Ronan frowned. No. Spurt shook his head. On the contrary, every word of the method of immortality taught to the king by the wise man was true. It's a pity that before the wise man arrived at the golden city, the old king unfortunately died of old age on his throne. But the wise man did not break his promise, and he did grant the king eternal life. He turned the dead king's body and all his troops into immortal golden statues, and buried them forever underground with the golden city. Oh. Ronan nodded, with an expression of I guess the ending after hearing the beginning on his face, and then stood up from under the golden apple tree, looking at the golden desert under his feet, and asked, is it under the desert under our feet? Spurt smiled and shook his head, you take it too seriously. It's just a story. Then, let me guess again. Ronan looked at Spurt's black eyes and said calmly, are you the wise wizard in the story? I said, it's just a story. Spurt stood up from under the tree, squinted his eyes and stretched his waist. He patted the dust on his butt, turned around and called Ronan, let's go, I'll take you to the front. Ronan's eyes flickered, and without speaking, he followed Spurt to the front of the desert. When they stepped onto a high slope, Ronan looked back and saw that the golden apple tree they had stayed before was still standing quietly in the yellow sand, like a signpost. Ronan turned his head, and suddenly a black shadow emerged from the sand pile and quickly jumped towards him. Ronan subconsciously took a step back, and at this time, the chuckle of Sibert sounded in his ears. Don't be nervous, it's saying hello to you. Ronan saw clearly that the black shadow that jumped out of the sand pile was a black dog, but it had no facial features. It rubbed Ronan's trouser legs intimately. Although it looked strange, it looked quite docile and well-behaved. Ronan squatted down and tried to touch the black dog's back with his hand. It felt cold and hard, with a metallic texture. The strange black dog seemed to enjoy Ronan's caress very much. It was so comfortable that it opened its mouth directly on its face. The big mouth like shark teeth suddenly opened in front of Ronan, which startled Ronan a little, and made him think of the giant magic box monster he saw in the ruins of the mechanical heart. The mouth shape of the two is almost exactly the same. It can be seen that it likes you very much. Spurt laughed beside him and said, its name is Ether. Ether. Ronan was startled when he heard these two words, but was quickly corrected by Spurt, it is Ether. Ronan had read it in an ancient wizard book. In ancient times, when wizard civilization had just emerged and the types of free energy particles between heaven and earth had not yet been completely understood by wizards, wizards were accustomed to using ether to refer to those unfamiliar elements that had not yet been mastered. Later, when the wizard system was completely formed, the word ether was slowly abandoned in the pile of old papers. I don't know if the name given to the black dog by Spurt is related to the ether that Ronan knew. However, this name also confirmed Ronan's previous speculation that the strange black dog might be a kind of metal. Life? The two people and the dog continued to wander in the desert. It was unknown how long they had walked this time. Anyway, when Ronan looked back and could no longer see any trace of the golden apple tree, Spurt suddenly said, we're here. Ronan suddenly turned around. Then he saw an extremely magnificent, huge, and indescribably magnificent golden city suddenly appearing before his eyes. At that moment, Ronan seemed to be hit hard by something. Even though he had already made the corresponding psychological preparations before this, when he saw the full view of this golden city with his own eyes, he still felt a deep throbbing from the depths of his soul. Didn't you say it was just a story? Ronan stood on a high pile of golden sand, staring blankly at the golden city in front of him, and murmured. Spurt smiled and walked past him, whispering as he walked, "It is indeed a story. But I haven't finished it. Once upon a time, there was a boy who heard this story when he was very young, and a golden seed was planted in his heart." Spurt stood in front of Ronan, looking at the golden city in the distance with a dazed look, and golden light bloomed between his 5 fingers. Later, this seed took root and sprouted, and grew bigger and bigger. The boy grew up, he had the ability, and he finally. Spurt slowly stretched out his golden palm to the distance, as if he wanted to grab something. You can realize those daytime fantasies one by one. Spurt stopped talking to himself, and his story seemed to have finally come to an end. At a certain moment, Spurt quickly pulled out of his memories. He turned around suddenly, stood against the background of the golden city, faced Ronan, opened his arms, and showed a childlike innocent and bright smile on his face. He shouted loudly to Ronan, just as Ronan had heard the shout countless times in the orb of all things space. He said, "Latecomers, welcome to the golden kingdom that belongs to Spirit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 190 The Truth About She-Beard, Golden Fire Spirit Maya, the Metal of Infinite Possibilities. After Spirit shouted that sentence, with him as the center, a huge and rich golden light circle spread out from under his feet. In an instant, the sand turned from yellow to gold, and the sand turned into gold like a strange light covering the earth. After a moment, the entire endless desert completely turned into a dazzling golden sea. This golden sand sea and the golden city in the distance complement each other, emitting an extremely luxurious and dazzling brilliance, as if the legendary ancient kingdom recorded in the pages of a fairy tale has come true. Even though he knew it was just a dream, Ronan felt a deep shock from the heart at this moment. This shock did not come entirely from the scene in front of him, but also from what Spirit said to him. Just because he heard a story when he was a child, he put it into action and really created a golden kingdom with his own hands. Exclamation mark. This behavior is really Spirit. Ronan didn't even know what words to use to describe his feelings. At this moment, in this world, only he, Spurt and Spurt's dog named Diddy were left, which was not golden and not made of gold. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Spurt returned to Ronan, stood side by side with him, squinted his eyes and looked at the golden city in the distance. "I spent my whole life to realize this dream that originated from my childhood and seemed absurd and unreasonable to others." Ronan's lips moved slightly, and he said, "But you finally realized it, didn't you?" "Yes." Spurt sighed softly, but shook his head. "In fact, it hasn't been fully realized yet, and there are still many things missing. Unfortunately, I don't have time anymore." Just like the ambitious old king in the story, he eventually died of old age on his golden throne, and did not wait for the day of true immortality. "Even you can't resist time," Ronan murmured softly. "Me." Spurt smiled and said softly, "I'm still far from it. Maybe the real Spurt can do it." "What do you mean?" Ronan was stunned. He had always believed that the young man in front of him was the legendary wizard Spurt, but now, from what he said, it seems that he is not? Exclamation mark. Spurt looked at Ronan and said slowly, "A long time ago, there was a wizard who imagined that there was a place in the world, there was infinite time, infinite space, endless resources, and all the beauty you can imagine. He spent his entire life looking for the entrance to that place. On this long and directionless road, his spirit and ideas infected many people, and some wizards joined in. They followed the will of the first wizard and worked hard to find, or to build such a place. And this place was called Spurt. Later, Spurt also became the name of this organization. There are many legends of Spurt left on the continent, but few people know about it." Spurt spread his hands helplessly. "Spurt has never referred to just one person. Of course, it's not wrong for you to call me Spurt, because every wizard in Spurt will call himself Spurt when he walks outside." Buzz, Ronan was shocked. The impact of this truth on him was no less than when the ancient Golden Kingdom rose up in front of him. He always thought that Spurt was a legendary wizard with unparalleled talent and strength. Now he knows that Spurt is actually the name of a dreamland that only exists in ancient fantasy. He has heard of and even personally encountered too many legends about Spurt to count. It seems that Spurt has dabbled in every field: alchemy, forging, runes, potions. He is very good at every type of spell, space, metal, illusion. Think about it carefully. Yes, human power is limited. How can a person's time, energy, and wisdom support his research in so many fields? If it is a group of people, it seems much more reasonable. Ronan fell into a long silence. Spurt looked at him quietly, as if waiting for him to digest the news. I don't know how long it took, and Ronan's voice sounded again. Then, he raised his head and looked at the young man in front of him calmly. When two or more of you Spurt meet each other, how should you call each other? The young man was stunned, and then smiled and said, Are you asking about my real name? You can call me Alchemist. Alchemist. Ronan silently recited the name, looking around the golden sand sea, and felt that this name was quite appropriate for the man who had been chasing the dream of gold. So, the way I see you now is also fake? Ronan asked. The young man nodded, his clear and bright eyes like gemstones showing a little vicissitudes, and whispered, My appearance, my voice, everything is based on your imagination, because you think I should be like this, so I became like this. As for my original appearance, the young man shook his head. It's too long ago, so long ago that even I have forgotten what I originally looked like. Maybe, it's an old man with a beard hanging down to the ground. The young man smiled, as if he thought of some very interesting pictures, his eyebrows and eyes curved happily. He laughed for a while, then looked at Ronan and said, Okay, the story about me and Spurt has been told for almost a while, now. It's time to talk about you. Me. Ronan was startled, and a bit of confusion appeared on his face. To be honest, he didn't know why he suddenly came here, to this dream belonging to Spurt's alchemist. He only remembered that he fought with the Ash Witch Malier for the golden magic box and the mechanical heart ruins, but they were both cursed by some powerful metal curse and turned into two golden sculptures. Later, Malier got rid of the curse before him. She seemed to want to kill him, but failed, so she wanted to kill herself with the power of the golden curse. In all these years, you are the first person who can insist on walking here and witness the gate of the Golden Kingdom with me. Thank fate for sending you to me. If you come a little later, my consciousness will completely dissipate. The young man looked at Ronan with soft eyes. Are you willing to help an old man with a beard hanging down? What? Ronan was slightly stunned. The young man looked around the golden sand sea, and finally fell on the magnificent golden city in the distance. His eyes were deep, and there was a strong yearning in them. Help me finish building the Golden Kingdom. Although I can no longer see it. A faint sadness and regret filled the air. Ronan was infected by this emotion. He looked at the endless brilliant golden city in the distance. After a long time, he couldn't help but ask, Can I go in and take a look? The young man turned his head to look at him and shook his head helplessly. I'm afraid not. The real Golden Kingdom is not here. It's just a simple projection. Because of the disappearance of consciousness, I can't even restore 1/10 of its original appearance. Okay. Ronan felt regretful. He realized that this dream about the king, the boy and the gold might be coming to an end. He finally stopped outside the door of the Golden Kingdom and couldn't go in to take a look. You are lucky, or I'm lucky. What is left here happens to be the inheritance of the Golden Fire Lingmea, which is very consistent with the magic you are currently studying. The young man looked at the dazzling golden city in the distance, pointed to a direction and said to Ronan, Do you see it? That is Lingmea. It was created by me during the fog stage. Although it is a bit rough, it still looks very beautiful now. Ronan looked in the direction the young man pointed, and saw 7 huge and dazzling statues that reached the sky in the majestic golden city. The one the young man was talking about was one of them. Because of the cover of the golden light, he could not see the full appearance of the majestic statue. He could only vaguely feel a sense of antiquity, dignity and majesty that was difficult to express in words, just like when he faced Hikalto at the beginning. Golden fire. Ronan stared at the image of Lingmea mentioned by the young man, and suddenly reacted, hesitantly said, My current major is ice magic. He was a little suspicious that the man had made a mistake. The young man smiled and replied, I know. That's why I said Lingmea is your best choice now. Sooner or later, you will embark on the path of controlling ice and fire at the same time. The golden throne is surrounded by more than just ice and frost. Dear Ronan, the connection between the different elemental energies between heaven and earth is much closer and more wonderful than you can imagine. A long time ago, they even had the same name, Ether. The young man said, looking meaningfully at the iron titanium black dog surrounding Ronan's feet. Understanding this early will be good for your future path. Try to let ice and fire coexist peacefully first. Lingmea will teach you on my behalf. Iron titanium is the best bridge for you to communicate with him. Ice and fire coexist. Ronan muttered to himself as he chewed on the words of the alchemist. He felt as if a brand new door was slowly opening to him, but a lot of fog appeared in front of the door. These concepts and knowledge are still too profound for him now, and he can't understand them. Take your time, step by step, don't rush. The alchemist patted Ronan on the shoulder and comforted him. You still have a long way to go, even to the gate of the Golden Country. Let's go to the Golden Country first. There is the key to completely open the gate of the Golden Country. Where's the way to the Golden Country? Ronan was even more confused, and couldn't help looking at the alchemist. The latter just pointed at his palm and smiled. Hasn't the signpost of the Golden Country always been in your hand? Ronan was startled and subconsciously looked down at his hand. He opened his clenched 5 fingers, and a golden apple core lay quietly in his hand. It was the core of the golden apple that the alchemist had invited him to eat before. At this time, the core was blooming with an incomparable dazzling golden light, and the golden light made Ronan almost unable to open his eyes. Suddenly, he found that everything around him was becoming blurred and distorted. There seemed to be a force pulling him away from this place. Ronan hurriedly reached out to grab the arm of the alchemist who was close at hand, but the latter had turned around and stopped looking at him. He faced the direction of the Golden City and sang a children's ballad in a chanting tone. The groom's son has a golden dream. He buried golden seeds on the golden slope. The heart as hot as gold was watered with the golden sunshine. In this voice full of infinite enthusiasm and vitality, as if forever young and full of vitality, everything in front of Ronan was shattered. His consciousness fell into darkness, and everything was far away from him. When Ronan slowly opened his eyes, he found himself standing quietly on a golden and dilapidated long street. Everything around him was golden, all emitting a golden luster. It was still the mechanical heart. But at this time, the mechanical heart had completely turned into cold gold casting, and all the metals in the mechanical heart had turned into gold. There was no sound, and there was absolute silence and tranquility around. Ronan lowered his head and suddenly found that the golden fruit core that he had been holding tightly in his hand in his dream had now turned into golden runestone. The golden magic box that he had fought so hard for had already been opened. Lying at his feet, there was also a red runestone and a fist-sized irregular black metal block in the box. Ronan was silent for a moment, and after a moment, he silently picked up the golden runestone in his hand to check. There was only one rune recorded in the runestone, named, the Golden Law of Spearth. Is this the way to the Golden Country? Ronan murmured. He bent down and picked up all the things on the ground. In the open golden magic box, another runestone contained a complete set of metal spell inheritance. They are, Touch of Lingmea Black Steel, Lingmea Silver Body, Lingmea Bronze Head, Lingmea Diamond Heart, and Lingmea Golden Soul. Just by looking at the names, you can tell that the 5 spells are closely related to each other. The 5 spells and the previous, Golden Law of Spirit, Talisman just form a complete metal magic school. Is this the inheritance of Maya, the golden fire spirit that the alchemist mentioned? Ronan thought for a moment and suddenly realized. The dream of the Golden Kingdom that the alchemist has spent his entire life building may not be just a golden kingdom. It also represents an ancient and powerful metal magic system. And the name of this system is called Golden Kingdom. Ronan looked at the complete set of metal magic inheritance in his hand and didn't speak for a long time. This is probably the most ancient, heavy and powerful inheritance he has obtained so far. It comes from the legendary Spirit, an ancient wizard whose level is unknown but undoubtedly powerful, who has spent his entire life to create a brand new metal magic system. Although it is not complete at the moment, it is just one of the inheritances of Golden Fire Spirit Maya. It is just a piece of the puzzle of Golden Kingdom. Ronan still needs to go to the Golden Country, get the key to open the Golden Kingdom, and collect the remaining puzzle pieces before he can ascend the Golden Throne and restore the ancient glory of the Golden Kingdom. Thinking of the magnificent, glorious and magnificent Golden Kingdom standing on the golden sand sea in his dream, Ronan's heart can't help but tremble and get excited. But soon, this excitement was deeply hidden by him. The unparalleled inheritance also brings unparalleled tests. Behind the opportunity is 10 times or even 100 times the risk. When gold appears, greedy people who covet gold will come in waves. Even the dwarf civilization of the mechanical heart has to worry about the thunder and fire hammer being stolen by goblins, dragons, and cyclops. The inheritance of the entire Golden Kingdom will attract more treasure thieves. Ronan took a deep breath and put away the 2 rune stones and the golden magic box. He thought to himself, before my strength reaches a certain level, I must never let others know that I have the inheritance of the Golden Kingdom in my hands. Thinking of this, Ronan picked up the irregular black metal block placed together with a golden magic box. After picking it up, he found that this black metal was almost exactly the same as the black dog named Itty he saw in his dream. Has alchemist prepared the metal medium for me to cast the Golden Kingdom spell? Ronan weighed the not-so-heavy black metal block in his hand and muttered, "It's just that this titanium seems to be of a low grade, and the quantity is too small." Ronan shook his head, put away the metal block, and then looked around. Under the power of the golden curse released by the golden magic box, the vast mechanical heart has been completely transformed into golden city-state. The wandering puppets and metal elemental life inside have all disappeared, and all the metals have turned into gold. Gold may still be useful in the secular world, but for wizards, it is really not as good as the dilapidated and rusty abandoned lands before. At least some valuable precious metals can be extracted. Ronan originally wanted to collect some high-grade metals that can be used as spell media in the mechanical heart, but now this idea has failed. However, he has obtained the most precious inheritance of the entire mechanical heart, which is not comparable to the thunder and fire hammers he saw on the metal square tower in the central square. At least that's what Ronan thought. He didn't think a magical tool forged by a dwarf could be compared to the hard work of a legendary wizard from Spurt. The most important point is that Ronan has a strong intuition that the hammer forged by the dwarves in the mechanical heart is very likely not in the mechanical heart, and may have been moved out long ago. I should have asked the alchemist in my dream. Ronan was a little regretful. But anyway, his purpose of coming to the mechanical heart was achieved. For the mechanical heart, which had completely turned into golden ruin, he also lost the desire to continue exploring. Finding a way out is the most important thing now. Calculate the time, the battle for the Haramus wizard seed is about to begin. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and after a simple search, he decisively released .II from the space ring. The mechanical heart had changed. He didn't know if the entrance he had entered had collapsed. Even if it hadn't, it would take a lot of effort to return the way he had come. It was undoubtedly the quickest and most convenient option to have .II find him an exit nearby. If that ash which Molly knew that her act of pushing the golden magic box to me did not kill me, but instead allowed me to obtain the Golden Kingdom, her expression would be very interesting. Somewhere in the sky, a wizard girl with 2 white legs crossed and flying fast on a red lotus cane gently rubbed her nose to suppress the desire to sneeze for no reason. It must be that dead woman Selena who is saying bad things about me behind my back again. Molly bared her teeth and urged fiercely, "Hurry up, Vivian. I have missed the opportunity to humiliate her once, and I can't miss the second time." "Yes, respected Miss Molly." The black-robed old woman's voice, which was respectful and slightly doting, came from behind. Immediately afterwards, the black-robed old woman suddenly turned into a huge black-feathered vulture, lifted Molly up, and gently flapped her wings. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a small black dot on the horizon. In the dusk wilderness, the huge setting sun was releasing its last golden color on the top of the mountains. A giant snake over 100 meters long, with a single horn on its head and scales all over its body that seemed to be made of blue ice crystals, swam silently and quickly towards the afterglow of the setting sun. Above the head of the ice crystal giant snake, a slender and upright figure sat quietly. It was a young man with fair skin and handsome appearance. The frost-wrapped wind blew up the hem of his robe, and the glow of the setting sun gently sprinkled on his body, giving him a layer of orange-yellow gold. He lowered his head slightly, and the whole person was perfect, like a masterpiece carefully carved by God, with a powerful charm that made people addicted. It was Ronan who had escaped from the mechanical heart early and was heading to the ruins of the ancient city of the goblins. Crack, crack. At this time, Ronan was concentrating on slowly feeding a piece of metal blade the size of a wash basin with a trace of rust on the surface to a large mass of black metal in front of him that looked like a living thing. The metal was like a mass of condensed water, and its surface was constantly wriggling. In the middle was a huge shark-toothed mouth, which was just like eating biscuits, grunting as it ate the metal blade Ronan fed it. A lame goat with gray hair and a gold nameplate on its neck stood aside, watching the black metal bite the metal blade, and from time to time looked up at Ronan with an eager expression. Ronan was annoyed by its stare, and occasionally threw out a few pieces of bright metal blocks. The gray goat that was fed would make a joyful bleating sound, and then happily eat it. Buzz! After the entire metal blade was eaten by the black metal in front of it, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the irregularly shaped black metal, and then it suddenly expanded a circle, and a trace of sharp air emanated from its body, just like the metal blade it had just eaten. Tisk! Ronan saw the change in the breadth and volume of the black metal ball, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, no wonder the alchemist named it titanium. The ether in ancient times represented unknown elements and infinite possibilities. The characteristic of titanium is that it can continue to evolve by swallowing metal. In this regard, it is indeed the same as ether and has infinite possibilities. This is a ball of metal that can grow. It is also the most suitable spell medium for me and the Golden Country. Although I don't know if there is an upper limit to its growth, at least it is enough for me at this stage. Chapter 191 Sunset Gathering, Grace's Fate. Ronan stretched out his hand, and titanium was like a deep and luxurious black silk, which took the initiative to wrap around his arm along his fingers and quickly flowed into the robe. After discovering that titanium could evolve continuously through swallowing, Ronan had already fed it all his original metal mediums, the nightmare tungsten, steel and Nemen metal, as well as all the metals collected in the mechanical heart. Now titanium has evolved to the third level in quality, and has the characteristics of all swallowed metals including the nightmare tungsten steel. However, what Ronan was most satisfied with was the spirituality of titanium itself. It is not a pure dead object, but a bit like an existence between metal materials and metal life. Just like the appearance of the black dog that Ronan saw in his dream, if it can continue to grow, it is not impossible. And it is precisely because of this spirituality of titanium that it is incomparably compatible with the extraordinary domain power of living steel. Living steel uses titanium to perform spells, and the effect of the spell is more than doubled than before. Titanium should be the creation of the alchemist. To be able to create such a magical metal as titanium, the wisdom and power of the alchemist can be seen. Ronan thought, and titanium, like black silk or flowing oil, emerged from the collar of his robe, flowing along his neck, and finally covered most of his cheek like a mask. A sharp-toothed mouth emerged, opening and closing. This strange and creepy appearance formed a strong contrast with Ronan's other half of the white and handsome cheek like an ancient sculpture, giving people an extremely strong visual impact, a kind of twisted and terrifying beauty. It's a bit like Venom's battlesuit. Ronan stretched out his right hand, and the 5 fingers completely covered by titanium kept swinging in the void, as if there were invisible strings in the air, being gently plucked by him. A slight and short spell syllable came out of his mouth, and mental power surged out, and a trace of strange energy fluctuations emanated from Ronan's fingertips. The next moment, a large amount of titanium metal surged out from every gap in Ronan's robe, and quickly condensed into a strange and ferocious tentacle in the void. The tentacle swayed slightly, and a terrible pressure spread out, and the air showed traces of distortion. Touch of the black steel of Lingmea. After Ronan came out of the mechanical heart, he hurried on his way while concentrating on studying the inheritance of golden fire, obtained from the golden magic box. Among the 5 spell inheritances of golden fire, touch of the black steel of Lingmea is the simplest and the only spell he is qualified to practice at this stage. 3 days ago, Ronan had successfully entered the door. So, golden fire, Lingmea. Is it in existence with octopus-like tentacles? Ronan looked at the black steel tentacles formed by the spell summoning in front of him, and pulled the tentacles closer. He could clearly see some jagged marks on the tentacles. Perhaps when the proficiency of this spell is improved, these saw teeth will be fully formed, but even now, when the metal tentacles are waved, they still make a slight whistling sound, giving people a feeling of sharp cutting. Ronan has seen the full picture of the Golden Kingdom of Alchemist from afar. The most conspicuous thing in the Golden Kingdom is the 7 golden brilliances that reach the sky and the earth. Those 7 brilliances are probably the 7 cornerstone powers that support the entire Golden Kingdom spell system. Golden Fire, Lingmaya is one of them. What Ronan found strange was that he did not feel any fire power in the spell, Lingmaya Black Steel Touch, which was just a pure metal spell. Ronan guessed that it might take all 5 spells to learn and build a complete, Golden Fire, system before some kind of wonderful transformation would occur. Ronan had never seen Lingmaya's true form, and he was also very curious about what the real, Golden Fire, would look like and how powerful it would be. In addition, there was one thing about the spell, Touch of Black Steel, that was very different from any spell Ronan had learned before. Its proficiency increased abnormally fast. Ronan had only learned this spell for 3 days, and after practicing it only a few times, the proficiency of Touch of Black Steel on the character panel had already risen to the proficient level. Moreover, compared to ordinary second-level spells, the spell power of Touch of Black Steel was also somewhat exaggerated. Ronan estimated that he was only at the proficient level of Touch of Black Steel, but the power had already touched the edge of the 3rd level, which was simply incredible. Is this the difference between advanced rare spells and ordinary spells? The spell principle of Touch of Black Steel is more profound than that of ordinary spells, and it is easier to derive the domain of law, so the proficiency before the master level increases very quickly. Now Ronan has long known that comprehending the domain of law is the real starting point of a spell. The wizards in the ancient times were all like dragons, and any spell they cast had the effect of extraordinary domain of law, but the wizards nowadays cannot do this. In addition to the fact that the free energy particles between heaven and earth are far less dense than in the ancient times, the release threshold of low-level spells has been lowered, which is also an important reason. The lowering of the threshold for casting spells also means the simplification of spell principles and the weakening of spell power. During the 3 years of the ascetic attic, Ronan saw a point of view in a wizard book: the current wizards are at least twice weaker than the ancient wizards at the same level. In addition to the influence of the environment, inheritance is also a big factor. Of course, it doesn't mean that the older the runes and spells, the better. Many ancient inheritances have become more and more powerful under the wisdom of wizards from generation to generation. However, most ancient spells are still much more powerful than general-purpose spells. In addition to the inheritance of the Golden Fire spell, Ronan has also studied the corresponding Golden Law of Spirit rune. This soul seal is actually similar to the mithril transformation of Spirit, in effect. Both are metal strengthening, but it is much more powerful than the silverization seal. If Ronan had not made a special transformation to the silverization seal, he might have already started to prepare to replace his second soul seal. But now, he can only consider it after he is promoted to the 3rd level wizard. Ronan didn't even plan to use it as the 4th soul seal, because he had just started to get in touch with the inheritance of Golden Fire. His proficiency was very low, and the power he could exert was not strong. Even with the blessing of Golden Law, it might not necessarily improve his metal-based combat effectiveness. On the contrary, the Ice Flame talisman that matches the Frozen Soil system of the Ice Mage may have a stronger increase in his strength. No matter how powerful the inheritance is, it still needs a process of digestion. In this battle for the Haramis Wizard seat, the Golden Fire spell system may not have much chance to shine. Ronan casually opened his character panel, and the progress of the strength column was a 2nd level formal wizard, 190%. He estimated that with his current meditation efficiency, it would take about 2 or 3 months to increase his mental power to the perfection of a 2nd level wizard. Time is a bit tight. I can only hope that I will get some resources to increase my soul power with good luck, so that I can successfully complete the promotion before the battle begins. Ronan murmured. In fact, he did not have much hope for this matter. The breakthrough of each level of a wizard is not a simple project. It does not mean that you can become a 3rd level wizard just because your mental power transforms to the 3rd level. This is just the first step, and then you have to condense new soul talismans, practice and master new 3rd level spells, and so on. Normally, it takes at least 1 to 2 years for a 2nd level wizard to be promoted to 3rd level wizard and truly complete the all-round transformation from 2nd level combat power to 3rd level combat power. So even if Ronan is really lucky enough to complete the promotion before the battle, there will still be a clear gap between him and a real 3rd level wizard in many aspects. The reason why our Ronan cares so much about this is that the minimum standard for participating in the wizard battle is level 3. If it really doesn't work, Then I can only be a spectator. Ronan shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being, not thinking about it anymore. Most of the data on the character panel did not change much. The only obvious increase was the master level proficiency of ascetic body forging, which increased by more than 100 points compared to before he entered the mechanical heart. This improvement was attributed to the golden curse released by the golden magic box. At that time, the Ash Witch Maul's gentle push almost cost him his life. Buzz, a faint rune fluctuation came from the space ring, and Ronan opened it casually and took out a flashing communication stone. This is a very beautifully shaped communication stone. The core communication stone is surrounded by large pieces of crystal and silver precious metal. While serving as a decoration, it also makes the entire communication stone more solid and less prone to damage. The communication stone comes from Grace. The communication stone has accumulated a lot of messages from Grace, basically all of which are inquiries about his current situation. Ronan was previously immersed in the inheritance of the golden fire and the research on titanium metal, and had always ignored Grace's message. Now that his hands are temporarily free, he has the idea of replying. Gently click on the center of the communication stone with a jade luster, a faint blue light blooms, and soon reveals Grace's appearance. At this time, Grace's face was full of surprise. The first time she saw Ronan, she blurted out his name. "I'm glad you're okay. I went back to the mechanical heart later, but I didn't find you. If it wasn't for Sister Selena's prophecy that you were not in danger, I almost thought you." Grace didn't continue to say the rest of the words, but her beautiful face was full of shame and guilt. "I'm sorry, Ronan. I shouldn't have left you alone at that time. It has nothing to do with you." Ronan shook his head and comforted Grace not to take it to heart. At that time, he wanted to stay in the mechanical heart. Grace was also forcibly taken away by the silver-haired female wizard and others who accompanied him. He rescued Grace just to repay her for taking care of him at Hoddam College. Grace didn't owe him anything at all. Perhaps it was Ronan's comfort that Grace's face gradually improved and asked him curiously, "Where are you now?" Ronan looked around. At this time, the sun had completely set. A few stars appeared in the sky, and the crescent moon was like a hook. There was a dark wilderness all around. To be honest, Ronan didn't know where he was now. He told Grace that he was about to go to the ruins of the ancient city of fairies. Grace said with joy that she was next to the ruins of the ancient city of fairies. Because the battle for the seat of the Haramus wizard had not yet begun, the legendary ancient city of fairies had not yet appeared, so the area where she was now was just a large bare earth slope, but there were many people, and it was very lively both day and night. Ronan was originally curious about Grace's fate after leaving Hoddam. When he learned that she was also going to join the excitement of the genius gathering, he couldn't help but chat with her. After asking, he learned that when Hoddam College suffered a catastrophic disaster, Grace was taken by her mother and ran all the way to a place near the edge of the southern continent. The two joined a local wizard organization similar to Hoddam College as first-level wizards. At first, life was relatively stable, but Grace's mother encountered a second-level monster when she went out to collect potion materials and unfortunately died. Grace, who had been living under the protection of her mother since she was a child, suddenly lost her support. Although she was also a first-level official wizard, she was young and inexperienced, so she had no way to resist those old and sophisticated wizards with ulterior motives. Most of the resources and wealth left by her mother were consumed in a few years. If it were just like this, it wouldn't be bad. After all, growth requires a price. But Grace was targeted by a second-level wizard. It wasn't that he liked her, but he thought she was ignorant and helpless, so he wanted to capture her and do magic experiments. Grace didn't want to be used as a guinea pig, so she had to run away. She met the people from the Court of Life during her escape. Under the bright sunshine, Ronan wrapped himself tightly in a gray robe that concealed all the patterns, and quickly walked through a not-so-bustling market. The market was not big, and was set up next to a green lake that was not too big, and a small group of black wild ducks were swimming in the lake. There were stalls of all sizes in the market, and whether they were selling things or buying things, they were all wizards like Ronan. This is a special resource exchange method in the wizarding world, called sunset gathering. Sunset gathering does not refer to a gathering that starts at sunset, but this gathering usually starts at dawn and lasts until the sunset of the third day. Sunset gathering is popular among wandering wizards, and occasionally academic wizards will also participate. Sunset gathering usually moves with a group of gathering merchant wizards who travel around and hold gatherings, which can be regarded as a traceable movement. However, because the grand event of the Haramus Wizard Seat competition is about to start, a large number of southern wizards are gathering towards the location of the ancient city of fairies, and many gatherings are also spontaneously held. The closer to the ruins of the ancient city of fairies, the more such markets there are. The gathering that Ronan is currently visiting is already the 5th one he has encountered along the way. The scale of this gathering is not large, and the strength of the wizards participating in the gathering is generally not high. There are no third-level wizards. There are only a few second-level wizards, including Ronan, and the vast majority of the rest are first-level wizards. The wizards who participated in the gathering were not very powerful, which also meant that the probability of good things appearing at the gathering would be very small. Ronan chose to come in for a walk, not only to reminisce about the days when he was a wandering wizard in Hoddam, but also to collect the materials on the Holy Blood Tree list that Inigo gave him before leaving. Not to mention, although the level of the Sunset Gathering is low, because there are many wizards from different places participating in the gathering to exchange resources, after 5 consecutive gatherings, Ronan has collected 1/10 of the materials listed on the list. So, the Court of Life, and the Ashwich Malier we met in the Mechanical Heart before are all from the central region. Ronan strolled around while talking softly to Malier through the communication stone. The online chat between the two has been going on for several days. If it was just because of a little intersection and a little connection with the same origin in Hoddam at the beginning, their relationship has become much closer now, and they can be completely regarded as real friends. In some aspects, Ronan and Grace have similarities. For example, they have no relatives around them and have similar loneliness. Especially Grace, she doesn't even have a person with whom she can communicate on an equal footing. Ronan's appearance fills this gap, and she has an extremely strong desire to confide in Ronan. Yes, Sister Selena once accidentally revealed to me that the Court of Life is the real court, and they are in charge of a powerful wizard empire in the central region. Princess of the Empire. Ronan was slightly stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, "Is she also here for the inheritance of the Guardian of Haramus?" "I think so." Grace replied. Sister Selena said that the competition for inheritance in the central region is too fierce. Although the inheritance of Haramus in the central region is more core and more powerful, she is not sure that she can get it, so she transferred to the south to participate, and met me as soon as she came. You can't compete with a genius in the central region, so you want to bully the genius in the south. Ronan shook his head. Although this idea is quite wise, forget about this behavior, or don't comment on it. Ronan guessed that the other party may have spent a lot of money to switch to the south. Otherwise, if all the geniuses in the central region did the same, the geniuses in the south would be beaten into a sieve. Of course, the inheritance left by Haramus in the south is far less than that in the central region, and most of the geniuses in the central region look down on it, which should be a major reason. Even if Grace's sister Serena is second best, there's still a guy named Ashwich who follows her. Grace. Ronan changed the subject and said, "This Princess Serena of the Court of Life is so good to you, and is even willing to treat you as a sister. Do you know the reason?" As a friend, Ronan felt it necessary to remind Grace. There is no good without reason in this world. Everything you get has been marked with a price by fate long ago. He was careful that the naive Grace would be deceived. Although he could never think of what Grace had that was worth a princess of the Central Wizard Empire to spend a lot of money to deceive. According to what Grace had said before, Serena was indeed very special to her, and the resources spent on her were more than enough to buy 10 Graces. Grace on the other side of the communication stone was silent for a moment. Ronan didn't care. He glanced at the stalls in front of him and finally walked towards one of them. When he arrived in front of the stall, Ronan pointed at something and asked the stall owner, who was only a first-level wizard, "What is this?" Chapter 192 Roaring Fish, Coordinate Change, Arrival. Most of the materials on the stalls were related to warcraft, including animal skins, animal bones, organs soaked in jars, bone carvings, magic tools, and even living things. What Ronan asked about was a living thing kept in a transparent tank. It looked like a miniature piranha, but it had a pair of white and tender little feet like a baby, kicking around in the water, looking lively and weird. The stall owner was a middle-aged wizard with pale skin, level 1, with a black mole the size of a mung bean on his lip. He had a cold temperament and was obsessed with the study of alchemy of flesh and blood. Most wizards who deal with corpses all year round were like this. Your Excellency has a good eye. This roaring fish is the product of my 20 years of research. When the middle-aged wizard saw Ronan asking, he immediately forced a smile on his face and introduced it to him incessantly. Although Ronan had tried his best to be low-key and even tried his best to restrain the mental fluctuations of a level 2 wizard, the young and handsome face revealed under the wide hood and the unique temperament that naturally emanated could be clearly perceived if you got a little closer. A wizard with a little bit of vision could easily tell that he was from a powerful organization, and that he was definitely not an ordinary member of a powerful organization. Only the best of the same level could have such a calm and confident demeanor in his gestures. The battle for the Haramus wizard seat was about to begin, and all the geniuses of the southern wizard forces, both large and small, came out to walk around. They had seen many people like Ronan in the past year or so. With the permission of the middle-aged wizard stall owner, Ronan slightly probed his mental power into the transparent tank. The strange creature called Roaring Fish immediately opened its mouth and let out a piercing scream. The invisible sound waves released with this scream pushed all the water in the transparent tank to the surroundings, tightly attached to the wall of the tank. Ronan felt a slight mental vibration and was a little surprised. This roaring fish reminded him of a necromancy spell he had learned during his apprenticeship, Howl of the Dead Souls. The two methods were similar, both of which had a certain impact on mental power by generating sound waves through screaming. However, the ability of this roaring fish is much more powerful than the zero-level spell, Howl of the Dead Souls, and it even had a certain impact on his mental power. Although it was just a slight dizziness, you have to know that Ronan's mental power after secondary purification is more than 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary wizard in the late second level. What surprised Ronan even more was that the sonic attack of the roaring fish seemed to be targeted. Except for him, the stall owner and several nearby wizards were not affected at all. Such a magical creature, was it really developed by a wandering wizard of only level 1? Ronan looked up at the middle-aged wizard stall owner and asked, "How are you going to sell this roaring fish?" The middle-aged wizard was excited and quickly reported a few things. Ronan shook his head and replied, "I only have magic stones." The middle-aged wizard was a little disappointed, but he quickly replied, 5,000. 5,000 high-level magic stones, and this fish will be yours." "Impossible," Ronan said lightly, "unless the cultivation technology of this roaring fish is included. The roaring attack effect of this fish is really good, but if I didn't guess, this thing should not live long." As he said, Ronan glanced at the roaring fish in the tank that had long been quiet. It seemed to be a little sluggish on the outside, but he was extremely sensitive to life fluctuations. He could sense that after a roar, the life energy contained in the fish with baby feet in the tank was obviously consumed by a large part. "This is a fish that roars with life?" The middle-aged wizard's expression changed slightly, and then he said with a wry smile, "I can't hide it from you, 2,000 high-level magic stones and you can take the fish. But the cultivation technology may not be able to do it. It's not that I don't want to trade it, but the technology is not yet perfected." 3,000. Ronan looked calm and interrupted the middle-aged wizard, "Tell me the place where the fish was found." "Don't worry, I won't tell it to a third person. If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract." The middle-aged wizard's face changed, and after a moment, he grabbed a piece of old animal skin in the corner of the stall, wrote something on the skin, and then handed it to Ronan. Ronan paid 3,000 high-level magic stones and used his space ring to put away the tank containing the roaring fish on the stall. Before leaving, he glanced at the stall and picked up a small box containing a black unicorn beetle. He asked the stall owner, "What is this?" "I don't know." The middle-aged wizard shook his head. "I found it in an abandoned ancient secret realm. After a year of research, I only found that the body fluid it secretes can be used as a preparation for some low-level potions. Maybe it's just some ordinary ancient insect with a long lifespan. If you like it, you can take it away." "Thank you." Ronan put away the box containing the unicorn beetle and said lightly, "I have always been interested in this kind of gadget. It is indeed a collection that I have never owned." The middle-aged wizard smiled and said nothing. In the wizard community, collecting rare insects is not even a quirk. Leaving the stall, Ronan also received a reply from Grace's sister Selena told me the reason frankly. She said that my soul is special and the aura it exudes is very helpful to her and can promote the growth of a certain ability of hers. Ronan looked at the content of Grace's reply, thought about it, and asked, "Did she ask you to do anything?" Just, Before Grace finished her words, the voice from the communication stone suddenly stopped. The communication was suddenly cut off. Ronan was a little surprised, but he didn't take it to heart, thinking that Grace might have something else to do suddenly. He was more interested in the two things he had just got. Sister Selena. Grace stood in a room surrounded by bookshelves, tugging at the hem of her robe nervously. In front of her was a blonde woman wearing a wizard's dress. The woman was very young and extremely beautiful. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as porcelain. She had light green eyes and exuded a noble and elegant aura. "Who have you been talking to these days?" The woman walked to the desk where Grace often sat and asked gently, "Is it the boy who saved you once in the mechanical heart? It seems that our Grace has really fallen in love." "No, no. We are just friends." Selena kept defending with blushing cheeks. The woman chuckled and did not continue on this topic. She just said softly, "Grace, I am a little tired. Can I rest here with you?" "Of course." Grace nodded, and then quickly took a velvet blanket from the bed and spread it on the woman's body. She bent down and gently rested her head on the woman's legs. "Have a good sleep, Grace." A faint white light bloomed in the woman's hands, and she gently stroked Grace's cheek. Grace's eyelids became heavy at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon she yawned and fell asleep in the woman's arms. After Grace fell asleep, the woman quickly adjusted her state. She closed her eyes, and a complex and mysterious golden rune appeared between her eyebrows. A strong white light began to bloom on her body. These white lights slowly condensed on the surface of the woman's body, as if forming a beautiful and luxurious armor. Ronan on her knees, Grace unconsciously muttered a few words, turned over, and slept more soundly. Similarly, the white light that emerged from the blonde woman's body seemed to condense a little faster, and the golden rune between her eyebrows grew synchronously, and the breath became more mysterious and obscure. At night, Ronan set up a defensive and isolated rune array at the bottom of a secluded and uninhabited valley. Taking advantage of the starlight, he took out all the things he got at the sunset gathering during the day. The situation of the roaring fish in the transparent tank was worse than Ronan expected. It was almost floating on the water with its body half up, its mouth wide open, and it looked like it would die completely at any time. This thing can't just roar once in its life, and then burst out all its life potential at once? No wonder the stall owner agreed so readily. I'm afraid he would agree to sell it even if it cost 1,000 high-level magic stones. Ronan thought while observing the state of the roaring fish in the tank. Ronan stretched out a finger and gently pressed it on the transparent tank. Through the tank, he injected the life energy of the vitality light ball in his body into the roaring fish in the tank little by little. The latter's nearly near-death state gradually improved, and soon it turned over and swam in the water again, but Ronan realized that this was only a temporary solution. The life energy he injected into the roaring fish was also constantly dissipating, and the soul of this little thing also broke with a roar in the daytime. If you want to study it, you still have to find more similar life species. Ronan opened the old animal skin given to him by the stall owner, on which the 4 words "green glittering abyss" were written in sloppy handwriting. Taking out the southern map given by Costi and searching, Ronan found that the so-called green glittering abyss was close to the western edge of the southern continent, just near the Kiffin port where old Wells, Lineage and others went. I can find a chance to go there. Ronan thought to himself. The roaring fish is very strange. It is a creature that Ronan has never seen before. The life fluctuations it emits are probably only at the level of a 0-level magic beast, but the roar attack it bursts out can affect the mental power of a 2nd-level wizard. If we can figure out the way it makes sounds, combined with Howl of the Dead Souls, we may be able to research a good mental attack spell. Of course, Ronan is more interested in the ability of the roaring fish to burst out its vitality in one breath. The technique of unsullied body, to compress life energy to achieve ancient giant demonization, was figured out by Ronan a long time ago. The idea is very clever, but the operation method is very rough. With the increasing proficiency level of austerity body forging, Ronan has the idea to further optimize and transform this technique of compressing vitality and then bursting it. He thinks there is still a lot of potential to be tapped here. Especially after the fusion of the ancient Frost Hydra bloodline, the physique has grown twice in addition to ascetic body forging. The complete giantization state is no longer the limit of what my body can bear now, but I can only achieve complete giantization now, and it can only be done under the premise of sufficient external pressure. Ronan looked at his hands, which were slender and white under the starlight of the dark night, as if they were glowing. This is a pair of hands suitable for playing the piano or the harp, but as long as Ronan wants, he can turn it into a pair of giant claws like a monster in a breath. My technique of compressing vitality is too primitive and crude. As the lifelike ball grows bigger and bigger, the compression becomes more and more difficult. The growth of mental power can't keep up with the rhythm. This aspect must be improved, otherwise this trump card will be eliminated sooner or later. Ronan replenished the vitality of the roaring fish in the tank, ensuring that it would not die in a short time, and then put it away, and then looked at another small box containing a mysterious black beetle. In fact, what Ronan really wanted to buy at the stall during the day was the beetle in this small box. The roaring fish was an unexpected gain. Opening the box, Ronan placed the black beetle on the back of his right hand. In the moonlight, he carefully looked at the mysterious black beetle. It had a single horn, a shiny shell, and densely packed arthropods and thin legs under its abdomen. If it weren't for those thin legs occasionally moving, this beetle could easily be thought to be dead, an insect specimen. Ronan's eyes flickered, and some gray marks gradually emerged on the white and smooth back of his hand. With the appearance of these gray marks, the black beetle lying motionless on the back of Ronan's hand actually released a strong sense of restlessness. It moved, the shell on its back opened, and spread two pairs of thin and transparent wings. It wanted to fly away, but it was firmly imprisoned by Ronan's mental power and could not break free. Gradually, some translucent unknown liquid began to seep out from the belly of the black beetle. Ronan frowned. When he was considering whether to clean up the thing that seemed to be the beetle's urine, the translucent unknown liquid was absorbed by the gray mark on the back of his hand. The color of the mark gradually deepened, from gray to black, and then it kept wriggling like a living thing. After about an hour, the black beetle on the back of Ronan's hand was completely quiet. Ronan took it off and saw a long string of strange and twisted symbols clearly printed on the back of his right hand, like a tattoo. This. Ronan's eyes flashed, and his expression was somewhat complicated. This was the world stone coordinate he accidentally obtained in the ancient mirror court. Kosti did not extract it completely, and some traces were left. He sensed the existence of the beetle at the Sunset Market because of this coordinate mark that induced a mysterious beetle. The coordinate mark seems to have changed. Ronan stretched out his hand and poked the strange symbol on the back of his hand, but there was no reaction. He tried to infiltrate his mental power. Hiss, roar, in an instant, countless distorted and broken images flashed through Ronan's mind. Deep in the consciousness space, in the shadow that could not be completely cleared, the dormant ancient consciousness of Hikalto also rioted at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, Ronan suddenly let go of his hand. Under the light of the stars and the moon, his face was as pale as a brand new white paper, and his forehead and back were covered with sweat. What is that? Ronan looked at the series of strange symbols on the back of his right hand in horror. He didn't remember what kind of images the symbols had just conveyed to him. The only thing he remembered was that the images revealed a similar aura of distortion, chaos, madness, and destruction. This aura even caused the ancient frost hydra blood in his body to riot, and it was difficult to suppress it. Even the remaining consciousness of Hikalto feels uneasy. Ronan looked at the incomplete and hazy moon above his head, and a guess that he dared not accept came into his mind. Is what I just saw the scene of the other world that the coordinates correspond to? Because the coordinates absorbed the body fluid of the mysterious beetle, they transformed into another mark, which seemed to have a deeper connection with the space of the other world, so he could peek at some scenes of another world through this mark. If it was really as he guessed, then it seemed to be understandable that the powerful ancient mirror court decisively stopped the experiment, listed it as a taboo, and even destroyed the world stone, and the entire force hurriedly moved away. Because the breath of that world that Ronan felt was really too terrible. He just glimpsed a little bit of the residual image, and he almost died. This matter must not be known to the people of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society. Once they know that the coordinates are connected to such a terrifying world, God knows what crazy things they will do. Ronan thought with gritted teeth. But as soon as he changed his mind, his face became a little ugly again. Because maybe. The people of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society have long known clearly that the cleanup 3 years ago has continued to this day, but no one knows how deeply the power of the Ancient Witch Resurrection Society has penetrated in the South. It's a big trouble. I hope this trouble won't involve me anymore. Ronan frowned and silently hid the strange symbol on the back of his hand. He also put away the mysterious beetle that caused the transformation of the coordinate mark. He already regretted buying this beetle. For some things, the more you know, the deeper you get involved, and the more troubles you have. 3 days later. Beside a huge lake. Ronan, wearing a gray-silver robe, stood by the lake and watched the huge snake body of the ice crystal snake slowly sink into the lake. A thin layer of ice gradually began to form on the surface of the lake, and the bodies of frozen aquatic creatures kept floating up. Ronan frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but at present, he seemed to have no better way than to do this. Now he is very close to the ancient city of fairies, and there are probably only a few days left. The closer he is to the ancient city of fairies, the more Ronan can feel an invisible force gathering towards the front. There are too many powerful wizards, which made him finally change his original idea and give up carrying the ice crystal snake with him. No matter how confident Ronan is in his own strength, he cannot guarantee that he can keep the ice crystal demon snake in the place where countless powerful wizard geniuses gather in the whole south. This kind of ancient snake species will almost certainly attract the covetousness of others, especially when he and the ice crystal demon snake are still quite weak. Originally, he wanted to use the ice crystal demon snake as a magic pet to become a great helper when he participates in the battle, but now he thinks it's better to forget it. Seeing the ice crystal demon snake completely disappear in the lake, fortunately, the lake is deep and large enough. After the ice crystal demon snake sinks to the bottom of the lake, the blood coldness it naturally carries also converges. If there is no detection method like the Eye of Truth, it is still not easy to detect the existence of a powerful monster under the lake with only the naked eye and mental power. Even if it can be detected, if it is not known that it is an ancient alien species like the ice crystal demon snake, it is estimated that no wizard will go out of his way to provoke it. Ronan felt a little relieved, turned the flying ring on his hand, and continued to move towards the direction of the fairy ancient city. Ronan had considered the issue of the ice crystal demon snake a long time ago. This guy was destined not to be exposed for a long time. If he wanted to carry it with him as an assistant, it would be best to have a space storage prop that could store magic pets. However, special magic pet storage props are much more precious than ordinary space storage props, and they must be able to accommodate the huge size of the ice crystal demon snake. I am afraid that even if there is one, he can't afford it now. Above the vast hilly plain, figures in robes broke through the clouds and flew quickly. One of the figures suddenly fell from the air and landed lightly on a slope covered with withered yellow weeds. Finally, we're here. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. Between the green and yellow hills, there were densely packed tents of different colors, and countless wizards walked among them, just like a huge circular chessboard. Even though he had been mentally prepared, Ronan was shocked by the number of wizards who came to witness or participate in this battle. You know, everyone here is at least a first-level formal wizard or above. The deeper you go, the higher the level, second level, third level, and there may even be dawn wizards above level 3. Ronan didn't believe that there were no dawn wizards coming to watch the battle. It is indeed the first grand event in the Southern Wizard world, the Southern Wizard Genius Gathering, the Haramus Wizard Seat Competition for the Natural Spellbinder Inheritance. Ronan murmured softly, and soon his expression returned to calm, and he slowly walked down the slope. Whoosh! A huge shadow suddenly swept over Ronan's head with a whistling wind, causing a long period of slight commotion in the crowd in front of him. Ronan looked up and saw that it was an extremely huge yellow bat, with a tall and thin figure sitting cross-legged on the bat. The latter was like a cold and scorching sun, unscrupulously emitting the powerful mental power fluctuations of a third-level wizard all the way, with an arrogant attitude, and moving straight to the center of this circular gathering place. But just after stepping into the area at the edge of the innermost ring, the young wizard riding the yellow giant bat was attacked by several spells at the same time. Amid the explosions and roars, the battle broke out instantly. The violently vibrating spell aftermath caused some people to quickly disperse, and the tents on the ground also moved away. From Ronan's perspective, it was like a stone thrown into a muddy pond, splashing water and mud. It feels like a grand event is about to begin. Ronan looked at the erupting battle group and muttered to himself, feeling the blood flowing in his body slightly hot. The south is very large, and most of the wizard forces are isolated. Although there will be friction between forces, it is not as fierce as the current battle that brings together almost all the wizard forces in the south. Different spell systems, different spell schools, different inheritances, and different wisdoms are about to be confronted and clashed here. What kind of sparks will be produced during the collision? Just thinking about it makes people feel excited. It's the scenery I want to see. Ronan exhaled lightly, his eyes flickered, and slowly calmed his restless heart. I don't know if Angel is here. He naturally remembered what Angel said to him on the Goblin Plain 3 years ago. With the other party's character of fearing chaos in the world, it should be impossible for him to miss this event. Now he is probably hiding in a corner, lazily observing everything. Ronan stopped in front of a temporary stall that specializes in selling space tents. While the other party was introducing, he sent a message to Arian and Grace that he had arrived at the ruins of the ancient fairy city. As a space storage prop, the price of a space tent exceeds that of ordinary space storage props. After all, it is for people to live in. But it is not too expensive, because the internal space of an ordinary space tent is not actually very large, only 2 to 3 times the size of the external space. Chapter 193 Selena, Rejection. The better ones can have 5 or 6 times the space, and the better ones can have more than 10 times the space, and they are fully equipped with facilities, even including gardens and swimming pools, which is almost equivalent to an entire portable manor. Of course, the price has reached a height that even Ronan was shocked. Ronan finally chose a medium-level space tent, which was quite affordable, costing him only 500 high-level magic stones. The first-level wizard who sold the space tent left Ronan a message stone after the transaction was concluded, and politely stated that if there was any problem with the tent, he could ask them to repair and maintain it during the battle. There are many wizard merchants like this outside the ruins of the ancient city of goblins. They wear the same type of gray-green robes, with a beautiful pattern of a gold coin surrounded by a staff, books and keys embroidered on their chests. These people belong to an organization called the Hamid Chamber of Commerce, which Shivan set up a large-scale trading market at the junction of the outer and middle layers of the ruins, and their energy means are eye-catching. After buying the space tent, Ronan walked through the crowd to the inner layer of the ruins. The area around the ruins of the ancient city of goblins was occupied by the crowd, divided into 3 distinct areas by strength. The innermost layer was the residence of the third-level wizards, the middle layer was the second-level wizards, and the outermost layer was surrounded by the largest number of first-level formal wizards. Once there are more people, friction is inevitable. Ronan witnessed no less than 5 conflicts in the short distance from the outermost layer to the middle layer, but both parties in the conflict were quite restrained. They might stop after simply throwing 2 spells, and those who couldn't hold back would go to the outermost layer to fight together. The key point is order in chaos. More than 10,000 formal wizards above the first level gathered in one place. Above the ruins of the ancient city of goblins, a large number of free energy particles were attracted by the mental fluctuations naturally emitted by the wizards, forming colorful streamers observable to the naked eye, which was strange. Ronan used the Eye of Truth to observe, and he seemed to be in a vast and dazzling star cluster. Each flickering light represented a formal wizard above the first level, and the innermost part represented the third-level bright moon and sun. Ronan stepped into the area of the middle-level second-level wizards and found a relatively spacious and flat position near the edge of the outer periphery. While setting up the space tent, people came out of several tents about 20 meters away from him. Ronan glanced at them lightly and spread his mental power fluctuations belonging to the late second level. Most of the people who came out to explore quickly retracted their bodies, which was considered to be recognizing his qualifications to stay here. There were also a few people who walked out of the tent directly and came straight to him. It seemed that they wanted to talk to him and make friends. Ronan did not give them a chance. After putting up the tent, he walked in directly. At this stage, he really didn't want to waste time and energy on such meaningless networking. The space tent bought with 500 high-level magic stones has an internal space of only about 45 square meters, but it is small but well-equipped. In addition to the necessary rest bedroom and bathroom, there is also a small reception room and meditation room. All the daily necessities are available inside, and even some clean water and food are prepared. The whole tent has a good sound insulation effect, which isolates most of the external noise, but it is not completely unable to perceive the movement of the outside world. In addition, it has certain defense and early warning functions. The biggest difference between the space tent and general space storage props is that it is not a completely independent private space. Considering ventilation and the possibility of external attacks, the space inside the tent is actually quite fragile. According to the wizard of the Hamid Chamber of Commerce who sells the tent, even a first-level wizard can tear the tent apart and escape in time when necessary. It has to be said that the person who developed this magic prop has almost taken all aspects into consideration. Ronan washed his hands and face, washing away the dust from the journey, and then took out a few communication stones from the space ring, and sent messages to Kosti and Benigo respectively that he had arrived at the ruins of the ancient city of the goblins. He checked the communication stones that had been sent before, but neither Arian nor Grace responded. However, another communication stone that the silver-haired female wizard of the life cord in the mechanical heart had given him before had a message. In the message, the other party sent him an invitation on behalf of the life court. Ronan was still quite curious about the life court, a central wizard force, but the communication did not specify the specific location of the people of the life court. Even if Ronan wanted to keep the appointment, he could not find where they were. Most likely, they were in the innermost area, but the innermost third-level wizard gathering place, and now no matter who entered, they would receive a unique welcome ceremony, just like the third-level wizard riding a yellow giant bat that Ronan had seen before. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it and was too lazy to reply. Ronan had just put down the communication stone when he noticed that someone outside had triggered the access control of the space tent. Ronan originally thought it was the neighbors who had tried to make friends with him before, but after spreading his mental power to check, he found that it was the silver-haired female wizard from the Court of Life that he had met before. Ronan confirmed the identity of the visitor, his eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he still walked out. "It's a pleasure to meet you again." The silver-haired female wizard stood 5 meters away from Ronan's tent and greeted Ronan lightly. Ronan looked at her calmly and said, "Good afternoon. Can I know how you found me?" He had just determined the location of the tent for less than 5 minutes, and the people from the Court of Life came to his door. "This area is actually not that big, and we have the guidance of the prophecy," the silver-haired female wizard replied. Ronan frowned. Even though the silver-haired wizard from the Court of Life was impeccable in the respect shown to him by all parties, he always inadvertently showed some sense of superiority. However, thinking that the other party was level 3, he was level 2, and the Life Royal Court was a wizard empire from the central region, this sense of superiority seemed natural. Maybe I should practice the prophecy spell, mystical divination, I got from the mechanical heart before, Ronan thought, and did not refuse the silver-haired female wizard's invitation, and followed her very readily. Just as he guessed, the silver-haired female wizard led the way to the innermost area. With the silver-haired female wizard leading the way, Ronan did not receive the same treatment as the yellow giant bat wizard before, but he, a level 2 wizard, suddenly broke into the activity area of level 3 wizards, and walked with the Life Royal Court wizards who were quite mysterious to most southern wizards. Along the way, he was inevitably proved by the mental power of many southern level 3 wizards. It felt like a pair of eyes kept staring at him. Walking to the innermost part of the level 3 wizard activity area, Ronan saw a beautiful meadow. It was late autumn, and the grass and trees on the hills and plains were all withered and yellow, but the lawn in front of him was as lush as the season between spring and summer. Ronan could feel a strange force surrounding this area, like a huge and ancient mysterious magic circle, which kept pulling the free energy particles in the sky down, as if it was accumulating some power, and the entire ancient magic circle was awakening little by little. The residence of the Court of Life was at the edge of the magic circle. It was not a space tent, but several small houses with unique shapes. In front of each house, there was a third-level wizard wearing the iconic moon-white robe of the Court of Life guarding. The silver-haired female wizard led Ronan to the largest and most beautiful small house in the middle and stopped, saying to him, "Her Highness Selena is waiting for you inside." Ronan nodded and pushed the door to enter the small house. The moment he stepped into the small house, the light and shadow in front of his eyes changed, and what appeared in front of him was actually a huge and magnificent palace. 16 platinum-colored metal pillars surround and support the entire hall. A beam of skylight falls from the dome painted with the sun, moon, stars, forests and rivers. Under his feet are beautiful and expensive translucent white crystal bricks. Opposite Ronan is a long red table. At the end of the long table, 10 steps up, a blonde woman in a luxurious long dress is quietly looking at him. Ronan stopped where he was, squinted his eyes, and looked at the rumored Princess Serena of the Life Court in front of him. This is a very beautiful woman, with beautiful blonde hair like the morning light and lake green eyes. Her skin is as white, delicate and sparkling as milk jade. She seems to have a dazzling aura that makes everyone who tries to look up at her have the urge to bow their heads. Among the people Ronan knows, Kosti, the 7th ringmaster of the Silver Ring, is the most noble woman he has ever seen, but compared with the blonde woman in front of him, She is not even 1/10,000th of her. The blonde woman stood in the bright white light, exuding a holy and noble temperament that could not be desecrated or violated. She looked at Ronan calmly. "Aren't you going to sit down, Lord Damien?" Selina's voice came from the end of the hall, echoing with a pleasant and cold sound like ice crystals colliding. "No need." Ronan shook his head, feeling a little uncomfortable. This woman was too strong. He felt suppressed from the inside out when he stood here. Selina didn't say anything about Ronan's deliberate distance. She said directly, "Thank you for everything you have done for Grace. If you make a request, I will try my best to meet it. Grace is my friend, and I have never thought about giving anything in return." Ronan replied. "Not just because of Grace." Selina seemed to have expected Ronan's refusal, and said lightly, "And you, I am also very interested in you." "Huh?" Ronan was stunned when he heard Selina's words, and subconsciously touched his cheek. Selina on the steps noticed his little action and said lightly, I want you to join the royal court." "Join the royal court?" Ronan slowly put down his hand, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. "You are from the Silver Circle," Selina said calmly. "You should know that the Silver Circle comes from the Almighty Circle in the middle. Coincidentally, the Almighty Circle is one of the pillars of our Mera Empire. The royal court and the wizards of the Almighty Circle have always been on good terms. If you go to the middle with me, I can recommend you to join the Almighty Circle in my personal name, at least as a core member." Ronan didn't speak, lowered his head to think, and Selina just looked at him quietly. After a moment, Ronan looked up and said thoughtfully, "Is it because of Grace?" This sentence seemed like a meaningless repetition. Selina had just mentioned before that it was not just because of Grace. However, after Ronan mentioned Grace again, Selina nodded instead. "You are a smart person." Selina's tone seemed to soften a little. "Grace is very important to me, in a way that you cannot understand. And you are very important to Grace, and she is very lonely. You should understand what I mean." "I understand." Ronan nodded. "Grace is responsible for accompanying you, and I am responsible for accompanying Grace, right?" Selina seemed to hear something in Ronan's words that made her feel uncomfortable, but she couldn't say what it was exactly. Selina frowned and said calmly, "You can understand it this way for the time being, but in fact, what I want to express is not as cold as you think. I can promote you and Grace to become a partner, and at least guarantee that you can be promoted to Dawn together in the future. You have good talent. If your potential can be fully developed, you may be able to reach a very high level in the future. But if it is in the south, I can be sure that everything will be greatly discounted. If you have the ambition to be promoted to Dawn before you are 100 years old, it is almost an unattainable goal with your current strength, identity and background. To walk out of the fog and master the Dawn, the most important step is the deep purification of mental and soul power, and the step has blocked countless third-level wizards with outstanding talents and wisdom. It's not that they are not good enough, but they lack the corresponding inheritance." Selina said, stretching out her right hand, and a soft white light bloomed between her fair and slender fingers. "You can see a suspended rune stone in the light. And I have such a legacy here. Every stage you will go through in the future, from breaking through the fog to achieving Dawn and nurturing the spirit, you will need to use this secret method of purifying mental and soul power. Don't you have the magic ring?" Ronan suddenly interrupted Selina. "Of course there is the almighty magic ring." Selina glanced at Ronan and said lightly, "But it requires you to pay a greater price and work harder to prove your value, and the secret method you get in the end may not be comparable to the one I have now. This is a decision about your future. I can tell you clearly that the strength of wizards after Dawn depends largely on the grade of the spirit, and the grade of the spirit determines your potential for advancement, and the grade of the spirit is determined by the quality of mental and soul power. Maybe the threshold of the 3rd level to the 4th level will not stop you, but after the 4th level, you will feel that something is missing, and every step you take is extremely difficult. Think about it carefully, Damien." Ronan fell silent in Selina's words. The empty and magnificent hall fell into a brief silence. Everything seemed to be still, only the dust under the central beam floated silently in the air. After a moment, Ronan spoke. "I've thought about it." Selina's eyes showed a faint satisfaction. 10 minutes later, Ronan walked out of the beautiful White House. His expression was calm, and there was no ripple on his face, just like when he went in before. However, he had just walked out of the house not far when he was blocked by a figure. "If you think that you can get the favor of Her Highness Selina by hooking up with Grace, then it can only be said to be wishful thinking. The young wizard Donnie, wearing a moon-white robe and a gloomy face, stood in front of Ronan and spoke with a sneer on his face. "Oh." Ronan stopped, looked at him, and said calmly, "Then I will give you this opportunity to rise to prominence." The young wizard Donnie was stunned. After half a breath, an angry look appeared on his handsome face, as if something was exposed by Ronan. What a fool. Donnie suddenly emitted a powerful mental wave of a third-level wizard. The air around him seemed to be emptied in an instant. Ronan stood in front of him without moving. The hair on his forehead and the robe on his body were blown high by the sudden gust of wind. "Donnie." A quick scolding came from not far away. Donnie's momentum suddenly stagnated, and then slowly converged. He looked at Ronan deeply and walked away quietly. Ronan turned around and met the calm eyes of the silver-haired female wizard. He nodded slightly to her, regardless of whether she responded or not, and walked forward. Soon he disappeared in the outline of a mound in the distance. The silver-haired female wizard watched Ronan go away. When she could no longer see Ronan's back, she pushed open the door and walked into the hut. It was still the empty and magnificent palace. The noble and holy Selena stood on the steps, concentrating on her right hand wrapped in golden light. "Your Highness." The silver-haired female wizard bowed respectfully to Selena, who nodded slightly. After a moment's hesitation, the latter whispered, "Did that southern wizard refuse?" "Yes." Selena nodded indifferently, without any fluctuation on her perfect porcelain face. "His soul age is no more than 30 years old, and he is about to be promoted to level 3. He has a solid foundation and can even withstand a casual attack from Mali. Such talent may not be worth mentioning in the central region, but in the south, it is indeed outstanding, and it is normal for him to be a little arrogant. He gave up the opportunity to go to the central region with us, join the royal court and enter the almighty ring for further studies. Instead, he chose to take something from me directly, which was considered to be completely clear with us." The silver-haired female wizard couldn't help but shook her head and sighed. "It's so stupid." "It's not stupid." Selena shook her head and said, "Compared with those southern wizards who kept coming to flatter us after knowing our background, his rejection made me even more happy. That's because his vision is too shallow, just like a frog at the bottom of a well looking up at the bright moon in the sky. Those who are closer to the well know the vastness of the world outside the well better than him. He doesn't even know what he is rejecting." The silver-haired female wizard replied. Serena didn't say anything else, just asked, "Where's Grace?" "Grace is fine, Your Highness." The silver-haired female wizard hesitated slightly and whispered, "This southern wizard is unwilling to follow us and leave. Will Grace?" "It doesn't matter. After returning to the central part, I will naturally make better arrangements for Grace," Serena said lightly, and the two quickly ended the topic. For both Serena and the silver-haired female wizard, Ronan's appearance and departure were a very small matter, perhaps not even a small splash. From then on, they would no longer have any intersection. Anyway, the opportunity has been given. Rejection is Ronan's own choice. He can only pay for the regret in the future. Just as the two continued to talk about other things, suddenly at a certain moment, Serena, who was standing on the steps, changed her expression slightly. A layer of frost instantly covered her noble and perfect beautiful face. A complex and mysterious golden rune appeared between her eyebrows, and dense golden threads accompanied by white light flowed out of her body. The next moment, she seemed to be wearing an extremely luxurious and exquisite battle armor, transforming into the legendary war witch who hunts monsters, and suddenly broke through the skylight of the dome of the hall. Boom! As soon as she appeared outside, she collided fiercely with a red cane that was burning with blazing flames and rotating at high speed. The energy frenzy that was set off in an instant directly alarmed the third-level wizards stationed in a surrounding area, and one after another powerful mental power rose into the air. "It's Molly." Ronan stood on a towering earth slope near the innermost layer near the middle layer, using his hand as an umbrella, looking at the sudden outbreak of the battle in the distance at the location of the Life King's court. He saw Molly's iconic red lotus cane. The Ash Witch Molly and Selena are both from the central region, and she and Selena are mortal enemies. Ronan did not find it strange that Molly appeared in the ruins of the ancient fairy city. What surprised him was that Molly directly attacked the residents of the Court of Life without any scruples. It seems that her background should be equally strong, and she is not afraid of the Court of Life at all. After all, ordinary wizards would not dare to rush to cause trouble for the princess of a huge wizard empire. If the third-level wizard riding a yellow giant bat entering the innermost area was like throwing a small stone into the mud, splashing a few small water splashes, then the battle between the Ash Witch Molly and the Court of Life Serena was like throwing a huge stone directly into the mud, causing the entire mud to shake. The battle between the two lasted almost a whole day and night, and most of the wizards around the ruins of the ancient fairy city were alarmed by the noise they made. Chapter 194, Genius Appears, Moon Soulstone, Stone Peak and Ancient Spirit Witch. Large areas of grass were burned to crystallization by the flames, and the earth slopes were flattened one by one. The place where Moral and Serena fought was left with a shocking battle mark. In this battle, both of them showed a terrifying strength that was almost infinitely close to the fourth-level Dawn. After the battle, Moral settled down in the center closest to the ruins of the ancient fairy city, just opposite to Serena's Life King Court. Whether it was her or Serena, all the wizards stationed within a 5-kilometer range retreated on their own, and formed two empty areas in the crowded inner layer. Looking down from the sky, it was like a huge donut, with two pieces bitten off in the middle for no reason. The identities and origins of Moral and Serena began to circulate in some small circles. After the battle between Moral and Serena, the truly top wizard geniuses in the south also began to arrive one after another. On the third day after the two fought, the Chaos Secret Society, one of the three major wizard forces in the south, claimed to be the youngest unclean one in the history of the Chaos Secret Society. He was a handsome young man in a black dress and polite. As soon as he arrived, he took away the souls of two third-level wizards who showed a little disrespect to him. On the fifth sunset, the strongest genius of the Psychic Dawn arrived, as bright as the noon sun, riding a creature that looked very much like the legendary unicorn. At dawn on the eighth day, the wizard who inherited the phantom poison mask appeared. Around the ruins of the ancient goblin city, the original three-layer station pattern that was clearly defined was broken, and a new class was established. The atmosphere of this temporary gathering place for a large number of southern wizards gradually became tense, and the atmosphere of the upcoming war was getting stronger day by day. Under the calm, countless undercurrents surged. In the quiet and bright room, Ronan sat cross-legged on the soft wool carpet. He closed his eyes, and a light yellow crystal the size of a pebble was suspended in front of him. The crystal projected a hazy beam of light on his forehead. As time went by, the spiritual power fluctuations naturally emanating from Ronan's body gradually increased. At a certain moment, a strange wave spread out from Ronan, like a transparent and invisible ripple spreading out. The robes scattered on the ground quietly flew up, and the furniture and furnishings around him all made a slight rustling sound. Who? Ronan opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright and blue as the top sapphires shining in the night. Soon, the light dimmed. He reached out and gently grabbed the pebble crystal in front of him, checking the color of the crystal. The light yellow color on it seemed to have faded a lot, and it was almost transparent. This moon soul stone is really useful, Ronan muttered to himself, and then slowly put away the crystal in his hand. Half a month ago, he rejected the recruitment of Selena of the Life King Court and asked for this moon soul stone from her. The Moon Soulstone is a natural magical crystal that needs to absorb thousands of years of moonlight to grow. Its effect is to promote the growth of the wizard's soul power. After the moonlight in the Moon Soulstone is consumed, you only need to take it out and expose it to the moonlight, and it can be used again. Of course, this charging process may take a long time. But even so, this reusable soul growth treasure is precious enough, that is, the wealthy and powerful Princess Serena of the Life Court can take it out without blinking an eye. If it is outside, I am afraid that many third-level wizards will rush to fight for it. Regarding the conversation with Serena half a month ago, if the other party is just an ordinary recruitment, Ronan feels that he might agree. Seeking support and protection from a big force is a normal thing, especially if he wants to go further in the future. He needs more and better resources and inheritance. The conditions proposed by Serena are very tempting, and Ronan is almost tempted. But she asked Ronan to stay with Grace from now on, and even planned to match him with Grace. Let's not talk about whether Ronan can accept it or not. He and Grace have never developed to this point. The two of them are just pure friends. Many things in this world, once they involve interests, once they are too forced, they are easy to deteriorate. This truth is probably not understood by people as high and mighty as Selena. Maybe she understands, but she just doesn't care. She just wants to find a playmate for Grace, just like Grace to her. The message stone that Grace left for him was taken back by Selena when he got the Moon Soul Stone from her. The whole process looks like a transaction. Maybe now in Grace's eyes, he is already a scumbag who sells out his friend's feelings for the sake of interests. Scumbag, so be it. It's better than both of them being uncomfortable in the future, but it's a pity that he and Grace have lost and regained this short and wonderful friendship. Ronan opened his character panel casually. With the help of the Half-Moon Soul Stone, the progress of his strength column has reached second level formal wizard. 200%. At this moment, 3 crystal clear and full spiritual power crystals in his mind were emitting a hazy golden glow, which was more dazzling and beautiful than the world's top gems. Now Ronan's spiritual power, both in quality and quantity, has surpassed that of an ordinary third-level wizard. After all, his spiritual power has been purified twice. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the soul power required for his breakthrough from the second level to the third level is still not enough, and there is still a little gap. I wonder if I can find something else to increase my soul power in the market. The possibility is very small, but Ronan can only hope for this at present, because the energy in the Moon Soul Stone given by Selena has been consumed. Buzz! Ronan suddenly heard a slight commotion outside. He tidied himself up a little and walked out of the space tent. As soon as he came out, he saw wizards floating in the air, all looking in 2 directions, with different expressions and talking. Is someone coming again? Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned the flying ring, and his body slowly floated in the air. He had seen similar scenes many times in the past half-month. Ever since the battle between Ashwitch Molly and Serena, the top talents of the Southern Wizard world have arrived one after another. Every time an outstanding figure arrives, it will cause a small commotion. Ronan looked in the direction where the others were watching, and he saw a golden giant bear standing on the hill on the east side. Every step it took would make a deafening noise, crushing a piece of land, leaving a huge footprint pit, and the ground shook slightly, as if the momentum of thousands of troops was rolling in. When the giant bear stepped over a high slope, its whole body was covered by a dazzling light, and then it suddenly turned into a black giant wolf, running quickly between the hills, stirring up a strong wind, tearing large chunks of grass, and forming a series of eye-catching sand and gravel tornadoes. The black giant wolf leaped into the air, and then turned into a giant eagle with white feathers in the light, with electric light wrapped around it, soaring in the sky. It's Evok. Ronan heard someone talking in a low voice not far away. It is said that this guy is following the path of the ancient spirit wizard. Someone has seen him shaking the mountains and tearing the third-level monsters alive. Ancient spirit wizard Ronan caught the word, and his eyes glowed slightly. A grand gathering covering the entire southern continent was held, and more top talents from various forces appeared. Ronan also saw many powerful and strange spell schools that he had never heard of before. Many of them were passed down from ancient times, like the cover of a legend slowly opening to him. The white giant eagle flew over Ronan's head and landed in the deepest part of the ruins of the ancient goblin city, turning into a strong man wearing a black animal skin robe and a strange outfit. The latter glanced around coldly, then closed his eyes and sat down on the spot under the gaze of countless eyes. Along with Evok, there was also a blue-purple ball of light entangled with countless electric light and lightning plasma, whistling from the south like a sun made of lightning. Ronan showed a strange look on his face. Sure enough, after the lightning ball broke open, a domineering and majestic young man like a monarch walked out of it. It was Jupiter, the first genius of the Thunder Council, one of the 6 major wizard forces. 3 years later, Jupiter not only recovered from his injuries, but also became stronger than 3 years ago. At least he has now entered the top genius circle without being expelled by others. Nowadays, 4 new levels have been formed around the ruins of the ancient fairy city. The innermost circle has the least number of people, but each of them is a famous top genius, and the worst among them has the strength of the middle stage of the third-level wizard close to the late stage of the third level, headed by Molly, Selena and the geniuses of the 3 major wizard forces in the south. The second level is the genius of a slightly lower level, with the third level as the dividing line, and at least the strength of a third-level wizard is required to enter. The third layer is where Ronan is now, and most of them are second-level wizards. The last is the largest group of first-level wizards. This group of people surrounds the third layer, scattered like ants between the hills and plains around. If the top geniuses in the innermost layer are the scorching sun, then the third-level wizard geniuses in the second layer are the bright moon, the third layer is the stars, and the outermost layer is the fireflies scattered in the mountains and forests, looking up at the sun, moon and stars. For this event, second-level wizards are not qualified to participate. They can only witness, serve as a foil, or even embellishment. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked inside. As of now, the number of top geniuses in the innermost layer is 11, and the number of geniuses in the second tier is nearly 200. Of course, this is only exposed to everyone's eyes. There must be geniuses hidden in the dark, such as Angel. So far, Ronan has not found Angel. Just as Ronan was searching the vast crowd, he suddenly sensed the beating of a certain communication stone in the space ring. He took it out, and after confirming the identity of the messenger, Ronan's eyes flickered. Arian unexpectedly contacted him at this time. Half an hour later, in an elegant room, a waiter who was a first-level wizard placed tea and snacks on the table in front of Ronan and Arian, and then left respectfully. More and more wizards gathered in the ruins of the ancient city of goblins, and it was difficult to find a quiet place without being disturbed within a radius of dozens of miles. Similar tea houses and taverns came into being, also opened in space tents. The rental price was quite high, but after activating the sound insulation and shielding array, there was no need to worry about being disturbed when chatting and talking inside. Ronan picked up the teapot on the table with a faint steam, poured a cup for Arian, and gently pushed it in front of him. "Thank you." Arian thanked him. Ronan did not speak, but just looked at Arian's current appearance. Compared with the one he saw in the Silver Ring Penance attic 3 years ago, Arian had changed a lot at this time. The biggest change was that he wore a small silver mask on his left cheek to cover his face. In addition, Arian, who used to be so sharp and glittering like a golden crystal, has become quite restrained and mature. Arian noticed Ronan's concerned look, thought for a moment, and reached out to take off the mask on his cheek. Ronan's eyes narrowed slightly, and saw that the skin and flesh of Arian's left cheek, which was covered by the mask, were completely rotten, and even a small part of the facial bones and eyeballs were completely exposed. A foul smell emanated from the hideous wound. It was left by Andariel. Arian said to Ronan calmly, "The phantom poison mask." "Yes." Arian nodded. Ronan did not speak. He had only heard of the name Andariel recently. The owner of this name, representing one of the 3 large wizard forces in the south, is the strongest inheritor of the phantom poison mask in the contemporary era. His major seems to be undead and poison spells. He is very powerful, a genius in the first echelon of the late 3rd level, and notorious. Many 3rd-level wizards will be terrified when talking about him. Ronan recalled the image of Andariel, but he could only think of a tall, thin and blurred figure, and the huge skull with the green fire burning all over his body that he stepped on when he appeared. "My luck is pretty good. In the battle to kill Andariel, 3 genius wizards from the medium-sized wizard force like our silver magic ring were completely killed, 5 were seriously injured, and 2 have not yet fully recovered." Arian's fingers tapped the wall of the teacup lightly, and he told Ronan in a light tone, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Ronan had a complicated expression. After experiencing such a dangerous battle, it was no wonder that Arian's temperament would change so much. Perhaps his current target has also changed. It is no longer Jupiter, but Andariel, the ghost poison mask. Is the gap so big? After a short silence, Ronan spoke. Orion put the mask back on his face and replied, "It's more exaggerated than you think. Talent, strength, and inheritance. If you don't face people of that level, you can't understand the despair and horror." Orion paused halfway through his speech and continued, "As far as I know, Rufus is not doing well either. He has been hunted by the inheritors of the Monument Peak and his body has been almost blown up twice." Rufus. Ronan frowned slightly, thinking of the first genius of the Scarlet Tower who had accidentally fought with him in the Goblin Plains. He remembered that the other party practiced some kind of ancient blood secret art, which could transform into a terrifying monster with flesh and blood exposed. The strong body seemed to be the other party's advantage, and he could even compete head-on with his completely giantized state 3 years ago. How strong must his opponent be to be able to blow up such a strong and domineering body, and twice? Stone Peak. Ronan thought for a moment and said, "This is the first time I've heard of the name of this force." "Very normal." Arian replied, "Stone Peak does not refer to a certain wizard force, it represents a kind of inherited school. There may be only a few or even 1 inheritors in each generation, and the number is not even comparable to that of an ordinary small wizard force. but their inheritors are sometimes even stronger than the top geniuses of a large wizard force. Ronan's expression moved slightly when he heard Arian's answer. Is the awakens that just arrived of this kind? Yes. Arian nodded, but the ancient spirit wizard school represented by awakens is too rare, and it is the first time it has appeared in the south. The intensity of this battle for the Haramus wizard seat has far exceeded the previous 2 times. Even people from the central part have come to join in the fun. Arian shook his head, picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Ronan knew he was talking about Molly and Selena, but he didn't mention it. Instead, he continued to ask, following the awakens he mentioned earlier, what kind of school is the ancient spirit wizard? Do you know? Arian thought for a moment and said, it seems that you don't know that in ancient times, wizards didn't pursue blood at first. Oh. Ronan was aroused by Arian's words and motioned for him to continue. What wizards pursue is the immortality of the soul, so in the beginning, many pursuits of power, all started with the soul. Arian said slowly. Chapter 195 Blue Mist Society, How to Get Tickets. Ancient wizards tried to merge the souls of other powerful creatures into their own souls, thereby gaining innate talents and abilities. Don't they worry about their own souls being polluted? Or even worse. Ronan couldn't help but interrupt. The will of the ancient frost hydra Hikalto still remained in his consciousness, and he had a deep understanding of the dangers of swallowing and fusing different souls. Yet, Arian nodded. They soon realized that this was not feasible. Later, the ancient wizards came up with a better solution. What solution? Summoning, possession. Summoning, possession. Yes, Arian said slowly, the spirit wizards created a place called the Temple of All Souls to store the souls of those powerful lives. When needed, they can also achieve a powerful effect through the seal summoning. This method perfectly solves the problem of external souls polluting soul power and conflicting with the self-soul. They only need a simple rune seal to summon powerful souls from the Temple of All Souls to assist in combat. Not only does it save a lot of time to study spells, but the combat power is even stronger than that of normal wizards. Therefore, the way of spirit wizards flourished for a time, and many wizards turned to the arms of spirit wizards. After the lifespan of spirit wizards was exhausted, they would also choose to enter the Temple of All Souls to be driven by later generations. It is said that when the way of spirit wizards was most prosperous, the Temple of All Souls had more than tens of thousands of powerful souls, and the entire wizard world almost ushered in a huge change. However, at this time, a catastrophic riot broke out within the spiritual witches. Those powerful souls in the Hall of All Souls began to feel dissatisfied with their fate of being used as tools, and they also longed to return to the human world again, by forcibly taking over the summoned body of the spiritual witch. The rebellion in the Hall of All Souls was a catastrophe for both the spiritual witches and the wizarding world. When the rebellion was completely quelled, the wizards began to think about the feasibility of the spiritual witch way again. They realized that there was no way to fundamentally solve this problem, because every spiritual witch, no matter how glorious he was in his life, would eventually end up in the Hall of All Souls, and no one could guarantee that, after becoming a soul, they would be able to endure the long fate of being driven by others and resist the temptation of returning to the human world for the second time. At the same time, the various drawbacks of the way of spiritual witches were mentioned again. After all, it involves the practice of the soul. No matter how thorough the considerations are, many dangers cannot be avoided. There have always been wizards who died from soul backlash and other reasons during practice. Even those wizards who are at the forefront of the way of spiritual witches have gradually begun to feel that if they continue to go on, they will eventually not be able to avoid the end of soul distortion. So far, the way of spiritual witches has been abandoned, the Temple of All Spirits has been sealed and exiled, and the way of spiritual witches has completely disappeared like a flash in the pan. Later, wizards began to turn to the study of blood. Orion's narration ended, but Ronan's mind refused to calm down for a long time. He has always been very interested in this kind of ancient secrets. Every time he heard it, he would sigh at the wisdom of the ancient wizards. At that time, the continent was flat, all wizards lived on the same land, and countless schools flourished in the collision of wisdom. He yearned for the ancient times, and it was not just him, but many wizards were like this. Of course, it does not mean that the wizards today are not as smart as the wizards in ancient times. Various disciplines and spells are still developing and improving, but many things are no longer accessible to the lower-level wizards. The powerful wizards all entered the lower level, and the broken and suspended continent became a natural barrier to isolate the communication between wizards of different levels. I guess Evaqui may have accidentally obtained some of the ancient spirit wizard's cultivation methods somewhere. The summoned spirits he has shown so far are not as powerful as the legend, and he should not have communicated with the upper spirit hall. However, at this stage of the Mist Wizard, it is also powerful enough. Evaqui's strength may be comparable to the strongest genius of the three large wizard forces, such as Andariel. Of course, whether it is true or not, we will have to wait until they fight to know. Orion took a sip of tea and said lightly. Ronan gently stirred the reddish-brown tea in the cup with a small silver spoon, stirring a small tea vortex, and said, "You came to see me. You didn't just want to chat with me." This meeting between the two seemed to be really getting to the point at this time. In response to Ronan's inquiry, Arian nodded and said directly, "I came here mainly to see if you have been promoted to level 3. I'm sorry to disappoint you." "Not really," Arian said. "If you really were promoted to level 3, I would be surprised. After all, you had just condensed the second spiritual power crystal 3 years ago." Ronan did not speak, waiting for Arian to continue. Arian pondered for a while and said, "After the battle with Andariel, those who survived the battle, and some other geniuses from medium-sized wizarding forces in the south, formed a small private alliance." Ronan blinked, "To seek revenge on Andariel, the mask of phantom poison." "Of course, if there's a chance," Arian said calmly. "The main purpose is still the battle for the seed of Heramus this time." At this time, Arian's voice suddenly stopped. He took out a glowing communication stone from the space ring. After checking it, he thought for a while, and then said to Ronan, "There's a party coming up soon. Let's go together. I'll tell you slowly on the way." Ronan had no objection. The two walked out of the space tent, led by Arian, and talked as they walked. This time, the competition for the Heramus wizard seed is much more intense than the previous ones. Some people even concluded that the chief wizard of this session is very likely to get the real inheritance left by Heramus in the south. The inheritance of the spellbinder left by Heramus in the south has never been taken away. There is a part that has not been taken away, and it is also the most critical part. No one has ever been able to meet Heramus's requirements for the inheritor. Although no one knows what the standard he set for inheriting this key inheritance is. Two wizards appeared in the field of vision in front of him. Arian raised his hand, and a magic tool worn on his wrist burst into light, covering him and Ronan, completely isolating him from the eyes and mental power of outsiders. "Let's talk about our small alliance group. There are only 32 seats in total, but there are at least 300 wizards who are qualified to compete for the seats." "So many." Ronan was a little surprised. The number reported by Arian was far beyond what he had observed. "There will be more." Arian shook his head and said, "Except for the top figures in the first tier who are bound to take a seat and aim to be the chief wizard, there may not even be 20 seats left. If you want to stand out from the 303rd level wizards and win one of the less than 20 seats, it is too weak to rely on your own strength alone. So you plan to cooperate and ensure that several of them can enter the top 32. Ronan finally heard what Arian wanted to express. "Yes," Arian said calmly, "gathering the power of dozens of third-level wizards, the chance of success in fighting for a few seats is still very high. No matter who finally gets the seat, the others can get corresponding compensation." Ronan's expression was a little strange. He was surprised and amazed at the idea of Arian's group of second-tier geniuses. This second-best method can indeed maximize the interests of everyone. With the power behind them as a guarantee, there is no need to worry about someone crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. The key is that if this alliance reaches a cooperation, the relationship between them will become more stable and reliable. When Orion and his generation grow up in the future, it will also bring many benefits to their respective forces. The vision and wisdom of the second generation. Ronan sighed in his heart. Now our group is still constantly absorbing strength. The greater the strength of the group, the greater the benefits of the success of the plan after the battle begins. So you came to me just to let me join your organization. Ronan thought for a while and said, "I haven't been promoted to level 3, but you still haven't changed your original intention. It seems that you have a way to allow level 2 wizards to join the battle." Arian pondered and said, "I guess so. In fact, the threshold of the battle for the wizard seed in Heramus is not based on level 3 wizards. To be precise, it is level 3 combat power. There have been examples of level 2 wizards entering the battle before, but such operations are not meaningful. because even a level 2 wizard with the combat power of a level 3 wizard, with a big realm gap, still finds it difficult to compete with those level 3 wizard geniuses who also have the ability to cross-level challenges, and ultimately fails to make it into the top 32. Just tell me what method you will use. Ronan spoke in a low voice. Even though he was very restrained, he could still hear some urgency in his tone. The time for the official start of the battle for the wizard seat is getting closer and closer. The talented and proud children in the south are taking turns to appear on the stage, but Ronan is still stuck in the stage of upgrading from level 2 to level 3 and slowly climbing up. It would be a lie to say that there is no rush at all, but some things can't be rushed. Ronan is extremely eager to participate in this event in person. Now he heard Arian say that there is a way to enter without actually breaking through level 3, and he was naturally surprised. Arian also knew Ronan's current state. He glanced at Ronan and said, "It's actually very simple, just snatch other people's tickets." Snatch other people's tickets. Ronan was startled, and a strange light bloomed in his eyes. After a moment, all the light converged. "You continue." Ronan calmed down, and there was no more fluctuation on his face. "I have said everything I want to say." Arian stopped. In front of the two of them, a very beautiful and high-end space tent was set up under the shadow of a hillside. Arian led Ronan to the location of the tent. Ronan's eyes flashed slightly and suddenly spoke. "I almost forgot, what is the name of your alliance group?" "Blue Mist." Arian answered, "Blue Mist Society. The last mist before dawn." Ronan murmured, and then followed Arian's footsteps. He opened the door curtain and walked into the tent. The space inside was much larger than the space tent Ronan bought, and it was also much more luxurious and comfortable. There was even a carpet that was not too short in front of the door. There was a bright light hanging from the top in front of it, just falling on a small pool. There was a long circular table next to the pool. Some people were sitting at the table or standing, talking in low voices. Each of them looked very young, and the mental power fluctuations and soul aura they exuded were all above level 3. They had outstanding temperaments and looked like proud and high-spirited people. "Arian is here." The appearance of the two immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the space. It can be seen that Arian's status in this group seems to be not low. After seeing Arian, everyone's eyes immediately and naturally fell on Ronan, followed by whispers. Someone shouted at Arian, "Arian, what do you mean? Why did you bring a second-level wizard here?" The person who shouted pointed at Ronan across the crowd and asked Arian, "Do you want us to get a ticket for him?" Arian shook his head and said, "He will solve the problem of the ticket himself. Even if he has the ability to get a ticket to enter, the power he can contribute in the battle is very limited, but joining will share the profits of all members of the society." The person who spoke was not polite to Arian. He was a young man with blue hair, wearing a bright silver exquisite robe, with a strange pattern similar to palm embroidered on the robe. "Maybe you can try to fight him." Arian looked at the blue-haired young man in front of him and said lightly, "I don't think your strength is necessarily stronger than his." "Arian, are you insulting me in disguise?" The blue-haired young man's face suddenly darkened. "I'm just stating a fact that I think." The two of them confronted each other, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. "Okay." At this time, a deep voice sounded. The owner of the voice was a calm black-haired young man. He had a kind of leadership temperament and was the strongest among all the people in the room. He had reached the middle stage of level 3 and had condensed 7 spiritual power crystals. For example, Arian and the blue-haired young man were only at the early stage of level 3, with 5 spiritual power crystals and were trying to reach the level of the 6th. "I believe in Arian's judgment. Claire, please trust your partner as well." The black-haired young man spoke to smooth things over. He seemed to have great prestige in this group called the Blue Mist Society. Arian and the blue-haired young man both gave in. The latter snorted and sat back in front of the long circular table. "Welcome to the Blue Mist Society. What should I call you, my friend?" The black-haired young man smiled and stretched out his hand to Ronan, saying, "You can call me Xavier. I belong to the Dawnwind. Ronan Damien, like Orion, is from the Silver Ring." Ronan briefly introduced himself, and then the black-haired young man named Xavier introduced all the members of the Blue Mist Society in the room to Ronan one by one, giving him enough respect. Everything was impeccable. Chapter 196 Fairy Ancient City, Looting, Entering. Of course, Ronan knew that everything Harvey did was for Arian's sake. After a brief introduction to the members of the Blue Mist Society, they began to discuss the battle, and no one paid attention to Ronan. Obviously, no one would really take what Arian said when he was arguing with a blue-haired young man Claire to heart. Perhaps Arian just wanted to irritate the young wizard Claire, who had always been at odds with him. Ronan stood in the crowd as a little transparent until the Blue Mist Society meeting was almost over, and then he found a reason to leave. Ronan was indifferent to Arian's behavior of pulling him into the Blue Mist Society. Arian knew his potential, and his eyes were not only on the upcoming battle for the Haramus Wizard seat. He has grown a lot in the past year or so. In addition to understanding the gap between himself and the real top talents in the South, he also began to make longer-term considerations for the future. Although the Blue Mist Society is only a startup now, the identities of its members are destined to the power that this group may have in the future. Arian was determined to ask Ronan to join, probably because he had the idea of setting up his own forces in the Blue Mist Society. Of course, none of these things had anything to do with Ronan. The biggest gain from his meeting with Arian was that he got a way to participate in the battle without being promoted to level 3. Ronan was completely relieved. Next, he spent almost all his time in his space tent, meditating, and making final preparations. During this period, he occasionally contacted Arian. Wizard geniuses from the south were still coming in an endless stream. On a sunny afternoon, Ronan met Rufus. He was being chased by someone, rushing into the gathering place like a blood-red hurricane. Dozens of space tents and unlucky wizards were caught and overturned. Ronan could feel the irritability, depression and frustration that filled Rufus from a distance, as if he could catch and beat up any dog passing by at any time. God knows how he got through the past 2 years. The Stone Peak inherited wizard chasing Rufus looked like a stone-made boy, driving a black stone giant that was tens of meters tall, with terrifying power. When entering the venue, the wizards along the way automatically separated to both sides like water waves. The boy sat on the shoulders of the black stone giant and walked all the way to the innermost area of the gathering place before stopping. No one stopped him. After Rufus and the boy from Stone Peak arrived, no particularly dazzling figures appeared. The huge gathering place also calmed down. The communication and movement between wizards became less and less. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, with a sense of tranquility before the storm. The energy cloud gathered above the ruins of the ancient city of goblins became thicker and thicker, and the fluctuations of the ancient magic circle below became more and more obvious. At a certain moment, boom! A huge sound suddenly exploded in the sky, and countless people opened their eyes and soared into the sky. Under the attention of everyone, the grass in the center of the gathering place collapsed at this time, followed by 1,000 feet of colorful light gushing out from the depths of the ground like a spring. In the extremely gorgeous and shocking glow, everyone saw a magnificent, ancient, dreamy city slowly rising. The real gathering of genius wizards in the south, the competition for the inheritance of the legendary natural law-bearer Haramus, officially began. Ronan walked out of the tent quickly, put away the space tent, and then flew forward. At this time, all the wizards in the entire gathering place were rushing forward, and the division of the 4 levels of people was no longer so clear. It was clearly noon, but when I looked up, I couldn't see the bright sun. The whole world was completely filled with colorful energy streams. The mysterious and ancient fairy city reappeared among the mountains and hills. Legend has it that Haramus once raised a large group of goblins, and he even had a partner from the ancient goblin tribe. After his death, his goblin partner also died with him, and the ancient goblins who followed Haramus have been guarding his heritage until now. Ronan heard a middle-aged second-level wizard not far from him muttering enthusiastically. For many wizards, this battle for inheritance does not need to be participated in, just witnessing it is enough to make them excited. After all, it is a grand event that opens once every 100 years. This is the closest time for many wizards to the legendary epics recorded in wizard books in their lifetime, almost within reach. Ronan looked at the hazy and dreamy ancient goblin city, and his figure kept shuttling among the crowd. He gradually entered the field of 3rd-level wizards, but at this moment, almost everyone's minds were attracted by the ancient goblin city that had just come out of the world, and no one paid any attention to his usurpation. Occasionally, some 3rd-level wizards noticed him, but they just glanced at him casually and retracted their gaze. The energy and colorful light fell, and the whole picture of the mysterious fairy ancient city finally appeared in front of everyone. This is a huge city similar to an ancient castle, except for the bottom circle where some strangely shaped streets and buildings can be seen. Going up, you can only see some vague scenes. The whole fairy ancient city is like a huge mirage. It seems to exist in front of you, but it seems to exist in another dimension of space, giving people a sense of unreality. Ding 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 shasha. Suddenly, a strange and pleasant sound resounded between heaven and earth. This sound is like a cowbell blown by the wind, and it is like a girl's naughty laughter. Before everyone immersed in the sound reacted, countless colorful streamers suddenly burst out from the fairy ancient city. This scene is really wonderful. Countless colorful streamers flew into the sky and then quickly drooped, as if someone suddenly set off an extremely grand magic fireworks. The dreamy and beautiful atmosphere was rendered to the extreme at this moment. And those falling 7-color streamers began to actively gather towards some people. All of them were wizards with spiritual strength reaching level 3. The stream of light gathered into a light ball, and in the light ball, a number of exquisite and cute little people with wings were born. The selected level 3 wizards were naturally led by the little goblins to fly towards the ancient city. It started. Ronan's eyes flashed with brilliance. When the 7-colored stream of light turned into little goblins and led the level 3 wizards to enter, he realized that the tickets for this battle had officially begun to be issued. The communication stone belonging to Orion in the space ring had also been flashing to remind him. Ronan took a deep breath and his eyes wandered around the nearby level 3 wizards. But before he could choose the target of snatching, a series of spell collisions and roars suddenly rang in his ears. He turned his head suddenly and saw the outbreak of several battle groups. Both sides of the battle were without exception level 2 and 3 wizards. It seems that I'm not the only one who is going to force his way in. Boom. Near the deepest part of the ancient fairy city, another fierce battle broke out. Ronan glimpsed a burning, high-speed rotating red lotus cane and frowned. Molly. Why is she fighting with someone again? Of course, now is not the time to care about this. Most of the 3rd-level wizards who were invited have begun to move quickly towards the ancient city. Ronan quickly locked onto a young-looking male wizard with short gray hair and purple clothes with gold patterns. Titanium poured out from under his robe like thick black ink, wrapping his whole body layer by layer. After perfectly covering his whole body, a little silver light bloomed from Ronan's forehead, and then in an instant he completely turned into deep and dark silver. It was as if he was wearing a set of ancient silver armor, and on this silver armor, there were many small shark-like mouths growing on it, opening and closing quickly. The ancient and elegant and the terrifying and creepy look are mixed together, exuding a mysterious and strange atmosphere. Shoo! Ronan teleported and appeared in front of the 3rd-level wizard he was targeting. His sudden blocking scared the other party and he stopped immediately. A loud laugh came from the distance, and a wizard familiar with him shouted at the short-haired white wizard jokingly, "Oscar, it seems that you were picked by the 2nd-level guy. He thinks you are the weakest in this area, and he plans to snatch the ticket from your hand." Shut up. The white-haired wizard's face was ugly, and his eyes suddenly darkened when he saw Ronan. "Are you sure you want to snatch my ticket?" Before the white-haired wizard finished speaking, he saw the man in a strange silver armor in front of him raise his hand directly at him, and countless silver-white metal tentacles suddenly jumped out of his arms and body. He had no time to react, and the countless metal tentacles wrapped around him. Clumsy tricks. The white-haired wizard snorted coldly, his lips moved rapidly, and the spell syllables were uttered with powerful mental power, and a large amount of energy particles gathered in the air. Stagnation. However, all this stopped after the man in silver-white armor said 2 words lightly. The entangled metal tentacles melted into a huge silver plate, and a mysterious breath surged out. The white-haired wizard's lips, facial muscles, body movements, and even the beating heart were all still as he chanted the spell. The whole person was like being poured by tons of cement and solidified in an instant on a plane. A flash of astonishment flashed in his eyes, followed by a strong brilliance. The aura of the law domain bloomed from his body, as if he wanted to break through all the confinement. Broken silver, collapse. The figure in silver-white armor opened his 5 fingers and made a virtual grip, and uttered softly. In an instant, the huge silver plate that imprisoned the white-haired wizard automatically shattered, and an indescribable force of shattering and splitting emerged from the broken silver plate. The latter's law domain was torn into pieces before it was completely formed. In less than 3 breaths of time, almost as soon as they met, the 3rd-level wizard named Oscar was severely injured and his ticket was taken away. If the other party had not shown mercy, Oscar might have died. And the one who killed him in an instant was just a 2nd-level wizard? Exclamation mark. You know, those who have the confidence to come to participate in the competition for this seat are not ordinary wizards, but the elite of a wizard force, and the best of their peers and levels. How could they be easily trampled on by others as if they were weak chickens? Exclamation mark. Damn, I seem to feel the mystery of space magic. Another monster. The third level wizards who were watching made low discussions and dared not stay any longer. They glanced at Ronan with fearful eyes, as if they wanted to remember his appearance, and then hurried away. It seems to be feasible Ronan did not pay attention to the behavior of the people around him, who avoided him like a plague. His attention was all on the goblin in his hand. After a brief struggle and uneasiness, the goblin that he had forcibly taken from someone else seemed to have chosen to accept reality and began to become obedient and docile. Firgarin. Just wait for me. A roar containing resentment, anger, and a hint of fear came from a distance. Ronan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a second-level wizard with long hair and a heroic appearance standing in the air, holding a screaming goblin tightly in his hand, looking coldly at the third-level wizard who fled in embarrassment after saying harsh words. It seems that the other party did the same thing as himself. As if sensing Ronan's gaze, the young wizard named Firgarin turned his head and looked at him, and the two looked at each other from a distance. After half a breath, the young man withdrew his gaze and left quickly. We should go too. Ronan stretched out a finger and touched the beautiful girl in his hand, who looked like 100 times smaller, and the fairy who looked a bit like the dust fairy Ariete that he kept in the silver magic ring, and said softly. He took a breath, and his crystal blue eyes burst into an unprecedented light, and he kept approaching the direction of the fairy ancient city. All the third-level wizards who were invited were guided by their respective tickets and threw themselves into the embrace of the fairy ancient city like moths attracted to light. Ronan was still a little worried, but when he saw with his own eyes that Firgarin, who had snatched someone else's ticket like him, entered the fairy ancient city smoothly, this last bit of worry completely disappeared. When approaching the entrance of the fairy ancient city, Ronan saw the Ash Witch Malil waving the red lotus cane in her hand. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He has a ticket in his hand, but he doesn't enter the city. Instead, he attacks the dim light curtain outside the ancient fairy city crazily, with a gnashing expression on his face. There's something wrong. Ronan shook his head and didn't bother to care about her. Under the guidance of the ferryman in his hand, he easily passed through the outer barrier and stepped into the legendary ancient city. There will be more today. It's a new month. Please guarantee your monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, The Light of Breaking the Law, Paradise of the Soul. Boom. The bright orange red bombarded the hazy white barrier, emitting a frightening light. The rolling waves of fire released terrible high temperatures, and the void was twisted and deformed under the heat wave, making crackling sounds, as if something was screaming hysterically. However, when all the noise subsided, the high-speed rotating red lotus cane flew back to a wide and slender palm, and the hazy light covering the ancient city did not seem to be affected at all. It was still as thin as a thin layer of gauze, but it seemed to have the most indestructible protective power under the sky. Bang! Molly's pretty face turned pale as she pinched the fairy figurine in her hand into a scattered rain of light. She turned her head to look at the old woman in black robe beside her and said, "Vivian, I order you to break it now, I want to go in." The old woman in black robe shook her head. "I'm sorry, Miss Molly, I can't do it. I guess there are not many people in the entire Upper Ring continent who can do it. After all, this is a magic barrier set up by the former King of Law, Haramus. Then tell me why I can't get in? Why did that damn girl Selena get in so easily?" Molly screamed, waving the cane in her hand vigorously, like a child throwing a tantrum. The old woman in black robe, Vivian, had a good temper. She explained to Molly with a gentle look, "Because you are not from the south, you can't enter. It is impossible for Haramus to leave such an obvious loophole. Since it is a heritage left in the south, naturally only wizards born in the south are qualified to participate in the competition, otherwise his behavior of dispersing the heritage will be meaningless." As for why the girl from the Alba family was able to enter, Vivian thought for a while and said, "Maybe she has some props or secret methods that can deceive the judgment of spells, or maybe she has some blood of southern wizards in her body. You probably forgot that Selena Question Alba was found by the wizards of the Court of Life when she was 10 years old. Because of this, she was also neglected and excluded among the descendants of the contemporary King Alba. Molly was stunned where she was. After a moment, she gritted her silver teeth and said to Vivian, "You have known this for a long time, right? You expected that I would stop you outside in the end, but you deliberately didn't tell me. Damn Vivian, you annoying old woman." Facing Molly's merciless insults, Vivian's face did not show any angry expression, but her eyes were more doting. She apologized to Molly in a soft voice as if coaxing a child. "I just don't want you to lose interest so soon after knowing this. If you really want to go in, we will go back now, maybe we can catch up with the one in the middle." "Shut up, I hate to hear your voice now." Molly now looked like a grumpy little beast with bared teeth. She kept waving her arms and said impatiently, "Do you think I want to fight for the inheritance of the Guardian? The power of the inheritance of some fragments of this thing can only be regarded as makeshift, but it is impossible to collect them all. What I care about is Selena." "It's Selena, the guy who is more annoying than you." Molly grumbled for a long time, and suddenly her eyes turned, as if she had thought of a brilliant idea. "I suddenly feel that being blocked outside and unable to enter is actually quite good." Molly licked her lips gently and looked towards the direction of the Life Royal Court's residence. "At least, that damn girl Selena can't come out now. Vivian, my good Vivian, you will help me stop those annoying guys who try to stop me from playing the game, right?" Molly glanced at a certain position in the sky and spoke to the old woman in black robes in a coquettish tone. The latter had a face full of love and pampering. "Of course, I just want our dear Molly to be happy and have enough fun. You are really the best Vivian in the world." Molly laughed a series of cheerful laughter, and with a bang, the whole person exploded into a ball of sparks and disappeared. "Ronan, you came in, didn't you?" "Yes. Remember to take out the thing I gave you before, it will help you find the members of the Blue Mist Society in the ancient city. Try to stay here as long as possible, such opportunities are rare. Good luck." "Same." Ronan cut off the communication with Orion, then took out a badge-like thing from the space ring and stuffed it into the inner gap of the titanium armor on his body. After doing all this, he had time to raise his head and look around. He now seemed to be in an ancient garden. The neatly built flower beds around were full of blue, purple, red and white exotic flowers, colorful, each of which he couldn't name, and the air was filled with intoxicating fragrance. Countless large and small firefly-like light points were flying in the garden, and a thin mist was shrouded in it. Everything in front of him was full of hazy and dreamy colors. Ronan picked a small flower beside him and rubbed it slowly between his fingers. He unexpectedly found that it was a real flower. He tried to catch the scattered light spots in the air, but they passed through his palm with a light grab. Just as Ronan was thinking about how to proceed next, the fairy who led him into the fairy ancient city suddenly flew out from the flowers and rushed to his face. Alohishishi, the fairy girl, who was as delicate as a figurine, held Ronan's nose and uttered a series of strange and difficult syllables from her mouth, like some kind of spell, and seemed to be saying something to Ronan. After she uttered all the syllables, the fairy girl looked at Ronan with tender eyes as if she was looking at a lover, and then gently kissed Ronan's nose. Bang! After the kiss, the fairy girl suddenly exploded into a ball of light, and then quickly drilled into Ronan's forehead. Buzz! In an instant, Ronan felt as if some kind of contract was reached at this moment, and his soul power actually increased to a certain extent. Just as he frowned in doubt, Ronan suddenly found that the mysterious light spots that were originally floating around him in a circle of about 5 meters around him were like moths to a flame, actively flying towards him and merging into his body. In this process, Ronan clearly noticed that his soul power was slowly increasing bit by bit. Is this what Arian said? The benefit of staying here as long as possible. Ronan realized this, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange brilliance. Soul power is the root of everything. Any means and methods that can increase soul power are precious to wizards, especially for him now. I have a chance to supplement the last part of soul power. I need to advance from level 2 to level 3 here. Ronan took a breath and moved quickly in the garden. He was very fast, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air, and his body kept changing positions. After a while, almost all the free light spots in the garden were absorbed by him. At this time, Ronan found that a wisp of gray smoke began to appear on his body surface, very thin, like the thin smoke produced by burning dry leaves. Ronan didn't know what it was, but there was no doubt that it was related to the goblin who had made some kind of contract with him after the explosion. He guessed that this might be one of the rules of the battle, and what it specifically represented might be known later. When all the light spots in the garden were captured by Ronan, his soul power increased again, and the thin smoke emanating from his body increased. At this time, Ronan began to consider changing places. The intersection of the garden was right in front of him. Passing through the quiet four-color flowers, Ronan saw a beautiful arch composed of many lifelike vines carved out of stone. He habitually observed the patterns of those vines, but when he walked through the arch, he saw a figure more than 20 meters in front of him, like looking in a mirror, who was keeping almost the same movements and expressions as himself, standing still. Ronan and the figure looked at each other, and the atmosphere fell into a strange stillness. But in less than half a second, the figure rushed towards him quickly. Haha, I didn't expect to run into level 2 wizard. The man with a short beard and a middle-aged appearance laughed loudly while chanting spells quickly. He held a black short staff in each hand, and a faint magic wave surged rapidly on his body. However, before he could rush out far, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. The man's pupils shrank sharply, but his expression was surprised and happy. He showed a grim smile on his face, and the short staffs in his two hands suddenly collided and knocked against his chest. Thorns. The powerful mental force field of a level 3 wizard, a golden halo composed of countless golden spikes, and the aura of a huge domain of magic, the three combined into one, expanded rapidly. However, when the man approached, the figure, whose whole body and face were wrapped in silver metal, revealing only a pair of blue eyes, did not hide. He just looked at him coldly, and then raised his silver-white right hand high, and a clear green flame-like crystal jumped out from the edge of his arm. Under the sunlight, silver and green interweave, and the entire right arm of the man in silver armor shines like a sharp narrow scimitar. Raise it to the top, and then cut it down fiercely. Break the law. Disintegrate light. A cold voice sounded. Crack, crack, crack. The golden thorn halo blessed by the triple power was shattered like a withered wood under the vertical slash of the silver and green interweaving arm knife. What? The man's eyes widened, and his face showed disbelief. The body that was originally rushing forward instantly turned to retreat, and waves of rich golden light spread out from his body, accompanied by the surging law domain aura like a tsunami. Under the green-silver scimitar, it was as fragile as a piece of paper that was constantly thrown out and cut by anyone. The scimitar drove straight in and slashed until it was close to the man. There was no power at all to stop it. All energy and spells would automatically disintegrate for no reason under the blade. The man looked horrified, as if he finally realized why a second-level wizard was here. He tried to escape, but it was too late. When the metal arm chopped to within 10 centimeters of the man, the green flame wrapped around it was already very thin. At this time, the 5 fingers in the shape of a palm knife suddenly opened and pressed the man's face. Bang bang bang, 2 figures pulled out vague traces in the void one after another, accompanied by a series of explosions of compressed air, like setting off firecrackers. A dark silver-white metal wall suddenly rose up, and the rapidly moving figure rushed straight into it, and then stopped moving abruptly with a loud boom. Ronan slowly let go, looking expressionlessly at the strange wizard whose head was pressed into the silver metal wall condensed by titanium by himself. The other party had fallen into coma, and his limp limbs were still twitching unconsciously. He was very measured in his attack. Although there was no life or death in the battle, it was just a competition, and he didn't want to kill the other party. The ability of spell-breaking power that has entered the first stage of the domain resonance is becoming more and more abnormal. Ronan looked at the crystal-clear green flames wrapped between his 5 fingers, and his expression was a little strange. The third-level wizard lying in front of him had just released a spell that had entered the second stage of the domain resonance. In front of the first stage resonance, spell-breaking power, it was forcibly cut apart. Although there was the bonus of his own physical strength and titanium metal, it could not cover up the powerful effect of spell-breaking power. If the first stage breaks the second stage, then when it comes to the second stage, it may be enough to break the spell of the third stage resonance. Even if the improvement of proficiency is indeed a bit slow, it is worth it. Ronan just wanted to experiment with the effect of spell-breaking disintegration light in the first stage of the domain resonance on a whim, and the result made him quite satisfied. Those who can comprehend the second stage of the resonance of the law domain at the beginning of the third level are also outstanding in the same level, and are absolutely geniuses. But now they are lying straight in front of Ronan. Suddenly, a ball of light mist surged from the forehead of the unconscious man and sank straight into Ronan's brow. In an instant, Ronan felt that his soul power surged, almost 10 times more than the light points he had collected in the garden for half a day. Similarly, the gray smoke on the surface of his body became much thicker. If the original gray smoke was not easy to see without careful observation, it is now quite obvious. The wisps of gray smoke entangled on the silver armor with shark teeth gaps, making Ronan's whole person more mysterious and strange. This is like a kind of concrete manifestation of soul power. Ronan looked at the gray smoke lingering on his body, thinking. At the moment when the light ball merged into himself just now, he caught that almost 2/3 of the energy in the light ball was forcibly separated and turned into gray smoke outside his body. He felt as if he understood the rules of this battle a little bit. This is a big fish eats small fish or battle royal type of game. The more opponents you defeat, the more benefits you get. Once you fail, you will lose most of the light ball energy you have collected. I don't know what these mysterious light spots are made of, but the soul power they provide is extremely pure, even more than the moon soul stone. Ronan watched the man lying on the ground gradually wake up from his coma, but the whole person slowly became blurred and was being squeezed out of the ancient fairy city by a mysterious force. He watched the man disappear completely, raised his head, and looked at the ancient city in front of him that was shrouded in a faint mist, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Ronan walked forward calmly, his mental power spread out, and at the same time, the eye of truth was woven between his eyebrows. He has begun to actively look for the next hunting target. Under this rule, for the strong, it is simply a paradise. Everyone is a nutrient that can increase strength, a delicious and juicy fruit, just waiting for him to push through the layers of fog, search, and pick. The interior of the fairy ancient city is many times larger than what you see outside, and the roads are as complicated as a maze. The only thing that can serve as a direction is the huge gray stone pillars standing in the ancient city. Ronan didn't know what these stone pillars represented, but he subconsciously moved closer to them. While searching for the next opponent, he absorbed the mysterious light spots floating in the air. Although the soul power increase provided by the light spots is very small, a mosquito leg is still meat. Ronan can feel that his soul power is slowly and firmly approaching a critical point. Over there. Ronan, who was walking, suddenly stopped at a certain moment. He caught the traces of magic fluctuations nearby. Just as Ronan was about to approach, suddenly, he frowned and reached out to take out a badge hidden in titanium. The badges with simple patterns made of hollow patterns were flashing a faint blue light like a communication stone. Ronan held the badge in his hand, and his mental power penetrated into it. He could vaguely sense that a breath was approaching him. It was someone from the Blue Mist Society. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he was considering whether to meet with the other party, but the other party was very fast. In just a few breaths, he appeared in his field of vision. He was a handsome young man with blue hair, and his robe was printed with a pattern of glowing palms. Ronan couldn't help but frown. This member of the Blue Mist Society who took the initiative to approach him could be anyone. Why was it this guy? It was Claire, a young wizard from the medium-sized wizard force Hand of Magic Power, who had a bad relationship with Orion in the Blue Mist Society and had opposed him joining the Blue Mist Society. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. There will be one more update today, and the battle will officially start soon. Thanks. Chapter 198 Skeleton Death Bell, The Boiling Lake. For whom the death bell tolls. Claire was close to Ronan in a flash. Ronan's whole body was now covered by a titanium metal armor, including his face, which was completely covered by a silver mask with closed shark teeth patterns that seemed to flow all the time. Only a pair of eyes were exposed, and it was difficult for outsiders to see his appearance clearly. Ronan was considering whether to reveal himself in front of Claire, but then he thought that it seemed that his identity could not be hidden, and hiding it would make him look petty. It would be better to see Claire's reaction openly. So Ronan took the initiative to melt the metal mask on his face, and looked calmly at Claire who was approaching him quickly. Is it you? Sure enough, the young wizard Claire saw Ronan's appearance clearly, stopped moving, and frowned. But soon some of his emotions calmed down, and he continued to walk to Ronan with a blank face. You should be thankful that Orion brought you into the Blue Mist Society early on. Otherwise, if you were to meet me now, you might have been out. Claire took a quick look at Ronan, her eyes lingering on his titanium armor, and then took out a communication stone to check it, calling Ronan, "Let's go." Ronan's eyes flickered. Where to? There are several members of the Blue Mist Society in this area. We have discussed it and will meet under the third stone pillar first. Claire pointed to a rather conspicuous gray stone pillar in her field of vision, looked at Ronan, and said coldly, "If you don't believe me, or don't want to join us, it's up to you." Boom. Before Ronan could answer, a violent roar of magic interrupted Claire's words. The sound came from a direction on the east side. The two people's eyes were immediately attracted to it, and they saw a faint red light between the ancient buildings shrouded in mist, and the roar continued, as if someone was fighting a big battle. Ronan and Claire simply looked at each other, unexpectedly reached a tacit understanding, and almost simultaneously flew in the direction of the explosion. The battle group was actually very close. In just less than half a minute, the two arrived at the location where the battle broke out. Ronan and Claire stood on the roof of a round ancient goblin building, looking at the ongoing battle nearby. Between several tall and short ancient buildings, two figures in robes were fighting in a group. The strength of both sides had reached the middle stage of level 3. One controlled the fire, and the other controlled large areas of shadows. The spells cast by both sides derived powerful domain power. The terrifying power kept colliding, and the rolling energy aftermath almost completely emptied the fog in a large area near the battle group. Some ancient goblin buildings were affected by the spells and directly collapsed large chunks of earth and rocks. Obviously, there were more than just the two wizards attracted by the battle. With the eye of truth and his keen five senses, Ronan noticed that there were 7 shadowy figures hidden near the battle group. There are at least 6 level 3 wizards in this place, including 2 level 3 mid-level wizards. Claire suddenly spoke to Ronan with a serious expression. "It is very likely that a melee will break out here. It is of no benefit for us to get involved at this stage. Let's go, according to the original plan, and find other people to join first." Claire slowly retreated. However, after retreating a distance, he found that Ronan did not catch up at all. "Don't you understand what I just said? I said leave." Claire frowned, walked up and spoke coldly. Ronan turned his head to look at him calmly. "Actually, you don't have to care about me." Claire stared at him expressionlessly, and the two looked at each other silently. After a moment, Claire sneered and shook her head. What a fool. He no longer paid attention to Ronan, turned around and left, and disappeared in an instant. Ronan retracted his gaze and continued to focus on the battle group, with light flashing in his eyes and his brain thinking quickly. So far, in this area, in addition to the 2 people who were fighting, there were 2 level 3 midterm wizards and 5 level 3 early stage wizards. Claire's judgment was correct. A level 3 melee might indeed break out here. It seemed dangerous to ordinary people, but it was a good opportunity for Ronan. If he could defeat a few more people in the melee, the soul power difference between level 2 and level 3 might be completely made up. While thinking, 2 more people came one after another. At this time, even the 2 level 3 wizards who were fighting with anger felt something was wrong. Ronan frowned and found that the 2 level 3 wizards who were fighting had a tendency to stop. After a while, the 2 actually stopped completely, one on the left and one on the right, coldly scanning the surroundings. I didn't know that they were in the same group. The wizards who can enter the battle are naturally not stupid, and they will not do stupid things that let others reap the benefits. The originally tense and weird atmosphere suddenly relaxed. When the profitable situation no longer existed, none of the wizards present wanted to be the first to stand out. Some people began to leave, one by one. In the blink of an eye, half of the wizards who were watching the battle had left. Ronan was a little disappointed. Things did not develop in the direction he hoped for. However, he soon surprised to find that 2 third-level wizards who had not yet left seemed to be interested in him, a bold second-level wizard who came out of nowhere, and began to slowly approach him. Both of them regarded him as a target, and also noticed the other's intentions. Most of their attention was on the other party, and they were carefully testing him. "Come on, come quickly." Just in time Ronan took a breath lightly, pretending to be unaware and lowered his head slightly, but the light in his eyes that no one saw was getting brighter and brighter. Just as the 2 third-level wizards were getting closer and closer, Ronan was already thinking about how to take action to kill one of them while ensuring that the other would not escape. Suddenly, buzz, a strange sound wave quickly passed through the field. All the third-level wizards who had not yet left the field trembled slightly, and Ronan suddenly looked up, his eyes quickly turning to a certain position. Buzz, 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 the strange sound waves continued. This sound seemed to be emitted by a dilapidated and decaying bell tower, with a trace of strange power that made people's souls numb and tremble. All the wizards present were immersed in the sound of the bell, staring blankly at the direction where the bell came from. Ronan didn't care about fishing at this moment, and flew out from his hiding place, trying to raise his body as high as possible. When he reached a certain height with a wide field of vision, Ronan squinted his eyes, and with his extremely excellent eyesight, he saw, in the west, above a large area of ancient goblin buildings, wizards were fleeing frantically. Behind them, a black and gray wave was rolling across the sky. Above the waves, there was a terrifying figure surrounded by countless ghosts. The strange bell sound came from the figure. Thick gray smoke rose several meters high from the figure. The gray smoke almost completely obscured his appearance. Only a pair of pure black eyes could be seen, coldly sweeping in the direction of Ronan and the others. The wizards who were desperately fleeing were caught up by the terrifying figure one after another. The black and gray ghost wave rolled over and submerged them in the blink of an eye, swallowing them up completely. The gray smoke on the terrifying figure standing on the top of the ghost wave increased rapidly like a balloon, and soon it skyrocketed several times, and it was so thick that it was almost like a gray cloud. When the last fleeing wizard was swallowed by the ghost wave, a wizard in the field finally recognized the identity of the person. That was one of the two level 3 midterm wizards who had fought before. His face was pale at this moment, as if he had seen some extremely terrifying monster. He said in a trembling voice, "It's Mammoth. Skeleton Death Bell Mammoth. He's coming. When the death bell rings, no one can escape." The voice of the level 3 wizard was almost like a wail with a voice of despair at the end. He turned around and walked away like crazy. The other wizards on the field who had heard the name Skeleton Death Bell Mammoth behaved in the same way as him. The rest had already felt a strong sense of crisis from the terrifying might of the black and gray ghost waves that engulfed the level 3 wizards one by one, and they also scattered like birds and beasts. In just less than half a breath, Ronan was the only one standing in this place. Level 3 midterm, close to the spiritual power of the late level 3 Ronan stood in the sky, squinting his eyes and looking at the figure who was approaching on the ghost waves in the distance. The sound of the death bell sounded again and again around him, and the sound became more and more urgent and more strange. In Ronan's mind, the 3 spiritual crystals trembled slightly in the sound of the death knell, and at this time, all he could see was the thick gray smoke on the other person's body. If I can defeat this guy, Ronan licked his slightly dry lips gently, how much soul power can I gain? Ronan's eyes flashed, and he was about to rush forward. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded in his ears. Damn it! Ronan was slightly stunned, turned his head, and saw that Claire, who had left before, had returned and reappeared in front of him. Are you scared? You are still standing there at this time, not running away and waiting to die. Claire rushed to Ronan and almost shouted angrily into his ear. Every generation of Skeleton Death Bell is a complete lunatic. Before inheriting this title, the first thing they need to do is to kill all their fellow disciples and teachers, and then refine them all into ghosts to serve as the nourishment for strengthening the realm of the dead soul. Claire gnashed her teeth and kept urging Ronan, "Go away, you ignorant fool. Skeleton Death Bell is a person who is qualified to compete for the top 20 seats in this battle. It is 100 times easier for him to kill a small level 2 like you than to kill an ant. Why did you come back?" Claire's series of words only earned Ronan a slightly strange question. Claire was stunned, and then the anxiety and haste on his face all disappeared. He shook his head and retreated quickly. "Yet, why would I come back? I am also a fool. I should let you die. Compared with you, Orion looks much more pleasing to the eye." Ronan looked at Claire's weird talk with amusement, and left for the second time without looking back. Turning around, Ronan's face was no longer emotional. He took a step forward calmly. Shoo! He suddenly appeared in the sky like teleportation, almost level with the terrifying figure in front of him, who was shrouded in rolling soul-gray smoke and only revealed a pair of dark eyes. The latter stepped on the top of the black and gray wave, surrounded by countless translucent ghosts, looking at Ronan, with a look of surprise and astonishment as if he had discovered a new world. "This is the first time I have seen an ant like you actively seeking liberation. Is it fear and despair that drives you?" Ronan did not speak, just stood quietly, feeling the terrifying cold breath of the skeleton death knell in front of him, which was as vast as the ocean, and listening to the gloomy and obscure sound of the death knell. Ronan felt the blood in his body flow faster and began to heat up. Something was awakening between his soul and flesh, not only to compete for the huge amount of gray smoke to increase his soul power, but also because it had been 3 years. He had been silent for 3 whole years. No matter how sharp a sword is, if it is not unsheathed for 3 years, its edge will become dim. especially for someone like Ronan, who grew up in the tempering of blood and fire. He has always longed for a hardy battle and an opponent of equal strength. Now, the skeleton bell in front of him obviously meets his expectations. Ronan took a deep breath and looked at the skeleton bell in front of him. The opponent casually stretched out a hand to him, and the ghost wave under his feet immediately rolled over. Ronan did not hide, but the azure in his eyes became thicker and brighter, and finally, it was completely ignited like a flame. Boom! A pure and powerful mental force field came out from Ronan's body, showing a strange golden color, as if it was wrapped in an invisible and terrible heat wave, making the void around him blurry and distorted. Ronan's eyes were blazing, and the azure in his eyes turned into pure gold at this time, as rich as boiling magma. He spoke softly, "Empty and clear realm, extremely boiling lake." After the master level proficiency of basic meditation reaches 1000 points, empty and clear realm unlocks the second special state after lake of no thought, extremely boiling lake. In this state, Ronan's fighting spirit is stimulated to the extreme, and his thinking, consciousness, inspiration, all aspects are 10 times higher than usual. Every spell he releases will be an extraordinary performance after the potential is squeezed to the limit. Every bit of his mental power will bloom to the extreme like burning kerosene. Ronan gently raised his hand, and a tide of mysterious energy surged from between his 5 fingers. A large number of free ice energy particles between heaven and earth gathered together to form a rolling cold current. The bright deep blue veins extended from Ronan's feet to the 4 sides, quickly outlining a huge hexagonal snowflake pattern, and a huge pure white ice blade broke through the seal of the frost vortex. Listen carefully, skeleton death knell. Your death knell, who is it tolling for? The third update is asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 199. Ring the death knell again to bid farewell to yourself. In the state of extremely boiling lake, the 3 spiritual power crystals in Ronan's mind seemed to be completely burning, and a thin golden flame rose from the crystal clear crystals. The huge spiritual power penetrated his body, forming a twisted light golden force field around him. If lake of no thought sealed all of Ronan's distracting thoughts, allowing Ronan to enter a state of absolute concentration and absolute control. Then, extremely boiling lake was just the opposite. All of Ronan's emotions were ignited and turned into a blazing fire of fighting spirit. Every cell in his body and every thought in his mind were active at a level 10 times higher than normal. At every moment, countless inspirations erupted, collided, and annihilated in his mind. It was like magma breaking through the constraints of the Earth's crust, rolling and roaring wantonly, unstoppable, releasing infinite energy and passion. This state was fed back to his spellcasting battle. The power of the spell soared, the domain of the law expanded, and more and larger free energy particles between heaven and earth were summoned. After 3 years of hard training by Ronan, the 3 extraordinary powers of the domain of law, despair freeze, ice veins, and frozen soldiers, derived from ice magic, have already entered the realm of the second stage of domain resonance. Now, under the blessing of the state of the boiling lake, the power is rapidly expanding, and each one even has a terrifying atmosphere close to the third stage of resonance. Crack, 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 layers of frost spread from all around Ronan, and a huge ice formation in the shape of a beautiful hexagonal snowflake took shape under Ronan's feet. Compared with the last time with the Ashwich Malil, without the suppression of the red lotus fire, this icy power seemed even colder and heavier. Ronan raised his right hand slightly, and in the deep blue ice and snow vortex formed by countless ice energy particles in front of him, a pure white ice blade dozens of meters high slowly emerged. Without any movement, the terrible coldness and sharpness were already escaping crazily. The ghost wave of the skeleton death knell Maflin swept to the approach of the huge ice blade. The black-gray wave was frozen silently, and then like a frozen glacier hitting a reef head-on, it was cut by the ice blade with a bang, split into 2 strands, and rolled to both sides of Ronan's body. Ronan swept across the black-gray ice blocks that broke and rolled past his feet, and saw that each piece of black ice was densely packed with distorted and terrifying human faces, and each face was silently wailing at him. All are resentful souls, ghost bodies. Ronan took a light breath, opened the 5 fingers of his right hand, and slowly closed them. It was as if he was holding the pure white ice blade in front of his head that exuded a rolling cold current and endless sharpness. A cold light flashed in his eyes, burning with golden flames. The breeze blew Ronan's hair on his forehead. He looked at the skeleton death knell in front of him, which was shrouded in rolling gray smoke, and suddenly made a diagonal move with his sword. Cut. The huge pure white ice blade seemed to be held by an invisible hand, almost in sync with Ronan's movements. It quietly lifted up, creating a gorgeous ice flower in the air, and then quickly chopped forward. When the ice blade fell, a long black tear appeared in the void, and large chunks of ice crystals condensed. Below, the rolling black tide silently broke to both sides, including the materialized soul-gray smoke. Under the ice blade, the gloomy and evil face of the skeleton death knell Mamphrain was completely revealed. Boom! The huge roar caused by the collision of spells exploded, and the air in the surrounding area, and even the ancient buildings below, seemed to tremble violently. The strong wind caused by the energy aftermath blew Claire's robe from behind, and Claire's figure stopped. He hesitated for a moment and slowly turned around. Just then, a slender figure wrapped in silver-white metal, as graceful as a dragon, surrounded by infinite cold, holding an ice blade and fiercely slashing at the terrifying figure on the ghost black tide. Claire's pupils shrank slightly, and his expression was stunned. After a moment, his eyes flickered rapidly, and he gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. This madman. Claire took out the communication stone and quickly sent a message to several people. Then his face changed and he rushed towards the battle group with hatred. A top genius is fighting. In an ancient alley with twists and turns, two third-level wizards who were walking together heard the sound of spells colliding and felt a violent shock coming from afar. They stopped suddenly and looked at each other in shock. The two of them almost did not hesitate and flew directly to the direction where the spell fluctuations came from. The closer they got to the battle group, the more they could feel the terrifying power of the battle. The two third-level wizards all felt a tingling scalp and a trembling heart. They had already realized that this was a battle far beyond their level, and it was not something they could participate in, but curiosity still drove them forward. Soon, the scene of the battle appeared in their field of vision. Like a roaring river, the turbulent black and gray waves rolled across the sky, the sound of the death knell continued, and countless ghosts flew around the battle group crying. From a distance, the sky seemed to have completely become the domain of the dead, and the breath of decay and death continued to spread. With just one glance, the two recognized the identity of the person on one side of the battle. It's the skeleton death knell Mammoth Flynn. This guy's strength? A third-level wizard gritted his teeth and said with an uneasy look in his eyes, "It's even more terrifying than the rumors, and it's not something that an ordinary third-level mid-level wizard can match at all." After being shocked, the two became more curious. Who on earth could fight with Mafulin like this? Is it one of the top figures in the first echelon? The two kept getting closer and gradually saw that the ghost field was filled with countless frosts that were colder than ghosts. The cold wind cut their faces, but it did not affect their desire to explore. Ice magic. The one who fought with the skeleton death knell Mafulin was a wizard who majored in ice magic. Which ice magic wizard in the south could have such a strong power? At a certain moment, the pure white ice blade like the fangs of an ancient ice dragon cut through the layers of ghost barriers. In the endless frost and snow, a tall figure surrounded by ice and snow and covered with silver armor appeared. The moment they saw the opponent who was fighting with Mafulin, they felt a mental power fluctuations emanating from the other party. The expressions on the faces of the two third-level wizards froze instantly. The two looked at each other, and saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Level 2. The one who pushed the skeleton Bale Maflin to this extent, turned out to be a level 2 wizard. The same scene was happening in different corners near the battle group. The battle between Maflin and Ronan attracted a large number of wizards from the surrounding area to come and watch. The skeleton Bell is well known. In the southern part, in the inheritance of the undead spell, the skeleton Bell is almost second only to the ghost poison mask. In terms of the evil and viciousness of spell practice, the skeleton Bell is even better than the ghost poison mask, which is notorious. So many wizards know Maflin, and naturally they are curious about the opponent who can compete with him head-on. Boom! The pure white ice blade cut through the layers of barriers formed by ghosts and chopped all the way to Maflin's head, but it was resisted by the mental force field and extraordinary domain released by his body. Under the thick gray smoke, Mafulin had a strange appearance. He wore a pure black robe with rotten and tattered edges. He was skinny, tall, bald, and hairless. Fan-shaped bone pieces grew outward on both sides of his cheeks. His pale eyeballs were full of scarlet bloodshot, and he looked like an evil skeleton that had just crawled out of a grave. "I underestimated you. You remind me of the last disciple my teacher accepted. Ma Fuling raised his face and looked at the huge ice blade hovering above his head. He spoke in a low voice with reminiscence on his face. After I poisoned the old guy to death, the little guy challenged me for revenge as a second-level body. At that time, he looked ignorant and fearless. He was exactly the same as you. Ma Fuling looked at Ronan, and a wicked smile suddenly broke out on his shriveled face with high cheekbones, revealing 2 rows of uneven pale teeth and scarlet gums. In a terrifying state, he laughed shrilly like a night owl, and then his expression suddenly became ferocious, and he raised his hands. Panic, boiling. In an instant, all the black and gray waves in the sky, around Ma Fuling, evaporated in an instant. Countless ghosts flew out from the evaporated black waves, forming a huge ghost storm, which directly crushed countless frosts in one breath, and then quickly swept towards Ronan. Ronan had a blank expression, and the thick blue and gold in his eyes were as charming as fire. He stretched out his hands, and the pure white ice blade that chopped Ma Fuling was quickly retracted. Then it trembled slightly in the void, and a large amount of mysterious energy surged out, and endless frost piled up. 3 almost identical pure white ice blades emerged in the void. The power of the domain belonging to the ultra-frozen peerless weapon suddenly expanded several times. And this was just the beginning. The deep blue magic circle under Ronan's feet, like a hexagonal ice flower, began to grow outwards crazily, and in an instant it became several times more complicated and mysterious. The 2 expanded domain powers quickly merged, and the broken frost condensed again. An unprecedented aura of blockade and strangulation rose. Under the blessing of the peerless ice formation, 4 pure white ice blades were wrapped around it, and it slashed towards the ghost storm like an angry dragon. Multiple mirror light. To be precise, it should be the multiple mirror light symbol that has been repeatedly upgraded and optimized. 3 years ago, when multiple mirror light was activated, a spell could be replicated twice. 3 years later, the number of replicas reached 3 times. Not only that, the replicated spells are also more perfect and closer to the original. The ice dragon and the ghost storm collided, constantly rubbed against each other, and finally exploded without making any sound. The exploded ghost storm turned into countless black air flows, which were composed of countless distorted human faces. Black flames ignited on the airflow, like countless black fish swimming rapidly, circling the sky, and at a certain point, rushing towards Ronan fiercely. Shoo! Ronan swung his right arm in front of him like a knife. The power had not yet disappeared. The 4 ice blades, which had shrunk in size, made a clear trembling sound and swept in all directions. The black flames were frozen, chopped and extinguished by the frost. But more of them approached Ronan, shaking wildly. The faces of countless resentful souls that made up the airflow all made a roaring mouth shape towards him. Roar! Countless ghosts screamed, and countless sound waves gathered, directly raising a terrifying sound wave tsunami in the air. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned into a transparent curtain that could be seen and touched. Under the terrifying sound waves, it showed layers of twisted ripples and folds. Even if the third-level wizards who were watching had kept a relatively safe distance in advance, they were inevitably affected. Their faces changed suddenly and they retreated rapidly. Some people were unable to dodge, and even had their faces twisted by the sound waves, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and barely managed to escape after stumbling. Claire, who had originally cast a spell and was about to wait for an opportunity to sneak attack the skeleton bell, also retreated quickly. It was not until he retreated to a completely safe area that Claire breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he suddenly looked up at the center of the sound wave explosion. In that area, the huge hexagonal ice flower pattern and the 4 pure white ice blades were all shattered, leaving only a pale golden mental force field, which was rapidly compressed and shrunken under the sound wave tsunami. Damn! Claire's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists, but reluctantly loosened them bit by bit. Is this the true strength of Maflin? The expressions of the retreating wizards who were watching the battle were moved, and their eyes were full of shock and horror. A wizard genius in the south who specializes in necromancy, except Andariel, no one can surpass Mammoth. This guy's heritage is too terrible. The skeleton bell has accumulated soul slaves from generation to generation. Even if some of them have died and lost in battles and the passage of time, it still has a huge base. Ordinary wizards have no way and are not qualified to be his opponent. That second-level ice magician is also a monster, but it's a pity that he met Mammoth. Some wizards couldn't help but sigh. If he had some more time, he might have grown to be on par with or even surpass Mammoth. Unfortunately, he has fallen in this battle without even leaving a name. At this time, in the center of the terrifying sonic tsunami, the light gold that represented Ronan's mental force field had been squeezed to the point where it was almost invisible, just like a candle swaying in the wind, which could be completely extinguished at any time. Some onlookers felt sorry, some were disdainful, and some sneered. Ronan's previous display of strength far beyond his own realm was amazing, but if there was anything to blame, it could only be blamed on himself for being too aggressive. Before he fully grew up, he ran into an opponent like the skeleton Deathstroke Mammoth. However, just when everyone thought everything was going to end, a wizard at the edge of the battle group suddenly felt a chill. He touched his cheek and raised his head in confusion. Is it snowing? Not only him, many wizards watching the battle suddenly discovered at this time that snowflakes were floating in the sky. Each of these snowflakes had 8 edges and corners, and the shape was more complex than they had ever seen. The color was pure white from the deep blue, which was exquisite. The delicate snowflakes gently fell on their faces and bodies, and there was an inexplicable cold and piercing feeling that penetrated through the robes and skin and quickly penetrated into their bodies, as if the blood was about to freeze, and there was an indescribable fear and despair from the depths of the soul. The onlookers realized that something was wrong and retreated again in doubt. At this time, the sonic tsunami that filled the entire sky suddenly stopped, and then everyone saw in disbelief that a point of extreme deep blue quietly bloomed from the center of the battle group. Under the deep blue, airflow, light, space and even time, it seemed that everything was frozen. Endless snowflakes fell from the sky, deep blue ripples appeared, and countless ice crystal spikes grew out of the void. In just a blink of an eye, a huge thorny snow country came. Mafulin was also frozen by a terrible cold air, and the dense ice crystal spikes trapped him like a cage. Countless resentful ghosts were sealed by frost, suspended in the air, stagnant, and turned into translucent ice balls with frozen and distorted human faces. And under this extreme cold, a slender and upright figure walked out from the depths of the snow country. Short hair with a slight blue tinge in the deep chestnut, enchanting blue-gold eyes, and a pale and handsome face. Titanium flowed down from Ronan's body and quickly condensed into a silver-white gorgeous spear in his hand. The tip of the spear slowly passed through the void, making a rustling sound of rubbing against the ice surface. Ronan held the spear and walked towards Maflin. With each step, his figure would disappear in the void, and then reappear like a flash. He quickly approached Maflin, and for the first time, Maflin's face showed shock and emotion. The powerful mental power of the middle and late third level penetrated his body, and the cold air that froze Maflin was rapidly dissipating, and the ice crystal spikes that imprisoned him also made an unbearable crackling sound. However, Ronan seemed to have not seen any of this at all. He just stared at Maflin calmly, slowly raised the titanium spear in his hand, pointed the tip of the spear at Maflin's forehead, and said softly, "Sound the death knell again, Maflin. It's a farewell for yourself." The words fell. Ronan stretched his arm forward, and the spear in his hand flew out of his hand, turning into a dazzling silver light. He disappeared and reappeared several times in the air, crossing many spatial distances, suddenly appearing in front of Mafulin like a teleporting lightning, and then pierced his HUD fiercely. Please guarantee the minimum monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 200, Rising Star, Seat, Breakthrough coming soon. Mafulin, who was pierced from the center of his forehead by the silver-white spear and then pierced through the back of his head, leaned back fiercely. His eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face showed extreme shock and disbelief. The next moment, all the ice crystal spikes surrounding Mafulin's body were shattered, and Mafulin broke free from the icy confinement, spread his arms, and opened and closed his mouth silently. A strange spell wave emanated from him, and in the frost domain, the black ice that froze the ghosts exploded one after another. At the same time, Mafulin's entire body was like a clay doll dried and cracked by the scorching sun. The skin and flesh all over his body quickly cracked, and gaps the size of a baby's mouth appeared. In the gaps, strong black beams shot out, as if something was trying to break out of his body. At this time, the silver-white spear that pierced through Mafulin's forehead quickly melted, flowing down Mafulin's cheeks like mercury, blocking some of the gaps that radiated strong light. Mafulin's face was grim, and he was about to grab the flowing mercury that seemed to be alive. Suddenly, a tall and slender figure quietly appeared in front of him. Congeal. Ronan looked down at Mafulin coldly, and stretched out his right hand towards him. In an instant, countless titanium metal tentacles sprang up and suddenly wrapped around the struggling Mafulin. Each titanium tentacle exuded a trace of the breath of stagnant space. Mafulin's whole body suddenly stopped moving, and only his mental power was unwillingly turbulent, like a trapped beast colliding with a prison door that was about to close. Ronan knew that Mafulin was preparing a magic trump card that he had not yet released, but it was too late to do this now. The ice and snow domain composed of ice crystals, snowflakes, and thorns and ice spikes collapsed rapidly under Ronan's hands. The rolling cold air between the heaven and earth, as well as the aura of several extraordinary domains, all gathered towards one point. That was Mafulin's body. The titanium-wrapped body of Mafulin began to produce ice rapidly, layer by layer, and there seemed to be inexplicable lines growing in the endless deep blue ice. In just a blink of an eye, Mafulin's figure had completely disappeared from the battle group, leaving only a huge rotating ice ball, releasing an extremely pure icy breath, constantly cutting the blank void like a cold and sharp rotating ice blade. Ronan stood high in the sky, and he revealed his true body after breaking away from the titanium metal cover. He held the ice ball in his right hand, and his silver-gray robe was blown high by the raging cold wind. The aura of the law domain around him was like an invisible snake entwined and intertwined, and his handsome face was covered with coldness. When all the coldness in this space was gathered together, Ronan had no expression on his face and uttered softly, "Bang!" In an instant, the madly rotating ice ball suddenly stopped. An inexplicable breath spread rapidly from the battle group. The wizards who were affected by this breath all felt an indescribable discomfort, as if their hearts had suddenly skipped a beat, and their entire bodies were in a moment of stagnation and disorder. However, this discomfort came and went quickly, and the next moment everyone saw the stagnant ice ball suddenly break. The previously compressed icing power of the domain of law poured out like a flood, instantly clearing out the wandering ghosts around, followed by an indescribable sense of horror and shattering. In the small area where Mafulin was, the void seemed to have turned into a smooth mirror, which broke into countless silver fragments and cracked, leaving behind a series of shocking black cracks. Bang! In the violent energy shock, it seemed as if something was squeezed and exploded. A fist-sized black object fell out. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and he subconsciously reached out to grab it. He looked carefully and found that it was a square bell-shaped object with a hollow bottom. It looked like an old cowbell, with many mysterious ancient patterns engraved on the surface. He gently shook the strange cowbell, but there was no sound. Instead, a pile of pale and decayed broken fingers fell out from under the cowbell. On each broken finger, there was a glimmering space ring. Aren't they all left by the wizards killed and harvested by Mafulin? Just as Ronan was thinking, a cold, majestic and complex aura suddenly rose from the center of the power explosion of broken silver. Ronan's eyes were stern, and he was ready to fight back at any time, but when the terrible aura was fully revealed, he found that it was a ball of light entangled with countless gray air currents. Each air current represented a powerful ghost body, and in the center of this light ball, there was a soul body struggling to climb out. Its body was emaciated, its face was distorted, and its face was full of extreme despair and fear. Its eyes looked at Ronan, and it seemed that it was asking for help. Ronan recognized at a glance that this was Mafulin's soul. In just a moment, Mafulin's soul was entangled by a series of terrifying ghosts and pulled back. One of the ghosts was particularly ferocious and fierce. It lay on Mafulin and tore him madly. In a blink of an eye, it pulled Mafulin into a huge gray airflow. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be a very young and handsome boy when he was alive. Did it backfire? Ronan was slightly stunned, feeling a little surprised by this result. Mafulin's last magic trump card that he wanted to cast was interrupted by himself. Perhaps it was because of the backlash caused by the failure of the spell, or perhaps after the death of his physical body, his strength was no longer enough to suppress the countless resentful souls under his control, resulting in this situation. Ronan thought about it and took out a small bone ring from the space ring. This ring was obtained from a black-robed wizard a long time ago when he was an apprentice. It was a ghost bone ring specially used to collect souls. Once, a crazy woman ghost who wanted to kill Valenzuner lived in this bone ring. Later, the crazy woman ghost died, and the bone ring has been idle. Ronan used the bone ring to collect the energy balls that were entangled with countless ghosts in front of him. The bone ring, which was only a 0-level intermediate magic tool, had just collected all the ghosts including Mafulin, and a crack immediately appeared on the surface of the ring, and the crack had a tendency to continue to spread. Ronan was not surprised, but he didn't have a more suitable storage container at the moment, so he could only use frost to freeze the entire bone ring, which was considered to temporarily suppress this group of restless ghosts. When Ronan finished everything in his hands and raised his head, he saw countless large and small colored light balls swarming towards him in the void. Like a strong wind blowing on his face, Ronan closed his eyes and felt that his soul power was surging step by step, rapidly approaching a critical point. In his mind, 3 pale golden spiritual power crystals also bloomed with a hazy glow at the same time, trembling continuously. Boom! It was as if a gray torrent erupted on Ronan. The rolling gray smoke enveloped his entire body, condensing and not dispersing, like a thick gray cloud. This gray cloud kept rolling, as if something was about to be born from it. Around the battle group, a third-level wizard stood still in place. Looking at the looming tall figure of Ronan in the rolling gray cloud, many people fell into a moment of confusion at this moment. Is Ma Fuling dead? The same question popped up in the minds of every wizard watching the battle, giving them a strong sense of unreality. After a moment, the eyes of the wizards watching the battle who fully accepted the reality in front of them began to shake violently. Ma Fuling is dead. The contemporary inheritor of the skeleton death bell, the strength of the middle stage of the third level, was regarded by many people as the first echelon before the battle began, and was qualified to compete for the top 20 of the Haramis wizard seat. Ma Fuling is actually dead? Exclamation mark. And he died at the hands of a young wizard whose apparent strength was only level 2. Shock, horror, astonishment, disbelief, and unbelievability. All kinds of emotions erupted in the hearts of the onlookers like a volcanic eruption. Who is this man? Has anyone heard of his name? When has there been such a powerful ice magic inheritance in the south? What a terrible monster. A small storm of shock formed among the wizards watching the battle. Many people realized that there might be another demon-like rising star in the southern wizard world, and it was about to shine in this battle for seats. The person who was most affected by this battle was naturally Claire, the genius wizard of the Hand of Magic Power, who was a member of the Blue Mist Society with Ronan. At this time, Claire's mind was almost confused, and she had not completely come out of the shock of Ronan defeating Mifflin in one fell swoop. Claire suddenly thought of what Arian said to Ronan when he led him to join the Blue Mist Society. Maybe you can try to fight him, I don't think you will be his opponent. At that time, he only thought that it was a humiliation from Orion. Now that he thought about it, it was not a humiliation at all. It was clearly a pit that Orion dug for him. What 4-color metal Orion? It was simply a cover-up and smokescreen specially created by the Silver Circle. This Ronan is the real chief genius of the Silver Circle and the top trump card they have hidden in their hands. Claire murmured in a daze. He finally discovered the truth of the matter. It was ridiculous that most of the people in the Blue Mist Society were still kept in the dark like him. The current president Don Wind Harvey should know the situation, otherwise he would not have agreed to a small second-level wizard to join the Blue Mist Society, and his attitude towards the other party was so warm and friendly. Claire was thinking. Suddenly at this time, boom, an invisible wave suddenly came from somewhere far away. Claire and the wizards who had not yet dispersed in the field subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the wave. Everyone's eyes suddenly fixed, and they saw that at a certain location on the east side of the fairy ancient city, layers of fog quickly dispersed. In the dispersed mist, on a gray-white stone pillar, there was a blazing white light column piercing the sky. Indistinctly, everyone saw that a group of extremely dense gray clouds was quietly floating into the light column and gently landing on the top of the stone pillar. There seemed to be a figure in it. All wizards stared at this scene in a daze, and the scene was briefly quiet for a few seconds. After a moment, someone reacted and uttered a shocking and moving cry. It's a seat. One of the 32 wizard seats in Haramis has been occupied. In an instant, everyone was shocked. This is too fast. The ancient city of goblins appeared in the world. How long has it been since the battle officially started? Someone has defeated enough opponents, gained recognition, and occupied a seat in the 32 wizard positions. At this moment, everyone felt an inexplicable sense of urgency in their hearts. Although many people are self-aware and may not expect to be among the 32 wizards, the confirmation of the seat also means that the end of the first stage of the battle is approaching. There was not much time left for them to harvest, and many people did not want to be treated as prey and become a stepping stone for others to rise to the top in the next period of time. Many wizards took a deep look at the figure in the pacification battle that brought them great shock and impact, and left quickly with a shock that had not yet dissipated and a strong sense of fear. Claire was still staring at the conspicuous beam of light. When she turned around, she was facing a pair of eyes as deep and blue as an autumn lake. "You." Claire was startled and stepped back subconsciously, not knowing what to say. At this time, after Ronan absorbed all the mysterious light balls collected by the skeleton death knell mammoth forest, the gray smoke outside his body was so thick that it almost completely enveloped him. The gray smoke wrapped around his body, wisps of it, and it seemed like a burning gray flame, swaying, combined with the deep and cold eyes and the slender and upright body. Even if he did nothing, just standing there, he could give people a strong sense of mystery and power. "I need to find a quiet place to prepare for the promotion to level 3. Ronan looked at Claire calmly and said directly, "I'm afraid I can't go with you to meet up with other members of the Blue Mist Society." The gift of Maflin completely made up for the last gap in soul power between Ronan and the 3rd level wizard, and even exceeded it. He now feels that he can impact the 3rd level wizard at any time. The promotion from level 2 to level 3, whether it is to condense the 4th spiritual power crystal, construct the 4th soul seal, or further sublimate and transform the spiritual power and soul power, will greatly improve his combat power. Ronan must complete it as soon as possible. Even though it is now in a fierce battle, Ronan had a general impression of Claire, the genius wizard of the hand of magic power, at first, but the other party's 2 returns completely changed Ronan's impression of him. Claire is actually not a bad person, and it can even be said that he is more humane than ordinary wizards. Even when facing a powerful opponent like the skeleton Deathstroke, he would think of pulling a small 2nd level wizard of his rival force. So, Ronan felt that it was necessary to tell Claire about finding a place to break through. Claire was stunned when she heard Ronan's words, and then her expression changed rapidly. Finally, she quickly said, "You find a place to advance, I will protect you." Ronan was a little surprised. Before he could react, Claire was already searching around anxiously, as if she was looking for a suitable place for him to retreat. She kept saying, "Have you prepared the materials needed for the promotion from level 2 to level 3? I still have some in my hand, you can use them first." Ronan looked at Claire, who looked more anxious than him, and suddenly wanted to laugh. Compared with the change of attitude caused by his own strength, he was more inclined to think that the other party was just like this. Ronan did not reject Claire's kindness. In fact, in the ancient city of fairies, especially when someone just won a seat, everyone began to feel anxious. The intensity of the next battle would inevitably escalate. It was an extremely risky behavior for him to choose to retreat and break through at this time. With Claire helping to guard him, he could feel more at ease when breaking through. Ronan and Claire quickly left the battle group that had fought with Maflin, and finally found an inconspicuous ancient goblin building that looked like a huge gray mushroom in a relatively remote and hidden location. The ancient goblins that once lived in the ancient goblin city had long since disappeared. Ronan pushed open the old small door made of unknown material, walked into the building, and looked around the environment inside. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.